The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
Where does your confidence come from? And could you use some more of it?
This is Monday Morning Moxie from the one and only Coach Jennie. Each week, Coach Jennie shares a new challenge designed to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and more confident in every aspect of your life. Not next month, not next year, this week, and every week after that, so you can actually accomplish what matters most to you.
Hello and welcome to my weekly web show, Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie. I'm your host, Jennie Mustafa-Julock, but everybody just calls me Coach Jennie. And I am so excited that you're here. Each week, I am here to give you a little kick in the pants, inviting you to take part in a bit of an experiment. So I'm going to coach, I'm going to teach, I'm going to answer a few questions from viewers like you. And most importantly, I'm going to drop a 7-day challenge for you to experiment with and see whether or not that fits. Give this a try and see if this changes how you approach making things happen in your world so that you can get further and faster than you ever thought possible. So let's get on with today's episode. Last week on my challenge was all about this concept of learning to build the plane while you're flying it, allowing you to put perfectionism aside and just get started, even before you have it all figured out, even before you have a complete strategy in mind, even before you know what the outcome is going to look like. By building the plane while flying it, you get to dust off one of your big, juicy, exciting, terrible ideas and say, you know what, I'm going to give it a spin. So I invited you to do just that. If you missed that video, go back and be sure to check it out. If you took me up on the challenge, I would love to hear how it went. What idea did you dust off? What starting line did you cross? How does it feel now that things are moving and you've given it a go? Leave me a comment and let me know how it went. For this week's Monday Morning Moxie, I want to talk about something that I think is one of the most dangerous habits I see in my coaching practice. And frankly, one of the most dangerous habits I see in humankind. I call it puddle jumping. So let me give you the 101. Imagine you're about to do something big, something important, something that matters to you. It might be something that you've never tried before, or it might be something that you have tried before, but quit really early, or it failed, or it didn't go the way you wanted it to. But it's a big thing. Maybe it's, I want to write my first book, or shoot my first video, or ask this person out, or live in an Airstream. I don't know what it is. But when you're about to do something, when you're thinking about doing something, or if you're Southern, when you're fixing to do something, it feels so enormous. The emotional gravity of this thing is massive. And the idea of actually accomplishing that thing feels like, if you'll play with the metaphor, crossing an ocean. Like there's this massive ocean between where you are right now before the starting line and where you want to get to. And that ocean, you can't even see the other side. It's vast, right? Like that ocean just feels like it could just swallow you whole. It's filled with unknowns and dangers, and it just feels that big and impossible. When you're about to do something that's really big, that really matters to you, it can feel that way. Now, that may be terrifying and that may be exciting, or in the best of both worlds, it's both. My favorite cocktail is both half exciting and half terrifying, because that means you're about to do something that really, really matters to you. That's what I'm all about. But when you're looking at that ocean, you really see the bigness of this potential future accomplishment. However, once you've actually done the thing, once you've actually gotten to the other shore and you've accomplished this thing, you start to minimize the impact of how big a deal it was. And you start to trivialize all the effort, trivialize all of the feelings you had at the beginning. And because you were able to do it, and I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to, you were able to do it. It couldn't have been that big a deal, right? Like, I mean, I thought it was a big deal, but it was really no big deal. And this is when you kind of look back over your shoulder at the thing you just did, this accomplishment that once upon a time felt like a friggin' ocean. And you trivialize it and say, it's just like, hopping over a little puddle. I call that entire trivializing phenomenon, that habit that we have of doing that, puddle jumping. And it's an epidemic. Everybody I meet has a tendency to puddle jump. And I am on a personal mission to squash as much puddle jumping in the world as I possibly can, because this habit is stealing your thunder. It is not allowing you to really experience and enjoy how far you've come. And most importantly, it's keeping you from actually accessing all the confidence you've already earned. The good news is puddle jumping isn't some disease that you have. It's not some incurable thing that was implanted on you at birth and that you are going to do for the rest of your life. Puddle jumping is just a habit. Maybe it's a very well-worn habit that you've done for, your entire lifetime, but it's just that. It's a habit. And habits, my friend, can be changed. Now, if you're a fellow coach or life coach, then you're probably predicting what I'm going to say next and preparing for me to say something that sounds really lovely to you. If you're not a coach, you're probably going, ugh, here comes the coachy part. And yeah, I'm going to get a little coachy, but not trite coachy on you. Because if one more person says, you just need to believe in yourself one more time to me, I'm not going to finish that sentence. I'm not going to tell you to let go of your limiting beliefs and just adopt a mindset of blah, 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 because none of that is actually helpful. I wish it was that easy. Here's where I differ from all of those coaches who got their certificate a couple weeks ago. You're not going to get there by just magically deciding to change your thoughts. In order to break your relationship with this puddle jumping habit, we need to replace it with something real. Credit. Proof of your own brilliance. Somewhere in the middle of your journey crossing all of the oceans that you've already crossed, you've kind of lost the plot. You have forgotten to recognize how far you've come. So by learning to give yourself credit for all of these oceans and actually remember that they're not puddles, they're actual oceans. They're really good. Go with me on this metaphor. I know I'm beating it to death, but stick with me. You have crossed all these freaking oceans and they really matter to you once upon a time. And it's a big flipping deal that you did. By recognizing and looking at that and really allowing yourself to internalize, oh my gosh, that is worthy of giving myself a little credit. That is worthy of a happy dance. That is worthy of a pat on my back. You're going to start to realize, oh my goodness, look how far I've really come. That right there in the credit is where you're going to find all the confidence you've already earned. Because I say this all the freaking time, you don't get confident and then go do something. You go do something, maybe even fail and suck at it at first, but you go do something, learn along the way, and then earn the confidence from it. I know that you have earned a ton of confidence in crossing all of these oceans, and yet you haven't given yourself credit for it. And that's the practice I want to teach you today. But before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about why it's so hard to give yourself credit, why it's not natural to really own that, because it's not your fault. We were taught not to. Especially if you're about my age in your 40s or 50s, and especially if you're a woman. How many times were you told growing up by a parent or a teacher or by society in general, don't brag, don't show off, that's not polite, that's not ladylike? Or again, if you're Southern, don't get too big for your britches. Can you tell that I grew up in the South? That was baked into so many of our experiences growing up that the only time we felt we were allowed to give ourselves credit is when we had to put on some kind of weird cap or gown and pomp and circumstance was playing in the background. In fact, the only time that we really give ourselves credit for any particular accomplishment is when somebody's baking us a cake and having a party. There's so many oceans that you've crossed, big and small, that really matter, that by just recalibrating your eyes and starting to pay attention to these moments, you're going to realize, holy crap, look at how many different ways I am earning confidence and how many oceans I'm crossing that should not be trivialized into puddles. So these things can be small, they can be big, they can include all sorts of things. They can be tasks you finish, you deserve credit for that. They can be projects that you've started, you deserve credit for that. You can give yourself credit for things that you've tried, things that you've started, things that you've finished, things that you've survived, things that you've experienced, things that you've committed to, things that you committed to and then uncommitted to, boundaries that you've set, boundaries you've enforced, things you've said yes to that were really freaking scary, things that you said no to that tested you as a people pleaser, moments where you interrupted somebody who was telling you off, moments when you didn't take somebody's crap, moments when you stood up and made sure your voice was heard. You can give yourself credit for decisions that you've made and decisions that you've redecided. When you start to notice and reconnect with all of these credit-worthy actions that you've taken in the past, you start to realize, holy crap, I've crossed some freaking oceans. And maybe some of them are lakes and some of them are ponds, but they're sure as heck not puddles. Puddle jumping is already the habit. Trivializing and not allowing yourself to experience the joy and the yumminess of look how far I've come and look at all I've been able to do and see that, even if it doesn't matter to anybody else, just not allowing yourself to see that is a habit. So getting into the habit of giving yourself credit and noticing these things is going to feel a little wonky at first. Now, here's the good news. I'm not asking you to give yourself credit publicly. You don't have to suddenly say, I'm going to do a YouTube video or an Instagram reel every day of, I'm giving myself credit for this. Though if you want to, go on with your bad self and please tag me. I'm asking you to make sure that you're noticing this for yourself. Because here's the other thing. That piece of credit might not matter to another human being on the planet. It doesn't have to. It only has to matter for you. There doesn't have to be a cake that somebody bakes for you in a pomp and circumstance playing in the background for it to be meaningful to you. This is where a lot of my personal development coachy colleagues will ask me, how is this different from gratitude journaling? How much time do you got? Here's the thing. I'm not anti-gratitude journal. I don't particularly think it's the greatest thing in the world either. With the exception of your health, when you list all the things you're grateful for, they're external to you. Usually you're grateful for the humans in your life. You're grateful for the blessings in your life. You're grateful for the sun, the moon, the stars, the quasars, all of that. After journaling for a while, you get really grateful about really teeny tiny things like the fact that your microwave worked this morning when you were making your oatmeal or whatever. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And I totally get it. Gratitude's a yummy feeling. I love feeling grateful for the wonderful things that I happen to have in my life too. There's a whole lot of privilege in there too, isn't there? Yeah, that's a conversation for another day. I believe for very ambitious people, we can be 100% grateful for everything that we have in this world and still want more. All of that gratitude in our gratitude journal is incomplete because what we need to do is also make sure we're at least balancing that out with some credit of all the things that we've done, the internal credit. I tried something and it failed. And I didn't die. That's an opportunity to give yourself credit for the fact that you kept going. I got on stage and I rocked it and it worked really well and I actually enjoyed myself. That's an opportunity to say, look at all the confidence I earned. Even though when I was getting up on that stage, I was feeling nothing but butterflies. I showed up today, even though I did not want to, in every ounce of my body and energy and soul, want to just stay under the covers because I just didn't feel like it. But I showed up today and I did this thing. There's another piece of proof right there of how far you've come. Giving yourself credit isn't just something nice and cute and coachy that I think you should do, though it is all of those things too. Giving yourself credit and practicing giving yourself credit on the regular gives you something that scientists call psychological momentum. And according to the oracle that is ChatGPT, psychological momentum refers to the idea that when people experience success or positive outcomes, they tend to build momentum and continue to experience more success. This is often talked about a lot when it comes to sports, but it absolutely refers to success in any area of your life. Because when we start documenting our success and noticing our positive experiences, we're kind of creating a record of all of our accomplishments and achievement. And from there, we can really build that sense of momentum and motivation, and most importantly, confidence that allows us to see that there's so much more possible for us than we thought in the first place. So conversely, when you are puddle jumping, you're not reaping the rewards of all that hard work that you put in before. You're not taking advantage of all the wisdom that you've already crafted through your lived experience. And when you get that psychological momentum going, you actually experience more joy, more excitement when you achieve more things. Then that creates a positive cycle of even more momentum and more progress and more bravery and confidence to try something new. So giving yourself credit is simply just acknowledging what you've already done. We're not inventing something new. And by acknowledging our accomplishments, we can truly take pride in our successes and then build on that. And nothing is going to quiet your inner critic that I call Hilda any faster than recognizing how far you've come, how you've grown as a person, how you've grown professionally, and what you're working on next. This is going to increase your belief in your ability to do other things. This is credit of things you've actually done, not just, deciding I need to believe in myself more. That's psychological momentum. And that's a real thing, a tangible thing that you can practice just by raising your awareness to all of the credit-worthy actions. And here's the cool part. By raising your awareness to credit-worthy actions you're taking, you're also going to start to notice when, you don't have much to point to. And that's going to push you a little bit more to say, you know what is the next credit-worthy action I can take? If you really want to get further faster, I would like to invite you to an experiment. In the next 7 days, I want you to give yourself some freaking credit. I want you to take just 5-10 minutes each day and write down all of the different ways you think you deserve a little credit. just from yourself. Again, these could be long-term, short-term, big, small, doesn't matter. Just needs to be meaningful and significant to you. Give yourself credit for something you tried, something you started, something you finished, something you decided, something you redecided, something you committed to, something you uncommitted to. Give yourself credit for showing up. Give yourself credit for keeping boundaries. Give yourself credit for taking a break. And then give yourself credit for recognizing that you deserve some credit. It's going to take a little practice to even remember to do this, but it's going to let you really experience all of the wonderfulness that was that ocean. It's going to let you start to see, holy crap, if I can do this and this and this and this, and I can because I did, I have proof. I've given myself credit. Look at all this proof I'm sitting on. Look at all of this confidence that I could build on. What becomes possible for you is mind-boggling. And for bonus points, I invite you to write a list of, say, 5 of your most epic personal accomplishments ever. And again, these are not necessarily the ones that came with pomp and circumstance and a cap and gown and a little certificate or a cake at the party afterwards. I don't even like cake, so I don't know why I keep bringing it up. It's likely that these 5 pieces of credit that you want to give yourself, nobody else was even watching or noticed. Think of them as your personal triumphs. Mine include, 1 was building my business and my confidence up enough that I could actually retire my wife and have her join me as my business partner. Took 14 years, and I'm really proud of crossing that ocean. Oh, and self-publishing my book on Hilda. That was a big freaking deal for me. Finally, forgiving myself for my personal decision to pull away from toxic family members. Enough said. Inventing and at least codifying this concept of puddle jumping that I'm talking about in this video. Oh, and learning to tow and hitch and unhitch, and most importantly, back up a 28-foot Airstream trailer, all because my wife and I spent a lot of time watching YouTube videos and playing with a couple of toy cars. I'm very proud of that. These are my epic personal accomplishments that, again, probably don't mean anything to anybody else in this world. And they shouldn't, because they're just about me. So for the next 7 days, let's give this a go. Just give it an experiment. See whether or not this might change your life. It might not, but I have a feeling it will.
Hi, Meredith here, CEO and wife of Coach Jennie. As you know, we polled our social media audience to find out what they want to know from Coach Jennie. So here they are in no particular order. First up, we have Christy from New York, and Christy wants to know, so what happens when Hilda is quiet? Like, for example, you're making a big life decision and Hilda is basically being silent. Does it mean it's not scary enough? Does it mean you've adapted? Does it mean you're not afraid of things? What's up when Hilda goes quiet?
Oh my gosh, Christy, I love that you asked this question. It's a really important one. Now, I stand by the fact that Hilda doesn't bother if it doesn't matter, which is my way of saying that Hilda gets really loud when you're about to do something that really matters to you. At first. When you first are learning about this inner critic Hilda that I talk about, and I wrote a whole book on it if you want to hear the whole deal, it's about getting used to the fact that this voice is in your head telling you how much you suck, trying to instill you with self-doubt and perfectionism, trying to get you to procrastinate and hold yourself back and worry about what everybody else thinks. She's doing that because it keeps you safe, it keeps you stuck, it keeps you stifled. As long as you listen to Hilda, then you never have to do anything really big and you'll stay nice and cozy in your comfort zone. But Christy, as your coach, I know that you are not staying safe and snug in somebody's comfort zone. You are doing things that are big and bold and really important. You guys need to follow Christy. She's amazing. And because you've been doing that for some time and really pushing the envelope, going into bigger places that are scary and exciting all at the same time, you have been slowly but surely teaching Hilda and training Hilda that all of that nonsense that she's been yammering in your head isn't working anymore. And so she doesn't even need to bother to pull out the language because it's not going to work at all. Now, I don't think that you're cured of Hilda and you may never hear from her again. But right now, your momentum is on fire and you are doing so many incredible things that Hilda's just like, you know, it's not even worth getting up this morning to bother you with the negative thoughts I usually try to drill into your head, because you're not taking any questions right now. You're not taking any of her crap. So let's celebrate the fact that Hilda's being quiet right now and you're still doing things that matter. You are doing things that are big and scary and bold. They are absolutely scary enough. And the reason we know this is because you're asking this question. If Hilda was silent and you were sitting on your couch eating bonbons and doing absolutely nothing, you would know that Hilda's silent because you're hanging out in your comfort zone. But that is not the case for you, my friend. And I'm so excited about what you're doing next. Thank you so much for that question.
Next up, we've got Jenna from Pennsylvania. And Coach Jennie, Jenna would like to know, what's your favorite ride at Disneyland?
My favorite ride at Disneyland is actually over in Disney's California Adventure. It's a little sister park in California, and it's called Luigi's Rollicking Roadsters. I can't even say that. I love that ride because it's so darn darling. It's one of those trackless rides where everybody sits inside it's like a Cars character from the Pixar movie Cars, and you sit inside one of the little cars and it holds two people. It's trackless and it's Italian. They all kind of dance together and you never really know where you're going to go. It's cute. It's genius. It just makes me giggle. And who doesn't want a really good giggle when you're at Disneyland?
And just because I know Jenna would want to hear my answer too, I'm going to chime in here. I feel like this is the hardest question somebody has asked me in a long time because there's at least 32. I think I'm going to have to go with Indiana Jones. And if you're not familiar with Indiana Jones, it's a simulator ride that is on a track and it's a dark ride inside. And it's just the most fun ever. I really hate roller coasters, but I love like super awesome, fast and spinny and jolty rides. Indiana Jones is awesome because it has all of that and I get to stay on the ground. Next up, we've got Tracy from New Hampshire. And Tracy really wants to know, what are the pros and cons of living in an Airstream?
Oh, okay, Tracy. Pros and cons. Okay, let's start with the cons and then we'll end with the good stuff. So I'd say 3 cons of living in the Airstream. Number 1 is we do not have a washer and dryer. And we are working on a solution for that because that's not going to last much longer. But by the way, anybody who, like, hey, you're going to be in my town, you want to use my wash and dryer?
The answer is
yes. The answer is yes. The second con is we don't get to pick our neighbors. And often our neighbors are amazing. So if you're my neighbor right now, I love you and thank you for being awesome. But sometimes they are less awesome because, they're camping and they're on vacation and we're working because it's Tuesday. So by moving from campground to campground, sometimes we run into some partiers and that's kind of a con for us. And the third con is there's no super. And if you don't know what I mean, before we moved into RV living full time, Meredith and I had worked our way up to being city girls, living in fabulous apartments that we're really proud of in little places like Washington, D.C. and Boston and New York and Los Angeles most recently. And we had a super. In Los Angeles, we had the best super ever. Oh my God, I miss you, Frank. He would come in and fix anything and he would never take a tip, but he was just the most delightful guy in the world. And so if anything broke because we were renters, they took care of it. And now if things break, it's up to us. Now it's cool because we've learned that we can do hard things, but we have a couple rivets that we have to replace, which means we literally have to learn how to be riveters soon. And not excited about that part. Okay, but now let's get into the pros because that's much more exciting. I mean, the first one is obvious. We are completely untethered from anywhere. So we get to chase wherever it's 65 degrees and sunny and beautiful, though that doesn't always work. We can do our best and we can be anywhere we want for as long as we want or as short as we want. And that lets us experience so many different places. Right now in today's episode, I'm filming this from a place called Oceanside, California, affectionately known as Oside here in San Diego County, just a little bit north of San Diego. And it's freaking beautiful here. It's absolutely amazing. Every single day, Meredith and I have made a point to go sit and stare at the Pacific Ocean. And our puppy Sadie loves the ocean, let me tell you. So that would definitely be one of the biggest pros. Another pro is the minimalism went up a notch, right? Before, when we were living in our apartment, I was really proud to call myself a minimalist. And then we moved into a rolling home that's 180 square feet-ish. And now we're seriously minimalist. If it is in this trailer or in the back of our truck, it's essential. And otherwise, it just does not exist. For a lot of people, that would probably freak you out. But I love living a life that doesn't have a lot of trappings. So that would definitely be another pro. But the biggest pro, if I'm being really honest, and I know this is a little sappy, but it's true, is that because we are embarking on this lifestyle and living in this beautiful, amazing Airstream, it has given us the opportunity financially to let Meredith leave her job, become my business partner, and for us to spend so much more time together than we ever used to be able to. Now, any day now, I'm going to get sick of her. I've been spending time with her since September of 1997, but it hasn't happened yet. And I just enjoy every minute that I get to spend with her. So there you go. A little cheesy, a little sappy, but I think you'll get it.
Want to get your question personally answered by Coach Jennie? Post your questions in the comments below or DM her at Coach Jennie on Instagram.
So there's our episode 4, week 2 of Monday Morning Moxie. I'm so excited that you watched this video. Thank you so much. Again, for the next 7 days, here's your experiment. Should you choose to take on the challenge, I want you to raise your awareness of all the credit-worthy actions that you're taking. Whether they are crossing starting lines or crossing finish lines, saying yes to something, saying no to something you would normally just say sure to. Maybe it's making a decision or redeciding and changing your mind because you reserve the right to do so, or making a commitment or uncommitting to something that you don't want to do anymore, setting a boundary, reinforcing that boundary, having that hard conversation, whatever it is that you are doing in your day-to-day life, that you are puddle jumping and trivializing because, again, nothing's wrong with you, but you just have a habit of doing so. By giving yourself credit and writing it down. Just write it down on a sticky note. Remind yourself of that thing. You are well on your way to collecting proof of your brilliance. And for those bonus points, write down that list of 5 personal accomplishments that really mean the most to you from your history. And if you're willing, send me a DM and let me know what at least one of those things are so I can celebrate with you. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you next week at Monday Morning Moxie.
Are you saying that only because I'm producing the questions?
No, I'm not saying nice things about you only because you're producing the questions. How dare you? Can't believe you asked me that. This isn't going well. How does it feel now that you've crossed that started? In what way did you? I can't do this today. What is wrong with me? Okay, I'm gonna have some water. I just realized my water's right here. One moment.
Somebody amazing got it for you.
Thank you for putting my water right there. And puddle jumping is not some disease that you have. That, whoops, I hit my glasses case. We don't need that. Now, it's probably a well-worn habit. Is that right? Well-worn habit? Is that a thing?
Well-worn habit.
Yeah. Yeah?
I shall Google.
Will you Google that? We're going to try that again. Are you liking any of this? Okay. We'll find out whether or not I'm allowed to say that. One moment, please. You see, somewhere in the middle of your metaphoric oceans that you've crossed all your life, something's kind of gotten lost in the journey. Why can't I say this? I feel like I've said that before, and it's just an idiom I've made up in my head.
But maybe I've used it up because we've been married for 20 years and I borrowed it from you.
So maybe we just say that and it's a dumb thing.
Well-worn habit.
Is it?
Oh yeah, well-worn habit. Okay.
It's a thing. Okay, it's a thing.
That's a thing.
Okay.
Says Ryan Holiday, who writes The Secret to Better Habits.
Hey, if Ryan Holiday says it's a thing, it's a thing. Okay, thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on. Puddle jumping is just a really bad habit. Didn't even say well-worn after all that. This is the part of the... Okay, one moment, please. I'm not going to tell you that you just need to adopt a mindset of what is it? And if you're listening to me and you're, my age-ish in the 40s and 50s, right? You probably were brought up, especially if you're a woman, told not, why is this not English? That was not English.
I'm kind of listening.
Okay, just ignore me. Keep going. Trivializing and not allowing yourself to experience, we'll try that again, means I don't get to take advantage of all of the hard work, blood, sweat, tears, and all of that, whatever I'm trying to say right there. I swear I had a point, and then it fell out of my head. What was it? One moment. Oh, I have no idea, but we'll figure it out. Okay. I'm done filming. Wait, how do I turn this off? There we go.
That's a wrap.
Hi, I'm Jodi Krangle, and I'll be the voiceover artist that you hear throughout the day on 100 TV. We are so glad you are joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV. You're watching 100 TV. Trust Factor with Rob Greenlee focuses on all aspects to building human trust in online communications. Only on 100 TV.
Hi, in episode 2, 5 techniques to build online human trust in communication. And episode 1, viewer feedback on me. So my name is Rob Greenlee, and I thank you for joining me. The trust factor in your life is very important, and the lack of it or abundance of it can profoundly impact the quality of your life, and especially in the world today. So I'm focusing on all aspects of building trust in human-to-human relationships that are connected to building business trust, as well as personal life trust and your professional career. So I'm helping online content creators create content that reaches other people at a deeper level and to grow connection and loyalty. So I want to say thank you very much for joining me here each week to learn and to bring more positive human experiences to our lives, just in general, across all of the population. I think it's very important that we work on building positive lives, because that will impact others as well as us. And this show is here every week to help you on that journey to achieve that goal of building a deeper and more trustful relationship with others around you every day. So well, let's get started. So here are 5 techniques to build online human trust in communications. And so what I want to do is just kind of run through these 5 things and just kind of briefly talk about them as things that maybe you need to think about as far as what you do in your life each day. I think it's important to use clear and transparent speech as best as you can. And that can be sometimes difficult to do in the world today. But it is one of the most effective ways to build trust, is to be very clear and transparent. So when you speak to someone, just use very clear language. It doesn't have to be complicated language. It doesn't have to be anything that's out there to try and impress someone. I think communication transcends complexity, and being transparent about stuff in your life also builds trust, because it means that you're not so caught up in trying to portray something that maybe not be authentic to who you are. So transparency is kind of a difficult thing to actually define, because it's going to be a little different for each and every one of you. And I think that's the important takeaway is it can be tough to be transparent. It can be can be difficult to be clear too, because we get in a rush, we get in a hurry, or we want to impress someone, and that kind of gets in the way of clear and transparent speech. So, but I think it's important to be honest about your intentions too. So when you're clear and transparent, that does have a tendency to enhance the perception that the other person has on your intentions and what you're trying to achieve with them when you communicate to them. So I think it's very important to do those things. And like I said, use simple language as best as you can, language that you know everyone will understand. And sometimes when we're talking to other people that maybe from other cultures, and maybe their native language is a little different than yours, maybe they're native speakers and other what you would consider to be foreign languages, then that can also create an obstacle to communication, clear and transparent communication as well, because oftentimes you may have to simplify that language so it actually reaches them at the level that they can comprehend. And these are kind of difficult things to navigate, but you have to be able to listen to others, to understand others, and that also requires you to try and put yourself in their place. and try and speak to people in a way that you know is going to build a trust. You're going to be able to accomplish your goals, and you're going to be able to make a clear path with that other person. So especially in a business environment, especially in relationships, I think relationships, and I'm talking about personal relationships, can be very sensitive. They can be very much misinterpreted. And I think that's very, very important to use clear and transparent speech. Be as honest as you can. I'm not saying you have to tell someone every little detail about what your thoughts are, because that may not be good for anyone. Because we all have negative thoughts about everything in our lives. And I think just being honest about that, I think, is important. So, and really another way to build trust is to be responsive and available. And I think that is a big thing that I'm trying to do with even this show, is to be basically intentional and available to those that want to learn, want to contribute, want to be involved in whatever that you're doing, but also involved in this show too. I want to be able to make this show kind of a meta example of what building trust is really all about. And, one of the basic things to do is really respect external communications as best as you can. I mean, you have to be able to filter and adjust. You can't be responding to every single maybe email communication or message that you get on social platforms. But I do think that, if they are important, I think it's important to respond timely and to really put the communication back in the hands of the other person. And when you communicate, and this is about trust building too, is communicate in that message a path forward. Set some goals, set some objectives to what you're trying to do in a time frame. And that basically communicates to the other person that you're wanting to interact and have a constructive building of this relationship on a project or on a just a basic human communication back and forth. So if you want to build a bond or a relationship or a business relationship or whatever kind of a relationship you want to build with this person, I think it's very important to be timely and also to be clear that you are available to answer any questions and concerns or project kind of goals that may be communicated to you. And I hope that this show does this for you, is reliable and committed. And I'm committed to building a relationship with you as well, with your audience, or with my audience. And so it kind of goes hand in hand with that type of thing. So it's very important to also have a certain amount of social listening proof. So as you think about being a content creator, and that's really what I'm trying to do with this show, is speak to content creators, but there's no reason why some of the things that I'm talking about in this show can't apply to every aspect of your human life, and every aspect of your interaction with the people around you and the people that you value in your life, and creating some social proof for them, or social listening proof, or in this case, social viewing proof, is a powerful tool for building trust in online communications. It can also be important in in-person communications too. So a lot of these techniques are applicable to any kind of communication with another person. So, and I think, these type of building relationship, the social proof that I'm talking about, can involve customer reviews or people giving you feedback. And this episode is really going to be about a lot of that. And I'm going to be very open about the feedback that I've had about this show, and the testimonials that people give towards and about you, whether it be on LinkedIn or on on whatever platform, any kind of feedback that you get about what you bring to the world. And sometimes it can be negative. But I think it's important to drive testimonials, ask for that. Put out case studies that give examples of what you've done for others. Those are all kind of, case studies can be one of those things that maybe people may be less likely to trust because maybe they're written by the person that is looking for a positive review. So there's other online websites that are out there that drive feedback for your company as well. So these are companies that their whole purpose is to get customer feedback and honest contributions about what their experience has been with you or whatever brand that you have. These are all demonstrating your credibility and your expertise. And I think that's very important. And to create an environment where positive and negative feedback can be shared. Now, oftentimes negative feedback in a public realm is seen as very negative, right? I mean, it may impact your ability to garner more listeners or viewers or customers if there is a lot of negative feedback. But in some instances, I think it's important to get negative feedback at the beginning of any kind of a company or show or anything that you're putting together. And that's what I'm going to share with you today is some of the negative and positive feedback that I had about this show and what I'm doing with this show and how I'm working towards trying to improve and give a better experience to you, so you walk away from this show feeling energized and empowered and wanting to take these actions yourself. And you also need to show to external people that you're listening and you're hearing what they're saying and hearing what the other people in your life are contributing to you, and that you want to improve and you want to get better, because that will drive trust like you can't believe. I mean, these are such rare things that are going on in the world now that you can really set yourself apart. And that's what I'm trying to build here, because I think the number one issue in our world globally and our society here in the United States and in other countries is the concept of trust. I mean, we are just not thinking about that as much as we used to. I think we're very self-centered and we're very self-focused, and that tends to be a behavior or an action that just does not build trust. And so I think, some of these things I'm talking about are very kind of traditional values, but in some ways they're kind of just basic human values, and they're things that all of us need to really focus on. And then the next factor here is establishing your authority and your expertise in whatever field you are, but you need to do that in a way that's respectful of others. You're not trying to brag, and you're not trying to put yourself out there in a way to make another person feel like they are less than. They're less than you somehow. You're not trying to do that. And that is the goal that I have with this too. I'm a normal guy. I've been creating user-generated content on the radio and on video for many years. And I strongly believe that being real and speaking with a voice that is authentic and sounds like it's believable is so important. But in order to really share a message that people can take with a level of credibility, is that you have to share some qualifications and your experience on why you are doing that and why you think it's important and why what you say actually matters. And that's sometimes, I've been through this a little bit too. I got involved in doing a radio show many years ago about the growth of the internet and the web. I was not an expert in the growth of the internet and the web back then, but I definitely grew into that role, and I became that over a period of time. And I put myself out there to learn from others and to grow that capability of being a qualified person and building experience and knowledge, because I learn from others and I listen to others. I had guests on my show, and that's what I intend to do with this show too. But the first couple of episodes, I kind of just wanted to set the stage, build the foundation for this show, and hopefully build a deeper relationship with you, and then also, build my confidence in being able to host a show on my own, because all the shows I've done in the past, I've usually done with a co-host. And that's the other show that I do, the new media show that I do every week as well. And I'm doing it later today. But that is so important, is to build the skills that you have. And that's what I'm trying to do here with you. And I appreciate it. And your feedback is so important in helping me provide helpful information too, because I want to learn from you and what you have experienced in your life in this trust building and authority building thing that I'm talking about right now. And because over time, you are going to have to demonstrate through your words or your actions, or being taken seriously by others, around demonstrating your knowledge and understanding whatever topic you're talking about at a level that's credible, and that people will say, yeah, that makes sense. I think it's so important to make sense and to have a message that people resonate with. It's not always about being the most popular. But you will always connect at a deep level with some part of your audience or some part of the community that you're in with what you're talking about, and those people will rally around you. You're not going to likely appeal to everyone, because no one is perfect. No one is perfect for everyone, and that's a factor in every relationship. But there is some aspect of this, that doing media is a popularity contest too, to some degree. So walking that line. So if you're a very popular, podcaster that's got hundreds of thousands or millions of downloads, you will be taken a lot more seriously in the world if you can achieve that. If you can have a message that helps people at a deeper level, that is resonating with large numbers of people, that can be a real benefit for the large number of people and your own life as a content creator and as a person, because you're driving value to others. And that's really what I'm trying to do here with this show, is drive value to you. And I think the fifth aspect of this is make yourself available, and make private feedback channels available as well as public ones. So when you're putting it out there that you want to hear from your audience, there should be two pathways, right? There should be a pathway for the audience to give you feedback in a public way that they can benefit from, and maybe they can garner some relationships from offering that feedback to the show, because then that person is seen as a expertise, or having some level of engagement with the show that others can associate with. And a lot of the shows that I've done live in the past have generated relationships between listeners as being one of factor that I always looked at as a factor that I'm really connecting with people and driving value to them, and a camaraderie that exists between people out in the community of listeners. And then over time, those people will see each other as kindreds and sharing ideas and helping each other. And that's why it's important to give feedback in the comment threads of a show like this, is because what you'll start to do is connect with other listeners. And I encourage you, if you're listening to this show, to go look for those comments and to find those people that are basically contributing thoughts and ideas about these concepts that you have a passion about too. And maybe you can connect with them on Twitter or on LinkedIn or whatever, and send a message to them and connect with them. So when you guys both come back and watch my show, you guys are coming at this show from a level of community, right? And when I speak to you, you can speak to your friend that you have made that is also a listener to this show. I mean, that is so powerful. But I do need to, as a host and as a leader on this show, and that's also another factor of this too, is when you do a show like this or any show, you really need to take the bull by the horn and be a leader in your community and be a positive influence and be a contributor but be always, I mean, always listen to your audience, listen to whoever that you're communicating with. I think it's so important, even from a content creator perspective, having guests on my show. I need to listen to them. I need to be a contributor. So everyone that engages with this show or is a guest on the show or listens to this show, that's a two-way communication pathway. It's not a one-way. Now, granted, what I'm doing right now tends to be a one-way communication path. But as you'll see later in the episode, I'm going to be breaking that down. So what I'm going to say is there are pathways like email, which tend to be more private. And then there's public commenting that is public, right? So as a podcaster, you need to treat those a little differently. I think the email is a much longer opportunity to communicate thoughts, whether it be positive or negative, with the show host, share ideas, maybe give topics that you have an interest in that you'd like to see me explore, right? I think those can be very powerful connection tools. And just to share a little bit about the ability to communicate with me, if you would like to, I would like to share with you my personal email address, and that's rob.greenlee, and that's GREENLEE @gmail.com. That's rob.greenlee@gmail.com, and send me, it can be a 5-paragraph email or it can be a 2-line email, whatever you want to communicate to me. What did I inspire in you to contribute to me? I think is key, and it's kind of up to me to prompt you about ideas on things that you can share. And I think that the topics that I've talked about in this episode may be great topic for you to share what your experiences have been as a content creator and what kind of feedback you've gotten. But not, like I was saying, also not all my feedback needs to be an email. That can be done on all the social media channels. I'm on all of them, so you can certainly share any kind of public feedback, and I'd be happy to share that on the podcast as well, and talk about it, because there's a lot of content that can come from you, and you can contribute that and add to my understanding, as well as me be able to add to your understanding. So this becomes a two-way street on this show. And share your trust building efforts that you have, and what have you learned from trying to do this more intentionally, right? And tell me what that experience is and how you feel about that, and kind of I can discuss it on the show, right? So I don't have to use your full name. If you don't want me to, please specify that, and I won't use it on the show. But certainly that's a possibility that if you want me to mention your company or what you do at a deeper level, I'm happy to do that as well. But I'm going to be respectful of you. I'm going to be respectful because I want to build your trust. I want to feel like you're safe when you communicate with me about whatever thing that you're thinking about and what you'd like to contribute to the show. Because in the past, I've done shows where people have contributed ideas to me, and I hadn't even thought about that idea before, because everybody has a different experience in life. But let's get into the comments and feedback in the last 5 minutes of the show here that I got from episode 1 of my first episode of this show. This is really the first video show that I've done as a solo caster before. So this has been a learning experience for me, and I've really thought hard about this. And the feedback was not always great. So hopefully this episode is a little bit better, because I'm bringing a different kind of energy to it. I'm bringing a different kind of approach to what I'm doing. So I learned from my mistakes from the first episode. And the feedback was I appeared a little tired, lack of energy in episode 1, which does not build as much trust as could be built. So that's kind of the feedback that I have on that. And I think it was fair criticism. I think I was a little hesitant because I wasn't comfortable presenting in a way that I look directly at the camera. I mean, oftentimes I don't look directly at the camera. And that's kind of the next feedback that I got from others as well. Keep eye contact with the audience. Look at the camera. It's okay to look down now and then, but engage in looking at the camera. Keep your eyes up. When you look at the camera, you connect at a much deeper level. I'm seeing you, you're seeing me at this level. And to bring more fun and joy to the show. And I will do that. I'm going to work really hard at trying to be more energetic, bring more funny things to the show, bring more joy to the show, bring more connection to others that have just a joy for life. And I'm going to bring that more, because I think it's a positive influence on me too. And hopefully it's a positive influence on you. And that's what I want to build the most, is a positive experience of joy, happiness, and even some laughter. If I can pull my personality out a little bit more and not be so buttoned down, and show some humor here, I think it's going to go a long ways. And I want to thank you for all the feedback too that I've gotten on the show. It was very early. It's only the first episode. I hope to get a lot more feedback, and so I can devote a higher concentration of this show to you and to your thoughts and your feedback. And I will do that. And I also got a couple of comments on YouTube that I want to share. Rebecca shared on YouTube, as a marketer and an entrepreneur, trust is my #1 asset. And I'm so stoked to up my game on trust. And that is perfect, Rebecca. I so appreciate that feedback, because that's exactly how I feel as well. And then Stoner Fruit on YouTube also wrote and say, in a world of ever increasing fake outs, we're looking at you, AI. Trust is the only thing we have to cultivate a genuine connection, and can't wait to see where this show goes. Stoner Fruit, I appreciate that a lot. I mean, it's, I got good feedback, and I got great feedback, and you guys are just aligning with what my goals are here, and I appreciate that so much. And keep the feedback coming, keep the thoughts coming, keep sharing what your experiences are as you move through this journey of trying to open up more. And I can be found on Twitter too, at Rob Greenlee, and also on LinkedIn, linkedin.com/in/Rob Greenlee, and give me feedback there too. It can be public Twitter, or it can be private direct messages on Twitter as well. So those are terrific pathways. And like I said, email is a terrific way too. That tends to be a little bit more private, so you can share a little deeper, and I will be respectful of you, and not, if you share a lot of deep private stuff, just tell me that you would like to keep this private, and I'll give you private feedback too. So this is part of what I'm talking about, is building that trust. And so thank you for joining me in my episode 2 here on 100 TV. In this series, next week I'm going to come back with just another thread of conversations here on what is possible. So look for me here on 100 TV Network on Mondays at 11 a.m. to noon Eastern Daylight Time, and 9:30 a.m. to 10 Pacific Daylight Time, right here on YouTube.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network.
We're talking about 3 of the top 5 trends in video creation, and we're talking about it next, only on 100 TV. Let's do a show.
It's time for the StreamLeader Report. Discover the hottest trends in digital media. Here's your host, Ross Brand.
Thank you, Jodi. It's great to be back on the StreamLeader Report, episode number 2. We're continuing our conversation about the top 5 trends in video creation. We covered 2 last week. We talked about the power of collaboration, and in particular, the value of forming a network, much like we're doing right here with 100 TV. And we also discussed video podcasting on YouTube. Well, we've got 3 more of the top 5 trends to cover. We're going to do that. Plus, Coach Jennie from Monday Morning Moxie, a fellow 100 TV host, will be joining us. So sit back, relax. It's going to be a busy show and a fun show today. I'm Ross Brand from Livestream Universe. This is episode 2 of the StreamLeader Report. And let's get back to our top 5. As I mentioned, number 1 was collaboration. Number 2 was video podcasting on YouTube, or podcasting on YouTube, audio and video podcasting, and where that's going. So let's get to number 3. Number 3 is something that's been around for a little while now, but it's undeniable that it's an important part of your video strategy, and that is vertical videos, TikToks and YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels. We're talking about vertical videos of 59 seconds or less that people use to grab attention. It's a great way to capture the attention of the viewer. I think if you run them and somebody watches one, the platform's more likely to feed you another of theirs and another. So there's no question that you can get your brand in front of people by using vertical video. It's where the attention of the viewer is, and it's a priority for the platforms. So if you can take clips from your live streams, if you can prepare and use the tools that these platforms are giving you, you're going to have an edge by using vertical video. The other thing to note with this when we're talking about trends is I don't know how long TikTok is going to be around for. Recently, the government in Washington, D.C. had the CEO of TikTok in, and there's talk about whether TikTok is dangerous to kids, about whether the Chinese government's using it to spy on Americans, to steal our data, and there's some talk that TikTok might be banned. So my only thought there, I'm not weighing in on the politics of this, but since there is a chance, or at least talk, that TikTok might not be long for the U.S. market, it would be a good idea to take your content that you're putting on TikTok, if that's your primary place where you share these short vertical videos, and move them over to Instagram, put them on YouTube Shorts, and going forward, maybe think about YouTube Shorts and Instagram Reels as your primary places, depending on where your audience is. I don't see any reason why you can't share whatever you're posting from, short vertical videos on all 3 platforms. So the main point is just be aware that TikTok might not be around forever, and consider using the other vertical videos platforms where you can put that content. Let's move on to number 4 in our list of the top 5 trends that video creators must know in 2023, and that is ChatGPT, AI. It's controversial. There's a lot going on with it, and whether you like it or not, it's a reality, and people have shown how it can speed your time to getting an episode of your show out. There's a lot of different ways ChatGPT can help. It doesn't mean that you give ChatGPT the assignment of writing a script for you, and you read it as is. But when it comes to researching for your episode, when it comes to getting an outline or even some alternate ways to say what you'd like to say in your video, if you're struggling to come up with content, or you get really good at offering prompts to where it can deliver what you're looking for, now you're able to take your transcript, you can share it with ChatGPT. Share it. I'm talking about like it's a person. And ChatGPT can give you back notes and highlights. One of the things I'm going to try, which I haven't tried, is YouTube chapters. Perhaps ChatGPT can pick out where the chapter markers are with a time-coded script, and that'll be a bit of a savings of time. So it's fun to play around and see all the different things. Now, you may be feeling like I was feeling originally. Hey, I'm a writer. I'm a purist. That content's got to come from me and only me. And it's fine to feel that way. But if you're feeling like ChatGPT may be a threat to your job or your position, I would say throwing your head in the sand and not giving it the respect for the impact it's going to have is not the way to go. If perhaps it becomes a technology that we ban or pass over as a society, okay. But assuming the probably, if you're playing the percentages, the way to go, what to assume is that this is going to be around for a while. And if it is, how do you stay relevant? How do you give yourself job security? You do it in two ways. One way is by learning how it works so that you can be better at both giving it the prompts that get the output that you want, and then taking that output and better editing it until it represents something that would more likely come from a human. There are a lot more we could go into, but I just want to touch upon that and then get to number 5, which is text-based video editing. Tools like Descript are changing the game. There are people who are doing entire shows in tools like Descript using AI text-based video editing. What does that mean? It means you take the text of your video, you upload your video, or if you're doing an audio podcast, you upload the audio to whatever app you're using, for example, Descript, and you get a transcript. So instead of editing the video by splicing the video on a timeline at certain places where you want to cut out or pick out a highlight to play as a short clip, you go through the text and you select the text that you want to use and you delete the text that you don't want to use. And that's how you both edit your long form and your short form videos. It's a very powerful tool. A lot of people still combine it where they do like a rough cut with a tool like Descript, and then they go and they take that into another editor, one that's, more traditional video editing, and they do some of the final steps there. But nonetheless, it's a powerful tool. I think it's only going to get more powerful. I think the cuts and the clipping of different segments out is only going to be cleaner and more precise. These tools like Descript have the ability to optimize your audio. They can take out the ahs and the ums. They can give you studio sound. They can apply a lot of different filters and processing that only, professional editing tools, whether audio editing or video editing tools, provided in the past. So I think it's a very, very powerful thing to take a look at. Joining us right now is the great Coach Jennie. She's the host of Monday Morning Moxie, every Monday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific, right here on 100 TV. And Coach Jennie's not somebody who goes for every new bell and whistle and shiny object. If it doesn't work for her and her business, she's not into it. And yet, the three trends, the three kind of cutting edge aspects of video creation that we discussed today, she's bought into. And so before we bring on Coach Jennie, let me just give you a quick introduction to her show.
My name is Coach Jennie, and I am so freaking excited to tell you that I am one of the original creative partners on the brand new network 100 TV. My show is called Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie, and it's happening on, Monday mornings. Each week, I will be delivering you a quick challenge direct from me to you to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and ultimately more confident. I hope you'll tune into my show, Monday Morning Moxie, exclusively on 100 TV.
All right, welcome, Coach Jennie, to the StreamLeader Report. It's great to have you. Let's start with number 3 in our list of the top 5, which is vertical video. And vertical video can be a little bit silly. It can be a little bit out there. How do you, as a person who's running a business and has clients and has been building a brand as of being helpful for people, not being a clown on video for many years, how have you found that you could integrate vertical video and it make a difference for your business?
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me on here, Ross. I'm happy to talk about this because I know the vertical video and short videos in particular. It's not just that they're vertical, it's that they're short, they're quick, they're
Right.
easily consumable, and depending on where you're watching them, they're usually served up kind of randomly. So at first, I'll be very honest, I was skeptical. Like you said, Russ knows me well. I don't hop on all the bandwagons. And while I do add a lot of humor to my work, it's purposeful humor. It's not, the weird kind of just for entertainment sake or pointing at things and doing this. And I can't do any of that crap and take myself seriously, right? Like, here's the different words I want to say. You look like a game show host. I don't get it. But other people, you do you. For me, I wanted to only use vertical video if I could see a purpose for my business, which is to find more people that I can impact with my work. And because of the popularity of the TikToks and now Clapper and YouTube Shorts and, of course, Instagram Reels and the 7 other things that just became a thing while we were talking about this, I don't want to leave those people behind because, again, I'm all about if I might have a way to connect with people, I want to use it. So the way that I approach it is like, how can I use it as a personal challenge, as a content creator, as a writer, to be more concise and hit a point really, really strongly, and hopefully hit a call to action that makes people compelled to take it, right? And that call to action is rarely in a 59-second short to buy something, right, but it might be to DM me or to try something or experiment with something. So I've been using that medium as a kind of extra on everything else that I'm doing. I definitely focus on writing first, but I think it can be an extra way for people to get connected to me and connect to my writing.
Are you writing unique content for those, or are you pulling clips from your other shows and other live streams and things, and then kind of rearranging things and remixing it? And how are you putting those clips together?
I initially thought that it would be easier to pull clips. That's more work. So one thing you need to know about me is I'm about efficiency, and so if it's more work to do that, to spend, go through 30 minutes of video to find 50 seconds of it, it's much easier to shoot another 50 seconds. So I've been doing fresh, original content, even if it's similar content, similar sentences that I'm pulling. For me, it's much easier to just shoot something fresh.
And are you distributing it across all 3 of the or more platforms? So the
or
same
more,
content?
yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
and the key to that is I'm not building it and I'm not creating any vertical content in one of the social media platforms. So for example, if you create a reel using the Instagram app, you have that Instagram metadata and the Instagram logo and stuff, and you upload that over to TikTok. TikTok's like, no, ma'am, I don't want that. And vice versa. They don't really want to play well with each other. So I am producing all of that content with my phone, with the video thing, the photo camera thing that comes
just
with
the
the
built-in
phone.
photo video app.
Just the built-in photo video app, filming it. And then of course I use Descript as a way to edit it. I get it how I want, and then I upload it to all the different social media apps that particular thing makes sense for.
Last question on this area. Are you using music from the apps in order to hit like trending music? Are you adding your own, or are you going without any sort of background music?
Zero music. I don't need accompaniment. I don't have any music or any of that additional stuff. I am adding captions though. What I really love, and you just saw it in the intro video that you showed. That's a great example of what it looks like. I'm using my branding, my brand colors, my brand font to have that active caption, because I know that with those videos, it's very easy to kind of scroll through them without having the audio turned on. So captions is real important. And I also am connected to the deaf and hard of hearing community. I want to make sure that all of my videos are captioned. So this is a really great way to do that. But I don't care about trends. I understand that trends are about becoming a big deal on TikTok, a big deal on Instagram. I am not in the business of being a big deal on any of these platforms. I'm in the business of making sure people know about Coach Jennie and what we're offering these days. And so these are just places for me to connect with you, not places for me to ride that wave.
All right, let's move to number 4, which is ChatGPT. How are you using this technology that has burst onto the scene? I guess it was around in other formats and other apps to some extent, but now it just seems like it's been unleashed on the whole world and everybody's using it some way or complaining about it. It's like been the topic of the year, for lack of a better way to put it.
Love it. Yes, absolutely. And how I'm using it is daily, constantly is the real answer, to be honest with you. I think it's so great because if it can help speed me up and take away some of the self-doubt and blank page syndrome that I usually face when I'm trying to write something or figure out what my next thing is, and ChatGPT can give me an alley-oop, I'm all for it. So to answer your question directly, what I'm using it for is brainstorming. Number one, brainstorming. It's so helpful for that. So big picture, just asking for ideas. Hey, I talk a lot about productivity. A lot of people talk about productivity, but going in and doing some prompt engineering, which is a term I'm very proud to know, doing some prompt engineering and asking it, okay, what are some of the not so common things that people are talking about in productivity? And what are some more defiant ideas that we can play with that I wouldn't just think of off of the top of my head? The other thing I'm using it for is to do some of the nitty gritty painful research. I can't even spell SEO. Let me be very real with you. Okay. And so being able to go to ChatGPT and say, hook me up with some SEO love, like I'm writing this blog article. Here's my voice. Here's this blog article. Rewrite this blog article in using my tone of voice, my style, and give me some H2 headers that makes a lot of sense. So write me a strong SEO, thoughtful title and subtitle, or with an Instagram post, what are the right hashtags? I need some general hashtags and I need some, more specific hashtags for this particular post. All of that is not something I want me to spend any time on, or my wife and CEO to spend any time on. So our assistant ChatGPT hooks us up.
Right. Those things can easily fall to the side. I can attest to that. And it's easy to just copy the hashtags from a prior post. It's easy to assume I've got some keywords in there just because I'm writing about the subject, and why wouldn't I be? Like, I do the same thing. Like, if I have only so much time, you put it into the content. So now you're finding a way to solve those things that you would have liked to do and are nice to have, but now you can get them done in a lot faster time without too much elbow grease on your part.
100%. And if I'm being really honest, now I can do them at all. Because a lot of these things I was not doing because I just didn't have the bandwidth. I know a lot of people are whining and complaining about ChatGPT not being the most honest, truthful, perfect thing. Of course it's not. It's still a computer. And so I'm not looking for it to tell me the truths of the world. What I'm looking for is to make sure that it can give me an alley-oop towards what I'm trying to make happen. And I'm trying to write more and pitch more. And here's a quick tip. There's a lot of things you can put in there that is your own work, and just say, say this a little
Right.
stronger, say this with a little more confidence, and watch all of the self-doubt that you were writing, all the apologies to kind of fall away. And suddenly you're going to see, oh, you know what? This is sharpening my writing. So I feel like I'm becoming a better writer because I'm being more prolific, and I'm getting to do a lot more things because ChatGPT makes things quicker.
I love when you give it a prompt to like add some of this, and then it rewrites it for you, and it says at the end, this should be a good balance between promoting your show and sharing your credentials or whatever. And then of course I look it over and I go, nah, I'm going to keep it really simple and just write like 3 lines. But going through that process gives me an idea of like how to write out a longer form introduction for my show, how to write out a different
Yes.
bio, like just things I hadn't thought of because I've been doing this for so long that you just start falling back on similar things. And it's like, just how does something smart, not a person, but something, a thing that's smart, might go about arranging these details or picking and choosing what to put in that I might not have thought of. And that's,
Yeah.
it's kind of cool.
It's really cool. I love using percentages. If you haven't tried this, you guys, you should totally do this. Just say, can you make this 7% more snarky? Or make this like
Wow.
15% more poignant? Or, like just asking it to like go up a little percent. If you don't put the percentage and just say, make it funnier, no, bad. Suddenly it's a Robin Williams skit. But if you just say, 5%, 6% or whatever, and you play with those percentages, it's really interesting what it is able to put out there. And again, it just gives me more ideas. And I don't think we should be so afraid of it. Just experiment with it and make it your own.
All right, I want to move on to number 5, which is text-based video editing. This is the one that made me want to have you on when I saw the images of you editing in the script in your premiere episode. And as somebody who is always out there saying, I'm not a techie, I'm not, high production and all that. Wow, I was impressed at how you are doing your entire show in the script. Tell us real quick about what text-based editing has done for you and why you've gravitated to that versus, traditional video editing.
Oh my gosh, I love it. When Descript came out, I didn't really understand AI yet. It didn't really market itself as an AI, but it had a lot of humor in the way that it was describing itself. So it caught my attention. And this concept of text-based editing and changing the text around, copying and pasting and moving things around, and it would change the video was game-changing to me. Before that, I was using what I already had. I'm a Mac girl, so I had iMovie, and I was learning how to make cuts so I could have like jump cuts. I like to have a lot of jump cuts in my videos. I never breathe. So I just do all the jump cuts, I like that style. And this did it so much smoother than I could do it. And I didn't have to use the blade and all these silly tools. I'm a smart woman and I can learn how to do those things. And I have better things to do because I'm not a video editor. I'm not putting down video editors. I think what you do is amazing. Mm-hmm. I'm a coach. I have a message. That's what I want to spend my time doing. And so Descript lets me approach it as a writer. So yes, I'm I'm dropping in a video and then it's transcribing it. And then I can see all my ums and ahs and all these little rest marks where I've, paused for a moment. It is magical. It changes how I actually record my videos, because now what I can do is I can write my script, read a sentence, and then give it a few takes, like I'm an actor or something. Like, today I would like to tell you about blah, blah, blah. Let me try that again.
So you have multiple takes within your transcript, and you go, yes, I like 2 better than 1 and 3. You cut 1 and 3, and now you've got your first sentence of your video and you go on to the next block of text, the
Exactly.
next thing you're
Although
talking about.
my workflow is that I wait until whatever my last time I say that sentence is the one I wanted. And so I don't actually have to go in and listen to 1, 2, and 3. I know that 3 is the one I wanted because I stopped talking when I got the take I wanted. And so that becomes my workflow. So the first thing I do is I drop in a 30-minute video and say, okay, I only want 7 minutes of this thing, but I'm deleting all the duplicate. It's really wonderful.
Now, are you always doing the video first, or do you ever find yourself actually writing the script within the script?
I haven't done that yet, but I'm very fascinated. The idea where I could write a script and maybe take one of my blog posts that's already written, drop it in there and use their overdub process. I haven't done this yet, where it actually like dubs my voice and creates a video. Right. I think that's really fascinating. And like you said a little earlier, the script used to be meant for podcasters. So the idea was you moved the words around and it fixed the audio. But now that they have upped their game with video, they have all kinds of things in the video library. So it's very easy to break things into scenes and drop pictures and text and GIFs and my extra B-roll video, their B-roll video, and really turn it into something that I'm really proud of. And most of my time is spent editing words like a word processor.
It's really powerful, and I'm just learning it. I use it for part of my video, and then I still take it elsewhere. I have a little trouble layering in different videos and text as precisely as I want to. I can do it for short videos, but I'm still like, for the long form video, let me throw it in another editor and just add that text. But eventually I think I'm going to get to the point where I might be able to do an entire show in there just like you do. It's really, really powerful. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's come a long way, and I totally understand where you're at because you're a video guy, right? Like you teach people how to live stream, you do all of these things. So you have a more precise eye for these things. For me, done is better than perfect. And I just want to make sure that I'm getting it out there. And so I just decided to completely embrace Descript so I don't have to learn a second thing and we can just get this thing done.
Right. What's one feature of it that you wouldn't expect that it has that's made a difference for you?
Oh my gosh, the fancy captions. That's what they call it. The fancy captions where they're on the screen is mind-blowingly cool, and you have so many different choices of what you can do and customize it. What you usually see from me is I do 2 different kinds. If you watch any of my videos, the one with the orange box is I'm using the active word, and that is such a good tool for capturing attention of like the active word is this orange box. And then they also have one that is like karaoke where it shows up and you kind of have like the grayed out words as you go and they kind of pop up. I just love how interactive that feels. And it mimics what Instagram gives us if you build it in Instagram. But here I can control literally by just hitting the return key. I can say, I only want these 6 words on that line. I only want these 6 words and then these 3 words. And I want to emphasize these 2 words and make them all caps. And I'm blown away by how intuitively I can do that.
Yeah, that's amazing. For those who are interested in Coach Jennie's coaching, where can they go to find you?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you for asking. Coach Jennie with an IE, not Jennie with a Y. CoachJennie.com is where you can find me, or on all of the major social media platforms at Coach Jennie, except TikTok. Somebody beat me to that one, but that's okay. You'll find me over there too.
All right. Thanks so much. The show is Monday Morning Moxie. It is every Monday, as you would expect the Monday Morning Moxie to be, on 100 TV, 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. It's a great show. Please check it out. And thank you again, Coach Jennie, for being here.
Thank you.
Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzz It Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
Hi everybody, I'm Rebecca Gunter, and you're watching Business in the Raw. This is episode 2. I am so excited about this episode because Janine has a big decision to make. Is she going to go with this business, or something in between? Get a bird on a wire view as we build a brand from scratch, carving out a life for one entrepreneur who's reinventing herself, and the revolution is televised. Hey, that doesn't sound good.
This is great. This is great. I feel great. I enjoyed our last session. It was much needed because I think we unearthed more opportunities and opportunities for me to be more thoughtful about some of these next steps. In particular, I'm glad that we have this session to not necessarily redo, but to just enhance what it is that we're going to be doing here. And I thought a lot about, you talked about regenerative ideology, right? And I don't know, for those that were not a part of that, we were talking about this whole roots to fruit concept, the concept around legacy family, bringing community together, and all of those concepts pulled together. This is when Rebecca named it. She said, I really think what you got going on is this regenerative ideology. And I was like, oh my God, this is awesome. I know I'm flipping papers here, but I wanted to make sure that I covered this. We talked about making the podcast an opportunity to build a portfolio using my voice and bringing people on board to interview or to guest podcast. And I gave more thought to that, Rebecca. And I want you guys to know that this thought process, a lot is our responsibility, but having this engagement with you, Rebecca, is what's helped just catapult my thinking of what the possibilities are, right? And so I started just making notes around what is my sweet spot? Where do I want to be? What areas do I feel that I can build a niche? And I think I may be getting ahead of myself. I just want you to know what I was thinking about. I wrote that I'd love to create a platform where Black, African Americans, Asians, Native Americans, but that we all can tell our stories and where they will be heard. So I'm thinking about published authors to read excerpts of their book. Perhaps you mentioned children's books during our conversation. All these notes, and I can see how indeed it is tying together. But while I still am pursuing and moving forward as a voiceover artist or voiceover talent. There's so many versions of what we can call ourselves, but I believe I'll stick with voiceover talent. But yeah, so that's where I am, just really thinking about that space and what opportunities exist. What do you think about all that?
I think a lot of things about all that, Miss Janine. I agree. Let's back up a second.
Sure.
Because when last we left our heroes, we were really toggling between two very different concepts. Mm. The first one was around a very mechanical business model, around something you already know that you can do and do well. That is freelance voiceover, music, podcast production, things that take place right where you are right now in the whisper room.
The whisper room.
And then this other set of a passionate cornucopia of interests and pursuits and things that ignite you and make you really excited about going into a business. And the struggle we had last session, for anyone watching at home for episode 1, the struggle we had in that work was, is it this, or is it this, or is there a possibility of creating something here that is intrinsically enmeshed with each other in this beautiful ecosystem? And that started to sound exactly like a cultural center, essentially a brick and mortar cultural center that had all of these kind of growth opportunities in a variety of ways.
Yes.
That threw you into a little bit of an existential crisis. And so I'm hoping you'll maybe share a little bit about that, and then we'll talk about the resolution of it.
Absolutely. So yeah, the crisis happened over a weekend after session 1, and hopefully you all have had a chance to look at that. I started thinking, wow, am I going to find myself building what may look like a nonprofit? Am I going to find myself schlepping garden materials around from center to center while building partnerships? There's no mistake there that there is an effort behind all of this to create a greater community. But in doing so, with that one concept, I started to wonder, where's the money in this? Am I really going to be able to make a living? It felt very altruistic in terms of, these are things that I want to do and I want to expand. I love gardening. I love this. I love that. But I started to feel a disconnect between, what do you really want in your gut? I want something worthwhile. Yes, I want it to be an opportunity to give back, but also to receive something in return, which is some monetary value. What really was going to allow both to happen, but while one still stands as the major source of income. And I started to get concerned that I think that I was strewing, I don't know, my own emotions behind those things that I love. There are things that you love. There are things that people will pay you to do. And there are things that really will make money. I find in this new space, and I don't want to get ahead of where we're going, I find in this new space that there's opportunity, yes, for all three, but something is going to serve as the foundation for allowing the other two to support them. It's like a triangle. That's how I view it.
My favorite part about this whole thing is, and what can I also get back? I think as women and as business people, we are really trained with the message of just keep giving of yourself relentlessly until you have. Try not to give away everything in your, but we also really want you to give away just about everything in your.
Yeah.
And it's only about what you give, and then you will receive. The fact that you're setting your intention right off the break of, yes, I have a lot to offer the world and I have altruistic intentions, but also I'd like to see what the world can give back to me.
Yeah.
And we don't often allow ourselves what feels to women like the hubris of demanding something back for ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's only for the greater good, Janine. You're going to do something incredible with that return.
Hey, and I looked at some of the data. Thank you very much for saying that, because you're right. It's empowering. It's empowering to think about yourself, to put your desires, but be truthful about it. And that's what happened over the weekend between session 1 and this session, is that I started to think, okay, that all sounds good, girl, but what do you really want? Yeah, I want to make money. Of course I do. I was looking at voiceover, the labor statistics around voiceovers. Men dominate in that. When you think about stadium announcements, when you think of, because those are voiceovers, right? When you think of in theater, promotion of trailers, the majority are male voices, although you're starting to hear some of that change. But I want to be a part of changing the dynamic by using my voice, but almost in a holistic way, using my voice as a woman. And I think in one of our last sessions, I mentioned something about, being an educator. Yeah, I want to be an educator, but an educator in action as well, showing this is how I'm doing it. I'm using my voice as a voiceover talent, but also in bringing my voice to certain topics that I have interest in, and certain hobbies, of course, I have interest in. And what I enjoyed about our last discussion is that I can see the potential for all of that happening. I feel like I'm repeating the same thing, but that's because you have to end up somewhere, and that somewhere works. And I do want to be that voice, doing it my way. That's the only way to do it. And as a woman, we have we have a lot of potential. And most women know, yeah, I got it going on. But how do you cut through? And that's where I am. How do you cut through, still make money, and not feel as though I have to is it kowtow? Is that the word?
Sell my soul, essentially, or kowtow.
Yep.
Or do things the way that other people think that they should be done.
Yep.
Or write my chapter by somebody else's cliff notes.
Wow. Ooh. Yeah, I get a chapter.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah.
You get your own chapter, and you also get to ask the world to give you something back.
Yeah.
And it can...
That's empowering.
Because it feels selfish.
Yeah.
We were raised to believe that is give, and that is how you will find value.
That's it.
And here you are saying, yes, give, but also give back, and then I can give more.
Then I can give more.
That's the key.
Bravo, bravo. That is exactly it. That's exactly it. I think you say in one of the intros, because you and I have talked a bit, that I was married for 39 years and have raised 2 children, and they're grown, and worked full time all my life, went to college while still married, and all those things, juggling all. Many women are doing the same thing, and we're pouring in. I read an article the other day, because I'm always looking for not just support for what I'm doing, but just to see, is the world really catching up with how I feel? But that women are still giving, and I'm not trying to make this into a statistical sort of arena.
Get all that feminist soapbox.
Oh my God.
I am for it. Bring it.
But we are still, even as breadwinners in our family, so that's making at least 60% of our household income, or maybe slightly less. We are still giving more in other areas of the relationship, or household building, household nurturing, even in the caregiving. We're still here. They talked about there's an increase on man caves, because men are, and I'm not knocking men. It's just still looking for ways for me to, how can I chill out? Great men, great husbands, great fathers, great dads. But I'm talking about just overall statistical, because statistically speaking, we still got issues.
Now that's the voiceover artist I know and love.
Oh my God.
Statistically speaking.
Exactly.
And also, just to add to your point, I've read that women who make more income in a traditional monogamous unit do more of the housework because they feel guilty for being more of a breadwinner. So you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
That's right.
And you are breaking the wheel for yourself.
Yeah. Thank you. I feel I'm doing that. And I'm hoping other women who watch this, and men, see the opportunity that we have to change our own perspective, our own viewpoint, our own philosophies of who we are in a household, in a relationship, in discussions, how we interact with each other. And I know I'm asking for the sun, moon, and stars from this interaction, but I can tell you what I'm getting from it. And that is, I can. And yes, I believe I can do all things through God who strengthens me. That's for sure. But you hear that last part, he strengthens me. So,
grit and glory, baby. That's your personal brand.
Yeah.
For sure. You best believe you're going to do it with grit and glory and graciousness. You're a person. So I celebrate this new chapter. And when you made the comment, maybe I'm asking for too much, my coaching here for you is good. I have another client who's she helps people who are in a corporate career space navigate their own career development outside of external forces. So outside of what your boss is molding for you, outside of what the company is molding for you, but basically becoming your own talent strategist. Wow. And her tagline is, if you're happy and you know it, ask for more.
Okay. Can I pause for a minute to write that down?
Yeah. But for the audience at home who knows I'm a copywriter, I'd love to take credit for that. I wish I wrote it, but I did not. If you're happy and you know it, ask for more.
Ask for more. Clap, clap. Clap, clap.
Exactly. So here you are asking for more. This this is my jam because I believe that I believe sovereignty is sacred. So for women, sovereignty can only come through financial empowerment.
That's right.
And for many of us, that financial empowerment, you either have a great high paying job and career, fantastic, good on you, fabulous. But my jam are people who hang out their own shingle, get a eat what you kill model of entrepreneurship.
Love that.
And then carve a brand out of marble, essentially, like
yes,
out of marble. There's just like nothing you can't do. Bitches get shit done.
I believe
when
that.
you don't have a boss or another company you have to mitigate the PR with. You can make your own decisions.
That's right.
You can make your own money. You can carve your own path. You can be unapologetically yourself. That's why I'm here. And that's why I'm here with you.
I love all of that because we're making our own world go round through so there's an interdependence piece of this. And then when we're working with others like thinkers or who can contribute to help make this brand and bigger so that I can do what I do so that others can also contribute and give back in that whole reciprocity. But that's, to me, that's what it's all about. So I'm totally with you. I'm with you.
Now we know why we're doing it and why we're doing it for each other and why it's good news. Let's get a little bit back to what we're doing. Like I shared earlier, that was a big breath, Zach. Like I shared earlier in the segment, we really were between these like two very different ideas and not 100% confident that we could mesh those in the middle in a way that didn't have you riding, as I like to say, two horses with one ass.
Yeah.
However, through your existential crisis that you had last weekend and through this kind of stepping up and owning the sovereignty of building a business for yourself that makes you happy, that fills you up as much as you fill up that cup as well, we ideated some ways to do that. It is around the podcasting, VO agency, whisper room experience with all of the aspects of audio adventuring. Just brainstorm them. Webinars, voiceovers, commercials, song, legacy story gift, YouTube shorts. There's no end to the need for voiceover.
I agree.
By the way, I brought up your voiceover from Bread for the City from 2020 for the Grand Gala event and played it last night just to hear it and hear your voiceover talent.
Yes.
We're going to put a link in the show notes for folks who want to hear you do that piece.
I love doing it.
It was so beautiful. And one thing I've noticed about myself is I don't really set up voiceover artists for success because I'm wordy. I'm verbose. And all of my copy doesn't always work well for a voiceover because it's now that I'm figuring out that you have to say these things out loud, I'm like, oh Lord, that sentence has 3 clauses to it. It works for writing, but not for saying. And you didn't let that hold you back. You never once came to me and said this too wordy. You just rolled with it. So it was absolutely beautiful.
I think
beautiful work.
And what I was going to say is that, but I felt that it was great copy. So that to me made it easier because the copy to me expressed the audience who would be listening to or watching the actual video. These are people who want to make a better community. These are people who support Bread for the City or who are looking for a Bread for the City to support. And so sometimes you need a few more words to wrap around and to embrace and to encourage. And I think that's what that script did. You know, I probably have a copy somewhere down here, but
I have a copy for sure. We can take a look. We can take a look
I
at
loved
that.
it. We loved it. Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun to bring that up, and it's fun to talk about now, but it really does bring us back to the whole point of what could be a brand and a business for yourself that does marry or create an amalgamation or a victory garden, if you will, bearing fruit, coming to fruition of flowering, attracting pollinators. Okay, I'll stop. We could build a business that satisfies your need for creativity, for expression, and for this altruistic mindset, because the business idea that you have is viable. The reason I came to you for that project, backstory, Paul King from King Productions, who's a big fan of the show, big fan. He's also a friend of the show. He's done some video work for it, and I've worked with for many years on many projects, was producing a virtual gala for the nonprofit, DC nonprofit, Bread for the City, because it was pandemic times, 2020, and all the galas were going virtual. And he had enrolled me to help them position the fundraising effort, create some copy, and write voiceover scripts. And I brought you to the table because Bread for the City serves communities of color.
Yes, it does.
We could not have a voiceover artist that sounded like they were living in Upper Northwest with no insulated from the rest of DC. We could not do it. I needed somebody who would sound familiar and sound right and be very culturally appropriate. And I didn't know. Didn't know where to start. I knew exactly where to start with you, but I don't know where other people would start if they need that. And so your point at the top of this episode of, I want to elevate Black voices and I'm going to start with my own. And these are our stories. And I also think you're telling other stories through those voices. This is why we need you. This is why the world needs you to help us elevate, I would say visibility, but it's really about audio. Help us elevate the industry from being extremely narrow to much more appropriate for the asset.
Wow. You hit on several points. I'm always reading, but I was reading an article a while back, and I think it was a Netflix series. I can't remember what the name of it is, but the director said in an interview, my God, I wish I would have cast a more diverse group of actors. In this case, these were actors, versus it was a majority white cast. And he said, I was young, but also, in summary, I'll say, afraid to use the voices that would have enhanced and made the series more colorful. And he heard from, I think, his audience. But that's the case with, I believe, a lot of missed opportunities. And I'm saying we're missing the opportunity as voice actors or voice talent. We're missing the opportunity, but those who have their hand behind the development of if it's a series, if it's e-learning, if it's narration, you're missing an opportunity of reaching an audience that would embrace hearing a voice that perhaps sounds like me or sounds like, someone else of color. And don't be afraid. Am I on a soapbox? I can't tell. But don't be afraid to take a chance. Don't be afraid, because we are who your audience, truly, trust me, we are who your audience wants to hear. And in some cases, see.
I think you said it even better the first time when you corrected yourself. You are who the audience trusts.
Yeah.
It's not who I want to hear. It's not even who I need to hear. It is who I trust.
Bingo.
So if you're trying to enroll audiences with voices they don't trust, I don't really know what you're doing with your media, except for maybe appealing to advertisers, ? And I would put a big question mark beside that as well.
I would as well.
And I would also, sorry, Janine, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No.
I would also posit that the real challenge for you, which I think is the real challenge around diversity and inclusion in general, is to not talk about it in ways that are like inclusive and rather talk about either equality or parity. Because inclusive still implies that someone decides who's in and who's out.
That's right.
Inclusive still implies that it's like us, but we're going to allow some flavor.
No, you're absolutely right. And I'd rather be on the side, wouldn't you? I would rather be on the side in determining what it is that my audience needs. not just what I want, because that's like the focus. I used to conduct focus groups. That's like the focus group of one. The focus group of one. And how can you tell a story with a focus group of one? You can't. So your own opinion, I use philosophy a lot because often that leads in our decision making. What do I feel about that? What would I want to see? Really? Okay. So you may now have a majority, let's say, I'll just say even African American audience, but in this case, I'll just say, or you may have a majority white audience. Does that mean that you can't give a little flavor and show them lived experience or to create what we would see every day in our lives, which is a more diverse group of individuals at a restaurant or at a party, laughing and talking, or in my case, of voicing an HR manual or whatever it is. You have a number of people from various ethnicities that are reading or listening to whatever it is that we're producing. Again, the disservice. And you're right, trusting. You hear that voice, you're like, okay, all right, I can get into this. Whether or not it's audiobooks, I just keep naming all these various niches. But in all those spaces, these are touch points of our lives.
And touch points of your business.
Yes, it is.
So if I had a magic wand, I would wish that video producers, audiobook producer, all the things that you mentioned would recognize not the value of including Black voices just to check the diversity box,
right,
or to suggest that melting pot theory of blah, 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 but rather approach it in who does the audience really need to trust? Who will the audience relate to? Who it always comes back to who are our people and what do they need? Who are our people and what do they need? It's not easy. I'll admit that ghostwriting for Black voices has been a challenge for me over the years, even though I have Black clients. And there have been times when I've messed up by cultural biases that I've just grown up in.
Okay, exactly.
I just did one the other day. I was writing for my girl Simone Craig, who I introduced you to, for Art in the Atrium, and we were writing in a website for Art in the Atrium, and her whole shtick is just the complete and total sovereignty of Black art as an entity, but not compared to other things on its own.
Love it.
And I wrote Awaken to the Larger Culture to this, and that is racist. And I had to apologize. I'm sorry I wrote that, because it's not true. There is no larger culture. You are not, there is no larger culture. But I wrote it without thinking. In fact, I thought it was empowering at first. Yeah, awaken the larger culture to the value of Black art. But it was biased. And the only way I know that is just by being humble and learning. But also I encourage other people to recognize that it is hard for white people to include, see, even the word diversity I think is like very loaded, but to include voices from people of color and do it in a way that isn't still a little colonialistic, no matter how good your intentions are.
Yeah, that's exactly. But how do you get there? Oh my God, this is like a talk show, because how do you get there? Did you, and this is almost rhetorical, but did you take a step back, reread or hear it recited and go, oh my God, did I say that? And if so, you're nodding yes. You were willing, because of who you are, to say, oh my God, I missed a beat here. That was exactly not my intention.
I read it out loud to her because that's how I deliver copy. And as soon as I said the words, I just thought about myself, and then I kept reading, and she was buying into it. This doesn't mean she wasn't like at the side, but she bought into it. Our next session, I said, I had to talk to you. I think this line of copy is racist.
I
wrote it, and I'm really sorry.
I applaud you. There's many things I can say there. Really quick, I went to see a musical over the weekend, and it was at the George Mason Performing Arts. What is it? Oh shoot, it's in Manassas. Anyway, it was a production. It's called Sis. I actually know the director and one person who's actually in the cast, and it was phenomenal. Just so happened that that the writer was in the audience. And so after the musical and things calmed down, and because it's a phenomenal production, we had the opportunity to hear from the writer, and she was just absolutely amazed with what this director had done with the musical. And there's a lot of R&B in the musical, and she wrote it that way, but she said it was written that way because she went to other Blacks and artists and asked them, what should go here? Now, these are Janine's words, but in so many words, she needs to know, look, I have a concept. I have a great idea. She's white. And she wrote a phenomenal play. It's been on off-Broadway, and it's phenomenal. But we had it right here in Manassas, Virginia. Phenomenal. And had her there. But I was so taken aback by her honesty about her process. And it reminds me of what you're saying, in a way, that she realized that although I would like to hear this song or whatever, one of the songs was like, I Will Survive, and other songs, but I don't think she could have been as successful. And then she admittedly said that would not have been as successful if she had not reached out to the audience and said, what do you feel would work here? And if we could do that more often in all the work we do, and I hope that this is what I bring to the voiceover space as a voiceover talent, and then encouraging others in that space to use their voice. Again, I said holistically, but also just audibly. It's the only way that it's the only way I will know. Sometimes I say people, but it's really me, that I'm in the right space by the more people that I engage and build that community, and who are speaking truth to this particular profession. It's the only way that we'll see the profession begin to change and grow. And it is. And it has from many years ago. And I don't know all the history, but I do, as I mentioned, I read a lot and I see how far we've come. But there's still, as we both know, there's so much work that can be done. And to be able to showcase just what talent you're missing. So
yeah, what talent you're missing.
Yep.
But also, that's not the reason to do it. The reason to do it is because it's a right fit.
It's a right fit.
Yeah. So we all come to the table with our biases, and you're helping to smash those, even for folks who are best intentioned.
Yes.
When you ask me how do we do it, in my opinion, it's really about looking at life through the anthropological lens as much as you can, recognizing how culture is impacting every decision we make. Every word I write is informed by, I am 52 years old who grew up in the United States, born in 1970.
Wow.
That is all wrapped up in how I write, but I do make a conscious effort every day to just continually try and decolonize myself from the ideals and ideas that I grew up in, and do right by the people. Just show up for people and admit when you're wrong. Oh, my bad.
Hey, let me tell you something. You talked about decolonization, and I was talking to someone the other day, and there are things about me, and this is why this has been it's like therapy, really, to be honest with you, to realize you see your potential on the horizon, and working somewhat in a silo, and literally a silo, called a whisper room, but obviously with others supporting you, but you realize that you can't do it alone, but you need the sort of thinkers and doers who, I think I said this earlier, that are like thinkers, which is why working with you take the time. But so I was having this conversation, and I was complimenting this person. So, wow, you really are able just to touch and reach people and blah, 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 blah. She said, one exercise I have for you is that whatever you feel about me, I want you to write that down, and then I want you to flip the mirror. And what about me do you even see in yourself? And we went through that whole exercise. And I got to tell you, it was enlightening, because I personally am accustomed to surely offering supportive language around what other people are doing and how they do it. And I will say, not necessarily giving credit to who I am and what I do, but using the same place where those words of encouragement come from to start internalizing it and building, which is why this exercise, this work with you is just so timely, because it requires that internalizing. Who am I? What do I really want to achieve? And I think some of that comes from just, you talked about, where you grew up, the time that you grew up. I also am a part of the late 60s growing up in Cleveland, Ohio, and that shaped a lot of who I am. And I'm grateful for that. But I'm starting to just reframe who I am and what potential I have to contribute differently beyond like encouraging others. There's a long way to say that, but
I think you clocked two really important aspects to this work. Friend of the show, Tony Perego, who you know and love,
yes, I do,
calls this work entrepreneur therapy.
Oh.
And I do think it does feel like entrepreneur therapy or brand therapy to really sit down and put this together.
Yes.
And the reason it's important to have this space, the show is really about how do we do the work of building a brand, carving out a position for ourselves, or how do we start something from scratch.
Yes.
What I'm going to show you, what I'm going to do is hold up a mirror to you, just like your friend did through that exercise. And I'm going to do that by writing the words for you. When I do that, you're going to experience this very surreal moment where the words you're hearing or reading are absolutely true, but you're not sure if you believe it. Because I'm really showing you your value. Like, I'm really just articulating your value in a truthful, authentic way that feels true today and also feels aspirational. And you're going to have this moment where you're like, I hear the words you're saying to me, but I don't actually believe them. Only in a therapeutic environment can we then use that moment to start building a foundation of self-belief that will be required for you to succeed in entrepreneurship. You are going to have to believe in yourself.
You're right.
When someone asks you, who are you and what do you deliver? Or who are your people and what do they need? Or why are you different, special, or the one? If you cannot answer that confidently, the chance that you'll get that business is much less probable than if you were like, absolutely know who you are, what you do, what you're serving in the world, the problems you're solving, and why you're uniquely qualified to do. And you can either take it or leave it. And if you take it, great. And if you leave it, that's fine too. That requires self-belief that is unparalleled. Entrepreneurship is literally baptism by fire. You eat what you kill. That is it. You are not getting a paycheck regardless.
Yeah.
Ross Brand, 100 TV fame Ross Brand says, employees always get paid and work sometimes. Entrepreneurs are always working and sometimes get paid.
Whoa.
So you better know your value and your worth in order to make your time worthwhile. And to your point of what can the world give back to me and how this is your moment, this is your moment to accept that. But you will only accept it if you believe it. And you will only believe it if you go through this therapeutic environment where you're totally exploring within a safe space. Yes. This business, that business, this segment, that segment. What we get trapped into, Janine, I'm sorry to dominate this moment.
Oh, no, please.
My soapbox. Oh, now am I on a soapbox? What happens to us if we don't is what Jill Mokes, who you will meet, coach of the show, friend of the show, coach of the show, resident coach for sure. She'll call it, she's British, so she's really cute. She'll say, beavering away at a light version of yourself. And that resonates with me so hard. Like, beavering away at a light version of yourself when we just rely on our resume. Like, you could have gone out and continued I'm going to put all of my effort into the nonprofit work, or I'm going to put all of my effort into the cultural center and forming those partnerships, or I'm going to put all of my effort into that. But what you really want is to not elevate. See, again, that's another relational word that is racist. I apologize to you. I'm sorry, man.
But see, elevate. But I probably use it 10 times in this conversation. Elevate.
But elevate implies a hierarchy.
I know, but yeah.
And validate implies that someone is validating. Yeah. It has the stamp, has the rubber stamp, and that's not me, you, or anybody either. So we'll have to think about what that word is. I have written for you Voices of Color for a New Regeneration. We talked about that a little bit offline, not on this show.
Yeah.
And I think the regeneration part is so clutch to you living a full fat version of yourself. There's no aspect of your life that isn't regenerative, from being a mother to honestly being a matriarch, to the gardens you grow, to the songs you sing, to the stories you tell, to the abundance you bring to the table. You're not looking at the thing. You're looking at the ancestors and you're looking at the great-grandchildren at the same time.
Yes.
How do you put the bottom like 2 inches of an onion in a glass of water and then watch the roots grow and then stick it in dirt and have a whole new onion? That's you.
Wow.
Regenerative, but spiraling upwards. An upward spiral. A regenerative spiral.
And feeding myself while I feed others.
Roots to fruits, baby.
Bam.
Roots to fruits. I am feeling this for you for sure.
I feel it.
What has you the most excited about the idea of a business like this?
My God. What makes me most excited is that I'm excited about it because I see the potential. Give back and moving forward, involving others in the community in the work that I'm doing. So yes, as a voiceover talent, but also those in the field that are doing similar work, bringing them to the table, if you will, and giving them a voice. That is exciting. I'm excited about building a platform that perhaps, and I know we talked about this, a platform that looks and feels organic, that may in the future be sold or someone finds it of value to pay a price for it. So the potential of finally deciding that this is possible is exciting. And I'm not going to use the word elevate, but I just did. Dang it. But the potential.
I think you could use it. Maybe I can't use it.
I don't know.
I don't know. Apply a hierarchy, though.
But yeah, it does. But elevate. But anyway, and bringing others along with me. I find that I talk a lot about bringing others with me because I realize and I recognize it's not something I do alone. But in order to bring others with me, this had to change. I'm pointing at my head, the mindset around the potential. That really, I'm very excited about that. Yeah.
What would success look like for you? You say you're excited about the potential.
Yeah.
Let's talk about what.
Wow.
If the potential is I could be successful, let's define what success would look like for you.
Let's talk about that.
Let's get into it.
Success is our clients who trust me with their brand. And the brands are diverse in terms of audience reach, even method of delivery. Success is our repeat clients, that others are talking about the work that I do in a way that makes it easy for others to understand the work that I do. And that all comes from me, but do you understand it by either a few words or by several products that I've produced? You take a listen just to some of it and you go, yep, that's exactly who we need for the work. So the work that we're doing now, I feel, leads to those things happening. So that is success. That my own community respects and trusts the work that I do. And also in working with me, that is that safe place that we've talked about. And what I mean by that is you come aboard with me if you're doing a reading or whatever it is, and I don't want to get ahead, but that is safe for you to share your memoir or whatever it is, a clip of it on the podcast or streaming. And because there is an audience there, trust me, And that's what this is all about, that wants to hear their story. So yeah, the fantastic voyage, that's what comes to mind when I say come along with me. It's that fantastic voyage.
You don't break out into song right now. The show is over.
I know,
No,
I will.
okay.
Come along and ride on the fantastic voyage. You got to do the voyage part.
I better not be muted. Voyage.
I think I was patting my foot. I hope there's not a lot of shaking in the room. A whole lot of shaking going on. But
what an Elvis. Okay, so here's what I'm hearing from you to make sure. Now, we're talking about this in like literally 5 to 7 minutes. When you get with your coaching call with Jill Mokes, this is the crux of what you will do. She's going to walk you through goals and vision, and it's not just like financial goals, although it is that, but it's also like reputational goals. You know, you alluded to that with, I want my community to, I think you said respect what I do or believe in what I'm doing.
Yeah.
But I wrote not a sellout. So like something along those lines. You'll do that a lot with Jill. But here's what I heard, which I think is important. I'm going to take myself off. Zach, you can edit this out. Okay. Back to Janine.
Huh.
There we go. Okay. So I can look at my notes without people just seeing the top of my head. Rebecca talking take 2. Rebecca, what? Jeez. Janine.
You know what? That's funny. Side note, that's what voiceover talent do all day. You're like, either you click, you make a little sound because you need to do that over.
Hey, let me tell you this thing I saw on TikTok that I got Tony to do, and it's been a game changer, and I have to get one for myself. A dog clicker.
Oh, I have one.
I got to get one for myself.
Yeah, a small little square blue, red, or whatever color.
Yep. I gotta get one for myself. Recording from the setup to the episodes where I was like, "Hi, I'm Rebecca Gunter." And Janine's, it would have been like Tony was so proud of me. You would have been so proud of me. I'm like, "I'm Rebecca Gunter. I'm Rebecca Gunter. I'm Rebecca Gunter." Like just relentless. Take note. Take note. Take note. But the beauty of it is you can edit those through the magic of editing. That's Shout out to Zach Bordeaux from Dozer Dog Designs, who's making this show look beautiful. Shout out to Zach.
Shout out to Zach.
Okay.
A lot of work.
It's a lot of work, man. And he is taking it. I really thought I'd be stitching this together in webinar software. So if you like the look and feel of this TV show, Zach to thank for keeping it visually interesting and awesome. Okay. Janine, what I've heard from you is that success would look like this: a sustainable, growing business model in which clients trust me over the long term with their brands, their stories, their products, and their voices. And I think that's super important. Sometimes we talk about storytelling like it's something to be tossed up in the air and caught again. Oh, storytelling, hooray. That's really is a tender and fragile thing that must be protected. Like stories aren't to be thrown in the air and hopefully you catch some of them. That sometimes they're deeply personal or painful or transformative. And
that's right.
It is not always cause for the trampoline jubilation. Okay, that there's diversity there, and this resonates with me so much, Janine, because I like diversity in my work. I don't want to be doing the same. If I only wrote emails for dentist office, I might as well work in an office. If I only wrote website pages for SaaS companies, if I only did this. Now, no shade to copywriters who love to get their teeth into that, but that's not for me. Yes. Diversity of products, of method, of delivery, of platform. So what I'm hearing from you is I don't want to be bored.
Yep.
And that's great news. The other thing I thought was really interesting was you didn't describe it this way, but I wrote instantly recognizable. And I feel like this is about your own brand. So when you said people trust me with their brands, now you're trusting yourself with your own brand. Can I build something that's instantly recognizable? when you get an email from me, what's me? Because the
Yep.
voice is instantly recognizable.
Absolutely.
There's no question. It could come anonymously, be like, Rebecca wrote that.
Exactly.
I want the same for you with whatever we end up branding this business, that people know immediately that is your asset
That's it.
without a shadow of a doubt.
That's it. 'Cause
Do you
we're
know
gonna-
that? Do you know the TikTok song for the little TikTok sound that was about propagation?
I don't
gotta
think-
see if you can. I'll see if I can remember the lyrics. But it was like, you take a leaf and you propagate. You take another plant, you grow another plant, a baby brother plant. So I gotta find that for you.
Find it, please.
And then you propagate.
And then you propagate. And I probably have heard it because folks use those. Those aren't mnemonics. What are those called when you?
And I think it is a memory device.
Maybe yeah.
You know what I wanted to ask you about speaking of mnemonic devices in gardening?
Yeah.
And I think this is a super powerful analogy for business as well.
Hmm.
And for you and the journey you're going on, what is that? First you sow, then it's like the sow underground, and then things happen. And the year 1, this, year 2, this, year 3, this.
Yeah.
Year 3, you rock. I forget what that is.
Yeah. What? First you sow. Is it then you nurture, or is it? Does it have anything to do with nurturing the soil? Because there's certain.
It has to do with how when you plant something, the first year you planted it, and the second year it's growing underground, and the third year is when you see those returns.
I think that almost sounds, for me, analogy the way that asparagus grows. Because you're nurturing that underground, then it grows some, but it's not until really that third year, because it's establishing like its roots. Oh man,
Exactly.
You're going.
There's a line. There's a gardening like poem or stanza, but like a stanza or something like that speaks to that, and I think it's analogous to business. I'll look it up, and we'll have it for next time.
And I'll look for it as well. Thank
Okay, you better go and get your shed installed.
I know.
Speaking of your garden,
you know what I'm going to call it? Because it sits on the hill of in my backyard. I think I'm going to call it Blueberry Hill, because I have a blueberry on the side that I kept asking them. I don't want this to ruin the blueberry. I just planted it last year, and if you do have to dig it up, but dig it deep so I can replant it. But they were able to save it, so it's going to be. I think that space is going to be called Blueberry Hill.
oh my God, God save the blueberries.
I know, exactly.
I love it. If you can keep them from the birds, right?
Oh my God.
Do you
Netting.
net them?
Netting.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah.
I cannot wait to see your garden.
Yeah. And they're not massive yet. I just planted these last year, but I'm hoping, that I'm going to reap some benefit. I have several blueberries growing and figs out in that space. And
I love figs.
Yeah.
I used to have a fig tree in my yard. Yeah. It's
You
really neat.
did?
Yeah, it was very bountiful as well.
They
And
grow
we would pull them out and just put them on the counter, and they'd be like,
stop.
And I think figs are very
Yes.
fertile.
Fertile.
They just seem to be exemplary of fertility. Papaya looks like that to me as well.
Yeah, persimmons does it for me as well.
Oh,
Yeah, I like that. I've planted several persimmon trees, but they're small. I'm just hoping for next maybe 5 years that I'll be able to reap, but maybe in 2-3 years. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That whole sort of seeing it grow and its fruit in your own backyard, and God, there's nothing like it.
Exactly. You didn't have to get in your car and spend gas and buy it in a plastic bag that it was shipped 3,000 miles across the country and picked 7 years ago.
That's I know.
Never gets old. Just like guts, never gets old.
We never get old.
Okay.
We just get bold. Come on.
We just get bold.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said mold.
No, bold. We just get mold. Oh, honey. But no, we just get bold. What was the first part of it?
We don't get old.
Yeah,
we never get old. We just get bold.
We just get bold. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
That's good. You ended it on a good note.
Yes, we did.
Okay, go install that shell, lady.
I
Go
know.
shell. Go install that shed, lady.
I know. I'll send you pictures of it when it's done.
That would be great. We'll put them up in the
Bravo.
show notes. Yeah,
Thank you.
bravo. All right, a new
This has
brand
been
emerges.
awesome. Thank you.
My pleasure. I will see you officially. Look at me talking to nobody. I will see you officially on Friday, and we're going to start positioning. Like for real this time. I keep saying we're going to position, but we really have to decide what the business was first before we position.
No,
Obviously.
please. Please. So
Monday.
Tuesday.
That's right.
Tuesday.
No. I will stop the recording.
No.
Today is Friday. I will see you Tuesday. And then let's position Tuesday and reveal the positioning on Friday. That would be cool.
Hey,
we could even do that part live if we wanted.
I'm game for anything. Show me the way. No, I was gonna say show me the way to go home. But anyway.
We'll keep Tuesday, we'll keep Friday. Friday, if either of us are feeling exhausted, we can use that as let go day. But let's keep Tuesday, let's keep Friday, keep those two things rolling. But we can flex it if we want to. How's that sound?
That sounds like a plan, a doable plan.
Awesome sauce.
Fun, easy, and very popular plan that
just
can move forward.
Sounds like my sex life. Okay, let's end the recording.
I love it. Enjoy your weekend, Rebecca. This has been a wonderful week.
Same. Again. Let me know if you don't have access to that folder I shared with you earlier that has all the assets. The promo, YouTube short, an introduction, episode 1, all of that. Logo files are in there. You're welcome to use.
Wow.
All of that stuff is in there. So please let me know if you can't access everything. I want you to have full control.
I am excited. I will let you know. I'll take a look at that today and I'll let you know whether or not access is granted.
Yeah, and as always, seek your blessing on everything before it gets published.
You all should know that I really appreciate that. I think we all have worked in environment spaces where that's not necessarily the case. And not that things go bad as a result, but what a joy to be able to be a part of. You feel like you're a part of the journey because you do at every turn. You take a look at this, want to make sure that, that this works for you. Look at the language. How does it work? And it really it feels great. Partnership development was the space I worked in communications when I was with the federal government. And a lot of people, they view it as a soft touch, but it's important. It requires all of this, all of what you're doing, engaging.
Otherwise, you feel like a commodity.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm just using your voice and your story to do something that furthers my own gains. And what if I made a mistake, like awaken the larger culture to the renaissance of Black art or whatever it is? It's like not a renaissance and there's no larger culture. But what if I had done something like that and you'd have no time to be able to correct it? Yeah. And then that doesn't feel good either. So we don't always have time to fix everything. There's an episode 1, honey, is baked in because it's due today. But we're going to get a little ahead of the game. And it's really important to me that I have your buy-in on things because this is your story. We're not tossing up and down in the air like a 9-month-old who loves being
then you laugh and then
this is something I'm a steward over your story right now. And that's a vast responsibility that I don't take lightly. And I try very hard not to have a cavalier attitude about just your authentic role in that. So
I
love you, girl.
You're unique and I love you too.
Okay.
I really do.
Same.
Thank you.
I'll see you on Tuesday. I'll send you an invitation.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Ciao.
All right. Ciao. Bye.
Ciao.
Let me see that shed. Bye.
I can't wait.
That's gonna be cool.
All right. Bye.
All right. Bye, honey.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Step into the marketing mirror to uncover marketing secrets. Discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use. Whether next-gen or fundamentals, each week, Sue Ann will help you grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV.
This is 100 TV.
Hey there, my name is Coach Jennie, and I'm the host of Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie, Mondays only on 100 TV.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. It's time for What You Need to Know, where you'll learn the strategies and tools you need to grow your YouTube channel. Here's your host, Nicole Sanchez.
The first time I heard Jimmy Donaldson, Mr. Beast, speak, he was talking about thumbnails most of the time. He went into this deep dive explaining why they were so important for your YouTube videos, and it really stuck with me. And since then, I've heard a lot of top creators talk about the time and the effort that go into thumbnails. So it really is important. And today we're going to talk about what you can do to help improve your thumbnails, to help improve your YouTube channel. So we're going to look at this from my point of view as a solo content creator, and then also what I do at work, where I have designers who can make thumbnails for me and make all kinds of cool changes and do all kinds of cool effects. And we'll talk about the interesting parallels that happen there too. So first of all, the thumbnail is supposed to tell a story about what your video is about. Grab people's attention, assault their senses, right? That is supposed to stop them from scrolling for whatever they've searched for, how to bake the best chocolate cake, or how fast is the new Corvette, or whatever the content is. Or maybe it's something technical, right? I work for a tech company, and sometimes those concepts are hard to show visually. If you were showing, someone biting just spicy pepper and making a face, you almost don't need a title on there, right? Because it's something about this hot pepper. Gosh, what happened? Why they didn't have hot pepper? How hot is that pepper? But if you're trying to, explain, how a certain technology works, it's a little more complex. So there's that fine line, you kind of need to tread. Some genres of content creators, I'm not saying it would be it's easier, but they can often get away with less text and do more storytelling. So I'll put up some examples, and you're going to know exactly what these videos are about with no text or very little text. And you'll see what I mean by telling the story, just on that thumbnail. And then when you talk about putting text on, I have a rule that I try to keep it at work, 1 to 5 words. We have very technical topics. So once in a while we break that a little bit, go to maybe 6. But after that, it just gets too hard to read. When people are scrolling on mobile, it's like this big, and you really, 3 or 4 words is pretty much ideal, and as large as possible, within course room for your visual that's explaining, what the video is about. And again, simplicity really works. We can do A/B testing. I use TubeBuddy. Actually, I have TubeBuddy for my personal account also. And I have the Legend subscription both at work and on my personal accounts. And they allow you to A/B test. So that means that if I did, 2 versions of a thumbnail, I can basically load them into TubeBuddy, and they're going to tell me after 2 weeks which one would have performed the best. Oops, sorry. Apparently I left my sound on my computer there. But anyhow, so and then you will know, this one performed 3% or 4% or whatever better than the other. And then you'll kind of know, okay, that is what's attracting better attention. And as you refine more and more and more, I'll put a link to TubeBuddy down below. I really like them. TubeBuddy helps you with all kinds of things. You don't even have to subscribe to a paid app. They have a free version that does help you with quite a lot of things, and then you can kind of step up. I just finally went to Legend last year. They had a really good Black Friday half off thing that I did. But we use it in my office too, because you can also do A/B testing for for tags and things like that. So anyway, I won't get into tagging right now, but you need to really think about what the text is, because that with your visual grabs the attention of the viewer, and that will hopefully lead them to read your description, which will hopefully lead them to click on the video. And maybe just your thumbnail make them click on the video. But that's the whole point. I think of them as little mini billboards. Mini billboards was a great way for me to explain to my designers where I work what I was trying to do, because when I first started working there and was explaining what I wanted in the thumbnails, it was really hard. Most of the thumbnails looked like a PowerPoint slide, title slide, or had just a bunch of logos, a bunch of text, and maybe a little picture, and then an icon and stuff everywhere. And it was really, really hard at a glance to tell what these videos were about. So it took a while, and I actually ended up putting together a bunch of examples and explained to the designers what we're looking for. When I said each is its own mini billboard, it kind of clicked, right? Because then I thought, okay, they can't just cookie cutter out text on the left, person on the right, slap logo, they are different. Now we do have styles within our thumbnails, right? Just because we have different shows, so that you can identify, like a snowflake bite from a Powered by Snowflake episode, because they have a different look. So we still have, because we have company colors, so we do have a cohesive look to the thumbnails, right, with the company colors. But you could tell a bite because of the type of, it almost looks like a bite outline kind of used somewhere on the thumbnail. Not the same way every time, but it has that look. Powered by, we always have the logo of the company that is being interviewed kind of at the very top in a box. So, within that, even though they might look very different, have different textures, and the way we place the people can be different, where we place the text, that can all be different. But so you can almost have a little bit of sub-branding within your thumbnails, if, you have kind of different things that you talk about within, your subject, of your channel. Same thing, like on my channel, I kind of keep a certain look to my videos too, but they all look very different, but you can tell it's usually a picture of me. I've got a very, bright white background, and then with like an accent color. And, colors, that's another important thing. Bright colors do well. If you look at the big creators, they're always using really bright colors to just grab your attention, to make that thumbnail pop off of the page, right? But they're really intentional with how they do it. Most of these big creators are saying that they're working on their thumbnails often before they ever shoot their video, or they planned it out. So when they shoot their video, they get those shots and really, really manipulate those a lot. One of the ones that Mr. Beast was talking about, I think it was the one where he was going through a drive-through 200 times. I think that was the video. And he was showing us in this session how, all the different versions that they had come up with of that thumbnail, and then the one they finally landed on. Things like the placement of an arrow, or, kind of how much kind of white space they have left in certain areas. I mean, it's really, really fascinating how much tweaking they'll do, or, the outline they might put around themselves, or, I don't know if it was him, but another creator was talking about how they had several people on, or in this video, but when they put them all on there, it made it just too crowded, so they went down to one person. I mean, there are videos that have multiple people on them, where the thumbnail looks really cool like that, but, you really have to see what people are clicking on. Mr. Beast was also saying that after, if a video isn't doing as well as he wants it to, a lot of times after the fact, he'll go in and have the thumbnail revised and see swapping that. And sometimes that'll get him 10% more views, which, given how many views he gets, that's, probably millions of views. But for some of us, that would be hundreds or thousands of extra views. And heck, we'll take that, right? Another really cool thing, if you're able to, is to show action on your thumbnails, kind of show what's happening. And I don't mean just by telling the story, but like I said, with arrows pointing to things, getting people to understand what the video is about. I did one about, touching up your own roots. And in that video, I kind of went like this, and I was kind of looking, and I think I had like a hair color brush in my hand, and you could immediately tell what I was doing and what I was worrying about. I was worrying about my roots. So, things like that really, really will help. Also using really bright photos, really without oversaturating, really pumping up the color of the photos helps a lot too. And then you can also use kind of focus and blur. So that can also make maybe, you, the person, or your text, or whatever the item is that you're showing, kind of look more 3D. And then also kind of simplicity. Have you ever seen the ones that are cookie ones, and they'll just show like a burger that's really small, and a burger another way, and another burger, and it'll say something like, home chef, fast food, and $1,000 or whatever. It'll show, like, just, and very, very simply you can tell if they just have different smoothies lined up. And then their titles is something like, getting all your vegetables in 20 sips or something like that, right? So you really, really should think about your thumbnail. And the other thing too is if you think about it ahead of time, you're not having to kind of recreate a scene. You can take those pictures or pose for those in front of your video camera as you have everything out for your video. Because when I'm doing beauty and hair care videos, I sometimes have tons of products here, and it's just so much easier to do it when I have it all here. And that's the other thing. I usually use my other camera to just, it has some remote app. I can just on my phone, connect, and I can hold it down here, and I can pose and, make my faces and smile and whatever it is that I'm looking at, and just take pictures like that. A lot of creators I know, what they'll actually do is they will just kind of pose and hold in front of their video camera, and then using Premiere Pro or whatever they use, because you can get a screen grab out of that. But you have to make sure, it's hard sometimes to get it out of an action shot, because you might, sometimes you might want that look or whatever, but sometimes if you don't want your mouth half open, or your hand not to be blurred, you're going to need to kind of pose for that type of thing. Or have somebody help you who's really good at taking pictures. If you have somebody, depending on what your subject is, that can help you take these pictures, that's always fantastic. Some of my favorite pictures that I've been able to use for my thumbnails have been when I've had my husband pop in here, and he's been able to actually hit the shutter button for me, so that I can use two hands, in expressions, because otherwise it's always just one holding something or doing something. So that's really nice also. Or there's always the timer too, of course. Just hooking up your phone, or if you can put a timer onto your camera and then just have it go, then you can use the two hands too. But that is also more setup and more time. So I'm usually sitting here just using my Panasonic image app here to do remote for my other camera that I use. Sometimes there's so much going on in thumbnails that it almost behooves you to make yours a little bit more simple. We had that recently when we did some A/B testing, where we had the same text and the same photo of the person, but with one there was more accoutrement. There were more little icons, and I think we had an extra logo. And I was like, okay, give me that without all that stuff. I want to A/B test it. And the simpler one performed better by almost 4%. So really think about what you have on there. Does it add to it? The icon we had on there meant something to us, but it probably didn't mean anything to most people. If we were doing something, let's say for our technical folks, and it was some sort of diagram or topography that meant something to people, well, definitely leave that. That would be attention grabbing for them, right? But if we're just putting random little kind of to decorate it, that doesn't mean anything. Is that distracting from the text or the imagery that really does mean something to them? So really try to think about that when you make your thumbnails. The other big thing is that you want to evoke curiosity in people, right? You want them to wonder, am I missing out by not knowing, the answer to this question, or what happened, or why did they choose that? I have one video that I did where I had to have this pre-skin cancer procedure done, where I'd had it done one time, where they put the stuff in your face, and then you kind of sit in a room for an hour and a half and let it sit on your face. Then they put you in front of this light. And the first time I had it done, everything was peachy. Well, the second time they left it on a lot longer, and my face completely blew up. So I have this picture, my face completely blown up, and then my normal face kind of going, like that. So people are like, whoa, what happened? What was that? What happened when she had this procedure done? And, in the end, luckily everything went back. But that's actually one of my most fulfilling videos, because it really helped people understand like what this, it's blue light, PDT, photodynamic therapy, where it like kills the precancerous skin cells, right? But you know, people can have different reactions depending on how long it's left on and all that. So I kind of had both sides of the spectrum of like it was barely anything to like just awful for weeks, and my face was like doubled in size. But you know, that really made people curious, like, oh my gosh, what happened? Especially if they'd seen my first video where it was all pretty fine. And I was just trying to show what that is like. So if anyone has to have it done, I was kind of just trying to, you know, help people understand what it was. You know, if you can do something like that where people are curious, you know, what is going on, you know, in this thumbnail, I need to find out. I'm curious. That is the best way to get people to click on a video. You also need to remember you're designing for a small screen. Most people, I think, is it like 80%? I think it's 75 or 80% of people are actually watching on their phones. So when they are scrolling through YouTube, looking at thumbnails, guess what? It's about that big, right? So you need to make it readable, make it very easy to see at a small size for people. I know some people watch it on their TV. That's so cool. But most people are watching on their phone. So keep that in mind. And I always try to shrink down a thumbnail to look at it and see, okay, can I read those words? And then I'll know, okay, that is going to be all right. And it's a good exercise because sometimes you'll be like, oh, that thing that I put there, you can't even tell what that is. And then you might want to get rid of that unless it's somehow really important. Or you might say, oh, wow, that arrow should be larger, brighter, or you know, that text really doesn't pop. Let me put something behind it. A lot of times you'll hear that it works better to have a person's face in the thumbnail. And in many cases, that's true, especially if there's good eye contact, you know, with the camera for the photo or an expression that really, you know, again, evokes the curiosity, you know, makes you look further at that thumbnail. But you certainly can do great thumbnails that don't have people on them. Again, depending on your subject matter, right? If you're talking about, you know, the latest, I don't know, like electric Cadillac that just came out. My husband was just showing me this very cool Cadillac that just came out. It looks really neat. In that case, if it's a car or something, you probably want to show the car versus having your face be most of it. Maybe you could be in there with the car, but that is the focal point. Or like I know a lot of gaming channels, you know, they have very specific looks to the games. So in that case, very likely you're going to want to lead with a game, not necessarily you. Kind of think about that also, you know, what would attract your audience. And also look at other thumbnails, you know, other videos that you've done and which ones, you know, are doing better. Are there any similarities with those thumbnails that seem to attract your particular viewer? That's another nice key for you to look at to see what's working. One really important thing is pretty obvious, but if you're just starting out, you might not have thought about this. Only use high resolution images because if you're using low res, you look fuzzy or not crisp, it's just not going to look good. And when you get those high res images, if you aren't a designer or don't have someone in the family who can help, my husband is a designer, so he always does my thumbnails for me, which is really nice. But what was always a pain for him was cutting me out. So I actually found somebody on Fiverr who for a few dollars, you know, will kind of cut me out of the photos so that I can give those to my husband and he can just do the actual thumbnail design. So, you know, if it's taking you forever to do simple things like that, or you don't have someone who can help you, Fiverr has been a really good resource for me when I needed to get some design work done when my husband was too busy. And then sometimes it's also good if you have someone that you can totally direct, because my husband had certain opinions about thumbnails. In my first year, he kept using the same picture of me with the same expression over and over and over. And he was spending all this time doing all this beautiful design on the side that was probably far too intricate, too hard to tell at a glance what the video was about. It was like wrong. We were going the wrong direction. So rather than me like holding the lipstick or, you know, the shampoo bottle or whatever I was talking about, he would have, you know, have it there with stuff going on around it. Or I did some cooking videos back then. So instead of, you know, me with, you know, the cake pan or, you know, whatever, it'd be just me again in that look with whatever that was next to me. And it just did not perform that well. And he and I were a little bit butting heads about that over time for a while. And then finally, when we switched up to me taking a different photo for every single video, it went so much better. So I wasted a lot of time. And I think I said really, really good content, but really my thumbnails, were not doing my videos justice. So in the end, it all worked out and learned a lot from that. And again, like I said, the same thing. It's kind of funny. Things parallel themselves. Our designers are super, super, super good, but they're super busy. So when I came on board, whenever they were putting videos up and I wasn't there yet, they were just kind of slamming out whatever for a thumbnail, had the information on it. And there was no cohesive look. Sometimes it'd be the same thing over and over, just with some different words. But they do such an amazing job now. It's really cool. I'm really proud of how all the thumbnails on our different channels look, because we have we really have 4. We have our main channel, then we have one towards our developers, and then we have one that is more of a thought leadership platform YouTube channel, and then another one that houses all of our non-English language content. But all of them have thumbnails that are easy to read and very well defined and interesting looking. So it is a lot of work, but it'll really, really pay off because you've done all the work, coming up with your content, shooting your video, editing your video, your title, your description text, which that can take a long time too, right? And then to not do it justice with a good thumbnail is really, is really a bummer because you could be doing so much more. And I want to go back, actually. I have some videos that have just turned into evergreen that just do well, even though they're pretty old. And some of those thumbnails are pretty old. I'm thinking I should maybe update those because the content's still good, but the thumbnail's probably looking a little bit dated. Or maybe it was one where it wasn't at the level that I have been putting them out now. So that is something I want to go back and do. And you can always go back and do too. And, even if it just gets you, 100 extra views a month, that's my dog walking through. Hey, Scout. I have to leave the door open when I shoot because otherwise he'll bark at the door. So better to have him just walking on through here. I'll have to, want to say hi? No, he walked off again. I'll have to introduce you to Scout sometime. Maybe I'll put a little picture up of him so you can see him. He's a little black and white Tibetan Terrier. But anyway, enough about my dog. Back to thumbnails. If you have questions, by the way, put them down in the comments below. I'll be happy to answer them. And, really just define your style, figure out what grabs the attention of your viewer, and, just keep refining and refining and refining. And, either do them yourself or, like I said, there's people on Fiverr. And there's also a company, what is it, Vid Summit? I love Vid Summit. I've been going to it for years. I've learned so much there. That's not VidCon, it's Vid Summit. It's not a fan thing at all. It's just for content creators. It's fantastic. It's always been in LA, but they're having it in Texas now in 2023. And it is really where you can learn so much. You should really check it out. I've been going, like I said, during the pandemic, there was one year it was off, then they did a virtual one, and then it was back again last year, which was awesome. And they just had the most amazing speakers, and you might turn around, the person you're sitting next to, even talking to them about different things, and all of a sudden you find out they have some massive channel. And so you just learn so very much. Like one big family channel I was talking to, I had no idea who they were. I don't really watch family channels. My daughter used to watch a lot of different ones, but wasn't one I'd heard of. And she was telling me that they actually changed their channel name 3 times. They changed kind of how they actually kind of did their content, kind of, how they were filming and doing things. And, they had several hundreds of thousands of subscribers. And then when they did all these changes, they went to the millions. So, these big channels are always evolving. And, I think we just have to make sure we don't get stuck too much, in a rut also, as we move forward with our development and creating our content for our channels, because really life changes, right? And we want to keep putting out content that's relevant for our viewers. And, so that's all part of it. But I know this was supposed to be about thumbnails, and now I'm going down a content little chat here, but it all kind of, I guess, goes together, right? So hopefully this was helpful for you. Again, any questions from the comments, and I will see you in the next video.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Webinar usually is to a defined audience. You have a built-in audience, or you have a target audience specifically. And then you have a webinar where you're expecting people to be present there for your event, for your webinar, and interact.
They can be really valuable for that, for sure.
Right.
So it's like me talking to my potential customers and then them talking back to me. Whereas an online event, I think the definition is when those customers or those attendees, whatever they might be, get to interact with each other. And so you get that feeling like you get after you go to a football game or any sports game where you're in the stadium and you're enjoying the event, and
collectively
you get that exactly. You get that camaraderie of knowing that you're consuming something exciting with all those people at the same time.
What can live streaming and online video offer audiences that television and radio can't? Access, engagement, behind the scenes. At 100 TV, we live streamed all of our pre-launch production meetings. There were live production meetings and live business meetings. We live streamed all of them. Total transparency. You could look in and see exactly how we were building this network. The policies, the procedures, the discussions, the debates, the disagreements, all out in the open.
Hi, I'm Jodi Krangle. I am a voice actor. I've been doing this full time for 15 plus years now, and I'm aware of the fact that a voice can brand things. I have a podcast of my own called Audio Branding, but in this case, what I'm doing is providing the voiceover for this network. So anything that they need as far as voice branding is concerned for the videos or the website or anything like that, and I'm happy to provide.
That's not going to be a big income driver. Like putting, maybe you can sell some t-shirts or a garden clinic, or you could get some webinars going, but that's going to be a passion project where you're going to need public-private partnership. Eventually, when you have the building, you're going to need public-private partnership. You're going to need some grant writing. You're going to need some ways to make money there, and we can figure all of that out. But it's not going to be like, ooh, I'm consistently getting income from this thing on day one, where you could with the voiceover thing. That said, there is nothing on God's green earth stopping you from being a freelance voiceover artist for another agency or just as a freelancer. You don't have to have a business. You don't have to have services. You don't have to have a website. You don't have to have an onboarding process. You don't have to do any of that, because there are employment agency type situations. I don't know what they are directly, but we can figure them out. Hopefully you like what I bring to the table. We don't have to market it. We don't have to price it. We don't have to LLC it. We don't have to make a business model around it. We don't have to find a staff.
We are so glad you are joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
Hi, Trust Factor is a new video series and coming audio podcast show hosted by me, Rob Greenlee, that focuses on all aspects related to building trust in human-to-human and business-to-human relationships. I've dedicated my past year or so helping online content creators to create content that reaches other humans at a much deeper level. And this exploration for me, and hopefully for you too, in joining me each week, to bring a more positive experience to people in our lives. So look for me here on TV 100 on Mondays at 11 a.m. to noon Eastern Daylight Time, or 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, right here on YouTube.
You're watching 100 TV. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
I don't script any of this. This is a stream of consciousness kind of program. We're going to find out if this is a wine worth drinking or not. This could go either way. I'm going to go in with an open mind and an open bottle, and we'll try it out and see how good it is, or if it's any good at all. This is a completely unstructured show, and it's just something fun I'm doing. It has a very nice finish to it, I will say that.
Come along on one person's journey to discover their authentic self and bring a bold business vision to fruition. If you're an entrepreneur or just think like one, we invite you to get raw. Muster the courage to express your value without inhibition and transform the way you express yourself. After all, the world is your oyster. This is Business in the Raw.
I'm a content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode, I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with a superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV.
Welcome to the Resilient Events Show on the 100 TV Network. My name is John Harris. I'm co-founder of Buzzit Event Sites, and with me is my amazing hostess, Marisa, Cali.
Nice. Hostess with the mostess.
Co-hostess with the mostess. Happy to be back here with you. So we're on show 2 now. Yes. That means it's officially a show today. Before it was just like a thing, and now it's a show.
Yes, we are officially. And the reason why I was laughing, we do prep, we do show prep, and like we're in the studio for all those who don't know behind the scenes. And we're like, hey, we're ready to start. Hey, ready to start. And I'm like, I'm just going to press the button. And you were like freaking out. But yeah, if this is kind of the reason why we're having this episode, because it is definitely, we can both get caught up in planning and not doing. So
and a little bit of stage fright here, maybe.
You're not even live, John. Come on.
Exactly.
We can edit that out. Well, we won't.
But we should dive in. So we were after we finished the last show, we were thinking like, what ideas do we want to focus on? We have like 1 million, and we thought maybe we should prove that we actually practice what we preach and start with a show on starting with purpose, like we talked about in the beginning of the last show. Yeah. And so I think that this, for us, this live show is a great example of how we did it. Yes. The weird thing is it comes with a twist. Marisa, do you want to tell them about the twist here?
Oh, which twist? The heavenly meeting of
no,
the
not
minds?
Quite. Like just every event that you're planning, people like we can give like as much of an outline as we want of like how it's, but everybody's always going to be like, how does this fit me though? Everything's always different.
Right. When you start planning these things, you have to have some type of plan, but you also have to roll with the punches when they come and kind of accept them. And I think the first thing before we get into actual, like, we're going to talk a little bit of story of how this happened. We're also going to give you some actual questions to ask yourself, whether you're collaborating with someone or you're doing it on your own, because you can ask yourself these questions to kind of give yourself a framework. But I want to kind of highlight, John, what you were thinking about, I guess, in the beginning of the year when you're like, okay, my goals for the year are to do XYZ. Then we connected. So can you tell a little bit about how it came to be?
Sure. Yeah. So coming into the year, like setting my goals in the first couple of weeks of the year. I got this.
It's angel music.
Yeah. Wanting to start a podcast or a live stream. And I'm like, I'm going to do it this year. This is going to be the year. And one day, just connected with Marisa. We talk, once every couple months at least. And she shows up in my Zoom room and she's like, John, we should start a podcast. And I was like,
yes.
Angel music. And so it had to be meant to be, right? A dream come true. In case you don't know, Marisa Cali is a pro at, literally helps other people do podcasts and live streams for a living. Then she shows up and said we should do one together. I was like, okay, we got to do this. But nervous me, we backed up for a second and just like, okay, is this really going to work?
Yeah.
And so that's when we started.
I think my input on that is we always had okay, we have 20-minute Zoom calls, but then they turned into hour-long sessions of ideas of how to do these things better, or how can we do this better. And it was it was really getting to know you as a professional and understanding, okay, there is some alignment and I enjoy talking to you about all things business. And then I'm like, wow, we actually have a really good dynamic. I'm like, could this be a podcast? And you being a specialist in event sites, I'm like, there is some alignment there. And, we've talked all the things, startups and being resilient. So, when it came all together, it was a perfect thing. So thank you, universe, for putting that all together. So
happy to be here. And then, so we backed up for a second and we wanted to check, is this really going to work? It felt right, but we wanted to make sure it was going to be right. So it worked in the long run. Right.
Right. So what question? Well, I was really amazed by how we prepared to get to this point before we're actually launching a live show. Before all of this, it was actually just a podcast, but we'll get into that. But what question do you think was the first most impactful one when we started having this conversation?
Sure. And for me, that was do we have audience overlap? Right. So Marisa, who's your audience? Who are you trying to reach?
So, I, like you said, I produce for, different people in different industries. They're professionals with 20 plus experience in their industry. And I have close to that. I have over 15 years in the digital marketing. And I never really was putting myself in front of the camera because I'm just so good behind the scenes. Planning and all that. So my audience are professionals that are on social media because one of my goals, which we'll talk about, is building up my brand. And I think that, a lot of my friends, people that have been connected with me for a long time, they have put me in certain boxes because of what I used to do. But my goal was to open up the door to getting more speaking gigs and really talking to professionals that have been working in their industry for over 20 years because they don't want to do the things that are new and innovative now. They know that they need to get into video or podcasting or virtual events, but they're so used to the rat race. And so my goal for that was and I hear that from people constantly on social, oh, you're so active. And I'm literally, I only post once a week, but it's very consistent and very specific when I'm doing it. And so I was I need to ramp this up because I want to get in front of more people that are active on social without having to spend a ton on advertising. So.
Right.
And what about you? What was your target audience?
Right. Well, I want to back up a second and say your audience, I think some of your past clients also include Fortune 500 companies and I know
that's just a side note.
That's just one You just talked about like one target, but
Yeah.
But so yeah, our audience so far over the past few years, it's been a lot of higher education, startup accelerators. We work with charities, chambers of commerce, associations. And so it's definitely seemed like, from who I've seen in your clientele in the past, it was pretty clear that that we would have an overlap there altogether.
Right. Yeah, and you're right. Like, you know, I'm working on my brand awareness, you know, over the years, and that's how people are finding me, or they find me through other avenues, through like recommendations, but then they can see that I'm active on social, or I have good connections and my client base. And you know, a side note on that, I don't always like say the names, like my people know the names, because I can't, there's certain NDAs that I have to follow, and I can't let people know like who I've worked with. And it's unfortunate sometimes I can't be like, oh, look who I've worked with, this company and that company. But when I tell people, they're like, oh, wow. Okay. You know, and that's part of the struggle with, you know, building a brand and kind of getting more clientele, but people know, I think.
Fair. Yeah.
So
but yeah, so next question we dove into is like, so we know what we want to get to the same audiences. And then the next question was, do we want to create the same type of content? Right. And so what content were you wanting to focus on? I know a lot of, obviously, starting with purpose.
Yeah. So like when I was envisioning it before, I think we talked about it. You know, I think that's where all in my brain, I have a lot of different ideas for content. I just don't have someone to keep me accountable to continue to do it. But I basically wanted to run through all the aspects of planning a virtual event in a virtual studio, basically everything that you would do, because that could also convert into blogs and podcasts and posts and all of that. And I knew that I had that process down because of all the clientele that I've worked with. It's just more so like, now how can I implement that and level up the type of events that I'm doing? And, you know, I don't think I have an issue with charging the rate that I deserve. It's more so like it is a little bit more of a building process of business development, because if someone gets to know me through everything that I'm sharing, then maybe they'll want to join my team, and I can focus more on business development. So that was my content kind of direction in that sense. And then for you, I don't know if did we talk about this in the beginning of our first meeting? We talked about different content ideas. I don't remember exactly.
No, we talked about a lot of different ways to go about building the purpose behind your event and translating that into like actual which direction you want to go with your event. But so my content ideas, like what I want to be talking about a lot. One thing I'm really excited about right now, just content repurposing. So like, how do we take what we've recorded here today and turn it into something that starts paying us dividends over the next couple of years, right? How do we break that up, and how do we do it efficiently? And then for people like the entrepreneurs you work with, how do they turn that into not just live shows or live events, but on-demand content, so it can continue to pay them over time, right? And then, of course, I'm super interested in hybrid events as well. We help a ton of people out with it, and I think we simplify it, but hybrid, I think, is one of those big things. It's like, they call it like the Holy Grail. If you know the story of the Holy Grail, it's not just that it's like worth a lot, it's infinite life, but it's also like it'll kill you if you screw it up. So a lot of people are afraid of hybrid, but there is some easy ways to do it if you have the right approach. But so I'm interested to talk about a ton of different topics, all kind of related to capturing and reusing and making the most of these recordings that everybody's doing, right? And so
a little touch on hybrid, because I think everyone wants to have hybrid. You don't always have to do hybrid. I think a lot of people just think about it as an afterthought, because these apps where people are doing events, I mean, not yours, but like the old event apps, they're just like, ooh, let's add live streaming. But like they don't think about how that's going to work with an audience perspective and like how is the audience going to feel included? And people are like, oh, look, we have a virtual option here, buy a ticket. But it's like, I'm not sitting in front of a screen for 6 hours and not being able to ask a question or something like that, which we'll go through a whole hybrid episode of how you can make a good hybrid event or different ways,
and I think this all comes back to like both of our long-term strategies. And like, I think it's what we've noticed in both our businesses. It's really easy to make quick money by being a cheerleader for people and just being like, sure, you want to throw in a live stream, just let's go. Why not? That client might never come back. But if you're willing to be a little bit more of a coach with them, like kind of help them move forward, then maybe they go a little bit slower, but they have more success and they end up becoming more of a long-term asset for your business. And it works out more for them, right? Yeah,
I think, I mean, that's a good point, because I had a call this morning with someone overseas and they were like, if it sucked last year, and if it doesn't make sense for us cost-wise, but also experience-wise, we're going to cut that out. Yeah. And I was okay with it. Like, to me, I'm like, I'm not afraid of losing that project if they're not okay with innovating and doing something that's different from last year, and not just saying, well, we had it last year, let's just make it the same way. And I'm like, no, you didn't like it. It sucked. And I'm not going to charge you for something that I know is going to take my time and my expertise. Yeah. And then have you not happy with it, you know? Yeah. It's not my fault. It's the event.
And then that would reflect poorly on you, right? Yeah. You want to have super happy clients.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Third part of the third major question we were thinking about, like, so do we have goal overlap? So we know that we have, we want to reach the same audiences with the same kind of content, but ultimately do our goals align?
Yeah. And I think those are a little bit different, because of the structure of our current businesses. You know, like, I'm trying to build up my training modules so I can bring more people in my team and work on larger projects. So my goals were brand awareness, like we talked about before, and speaking gigs so that I could work with larger projects, and maybe being more of a manager, an overseer versus the doer, which I love to do. It's fun to do this stuff, but it's, you know, sometimes can be time consuming. So those were my goals. And your goals were?
Focusing on mainly marketing. So also brand awareness, but more importantly, getting people onto our company email list. So we can start serving more people over time. I've been very product focused over the last couple of years as we shifted everything to the pandemic. And now it's time for us to start focusing a little bit more on marketing and getting the product actually into more people's hands.
Right. Which we'll talk about what that means in terms of lead gen, and, you know, how can you get some measurable ROI, because there's a lot of different ways to do that. But yeah, so the 3 questions is, do we have audience overlap? Do we have content overlap? And do we have goal overlap? And you can even ask that to yourself of like, what, you know, if you ever plan to do it in a collaborative sense, or if you ever think about who you might want to have as guests. Is there, because they're going to help promote you in your live show, in your events. Who are you partnering with? Those 3 questions are very important to, you know, write down and make sure that there's alignment before you get to the next step.
Right. Makes sense. And then we can talk like a little bit about those goals. So for myself, it wasn't really just about those kind of hard target goals of like growing our subscriber list, right? But also like soft targets. So being for myself, like, it's like, what can I improve professionally, right? Yeah. I want to be way more comfortable being on a live stream, being on a live show, creating content, and just like learning more about the overall process of creating content and planning it, producing it, promoting it. Because I think this is just, you know, I try to preach this all the time that people should be doing it. If I'm not doing it myself, it's kind of a hard sell, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And those I think are my, because I am like a solopreneur and I have an assistant, I have not as much, I I guess, overhead or capital to really focus. I do focus on the soft targets, which, you know, it's kind of funny being comfortable on live shows. Like, honestly, like I could go on a live show if someone told me they're going to go tomorrow. Here, give me an outline, and I have a webinar that I'm doing tomorrow, and I'm like, oh, I have an outline and I know what I'm going to talk about, but it's like, it's fine because I know that I've prepared enough and my expertise is there. But also understanding the planning and the production and promotion, like you mentioned repurpose before. How can I get better at that? Where can I help promote a show or offer advice to my clientele of how to promote a show beforehand or after? And does that add to my services that I offer, or is that something where I need to partner with a good repurpose company or professional that can help get that out, you know? So those are my soft targets, because I think anytime you're learning or improving, it's really beneficial to you as an entrepreneur. But there are hard targets, I think, from a corporate standpoint that you have to focus on as well.
Yeah, eventually we all do have to earn some money, right?
Yeah. And one of the big things is like also trial period we talked about. That's a definite thing you need to, like, I've worked on projects that lasted 20 episodes. I've worked on a podcast now that's been over a year, and you know, we're just starting to get into more like, okay, how can this improve, and what do we actually graduated from audio only to video last week, so it's like, okay, like how, you know, then now we need to like up our like subscribers or up, you know, what is our measurable goals, and those are always good to talk about, and they can change. So I think, you know, having the goals written out and meeting constantly to talk about what those are would be beneficial for anyone.
Absolutely. And then, yeah, for us, working on that trial period, one thing that was important when you're jumping into a partnership, this is like business school 101. You got to you treat it like dating. You don't get married right away.
Yeah.
You go on some dates, propose like you know, commit to going out a few times, and then going forward.
Yeah.
Right? And I've got very good feelings. I think that we're going to make it.
I mean, you know, the universe didn't come together where I'm just like, hey, let's start a podcast.
Yeah, that's right.
But now we have a live show. Okay, so just quick things for the goals. Write them down, figure out what they mean to you, soft targets, hard targets, and then set a trial period for yourself.
There we go. Yeah.
I think a lot of people do one and then they're done. They're like, oh, no one watched. I'm like, that's not going to work.
Got to do a few. You got to get better.
Yeah.
Finally, as we discussed, so going through our case study here of like practicing what we preach, audience format match. Mm-hmm. So how did we decide that we were going to be on a live show together when we could have done all these different things, right? Mm-hmm. And so first question we started out with, of course, is who is our target audience? But so we covered that just a couple minutes ago, the types of people that we work with. But when is our target audience? It always sounds like a dumb question, but when is our audience is a weird one, but it matters, right? Yeah. And our audience is not just going to be online today. When this launches, our audience ideally is going to value this content for the next few years. Right. So having some kind of persistent approach or persistent availability of this content is super important to us.
We're SimuLive, you know, it's not a secret. There's very little editing, but like we're approaching it with providing the value and not necessarily hoping that like 20 people watch it live and then sign up to our email list and then subscribe, you know, because it's like boom, boom, boom. Like you have to focus on the first part of it, because I think so many people just think about, oh, well, no one watched. And I was like, you don't know, people are watching. You just never know. I mean, I've got most of my clients through that. They're watching me somehow. They never interact, but
yeah,
it works.
That is establishing yourself as a professional 101, right?
Yeah,
it's just
right.
Getting into people's minds and staying there. And most people don't make decisions right away. They won't sign up for your email list on the first show, and they won't sign up for your product after the first email.
Yeah.
But if you can constantly remind people, you build expertise over time, right?
Oh yeah. It's just do your best and constantly remind people. And then getting back to the who, what, when, where, like, where's your audience?
Right.
They're everywhere. They're all over.
Yeah, but say mostly North America for both of us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it makes sense. Our show goes live during the workday each day.
Yeah.
Each time that it goes live, right? And then it'll be available, and it's on a network where it's on a network that's similarly aligned, right? So ideally, their audiences are going to overlap with ours a little as well.
There's some advantages to that, and that's by building relationships in the professional content creation world. I mean, is that a thing? Professional content creation? Yes.
Absolutely.
And getting through the first initial application, so to say. We haven't created content together where people could see it and say, oh yes, for sure, but whatever we've done in general has paid off.
And I think when that came up, we did look back at our goals. Like there was this offer to be on the 100 TV network, and it was like, that's exciting again, but you can't just grab every exciting thing. But by being able to look back at our goals, it was pretty clear, because you know what? Ultimately, I think it's going to help us reach more people faster. And really great for us, it gave us deadlines. Again,
oh my gosh,
here we are moving faster.
There's
I
no
wasn't
way
even ready, and Marisa just presses record and says go, instead of us getting the perfect outline of our show ready.
Yeah. And we have an outline, but it works, because I think, it helps us with, we know more than what we think we know. Just same with any entrepreneur that might be thinking about this. You know more than what you think you know. So get a framework and then start doing, because I think we probably wouldn't even have recorded one episode if we didn't have these deadlines. No. So there's no
Thank you, Ross Brand.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So thinking about who, what, when, where, why, and always revisiting your purpose, your goals, your content, every decision you make, and make the decision. Don't overplan or overthink it. I think because only know how long that thinking process should be.
Totally.
No
Better
one else
to
does.
take the wrong path and then change course or adjust than to never start at all, right?
Right. Exactly. Wow. Look at us philosophers here.
Yeah.
Or so, quote that. All right. So
move over, Socrates.
Yeah. All right. Let's do a wrap up of what we, how does going through this process, answer this question, how does going this process make our businesses, both of us, together as Resilient Events co-hosts, but also your business become more resilient in just doing stuff like this?
Right. And for us this time, we're obviously very, very busy people, and probably most of our listeners are as well. Hey, we love what we do. So busy is not as a bad word sometimes, but we love being busy.
Yes.
But so instead of just jumping into this and maybe it being, because we took so much time to make sure that it was going to work for us in the long run, we know that it's at least going to work for us for this trial period that we've set. Like, we know that we're going to be consistent, even if we don't make $1 million from it tomorrow, even if you don't get paid $50,000 to be on stage next week, we're going to stick with it, because we know, like, deep down, that this is going to make sense for both of us. So it makes us more ready to take the changes and the difficulties that we might face moving forward.
Yeah. I totally agree. And then for me, what I think about is like, what's next for us, because we've done a lot of planning. We started doing. Now, how do we evaluate? We're going to get 2 episodes in, and then hopefully by the end of the week, we'll get maybe 3. I don't know. But yeah, it's what's next. We're, full disclosure, we're running behind on calls to action, and what's next, like, okay, we got the first part of it down. I think this is something for anyone that might be thinking about this. Always think about a call to action.
Yeah. And so to explain that briefly, it's just like, what do you want? If you could get your audience to do one thing what would that one thing be? And then how do you make it extremely easy for them to do and make them really want to do it?
Yeah. Well, we're on the 100 TV network, so the call to action is hit subscribe.
That's our CTA for today.
Super easy. Yeah. And we will have another episode in just another week. And we're probably going to be talking about calls to action and what does that mean, from all the different options and why you need to do it and when you need to do it. We can provide some value to you. Any last words, John?
Thank you for being here. Can you play the Heavenly Choir again?
Yes. Yay.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you all for watching. We will see you next time.
Bye.
Bye. All right.
I'm content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode, I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with a superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
I don't script any of this. This is a stream of consciousness kind of program. We're going to find out if this is a wine worth drinking or not. This could go either way. I'm going to go in with an open mind and an open bottle, and we'll try it out and see how good it is, or if it's any good at all. This is a completely unstructured show, and it's just something fun I'm doing. It has a very nice finish to it, I will say that.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Welcome to the Marketing Mirror, where each week, Sue Ann of Right Mix for Business takes you on a short journey to discover the secrets for creating marketing magic for your business and brand. In the first episode, Sue Ann discusses the importance of foundational marketing concepts. She asks you to reframe the way you think about marketing for your business to make it much easier while focusing on marketing as a profit center that works hand in hand with everything you do in business. Here's a quick review in case you missed the premiere. Oh, and thanks for being here.
So marketing and business go hand in hand. They love each other, they're part of each other, and it's not that hard to do if you start as simply as what I talked about last week with foundational marketing, with what I call my thank you marketing campaign. And what that entails is you remembering why you're in business. And that is to serve your clients and customers and to delight them and make them happy. And when you concentrate on business that delights and does good for the people you serve, then your marketing has a much, much simpler job to do, because a lot of this stuff starts happening to sell your product, service, business for you. And that makes marketing so much easier. So I think it's important to remember the foundational stuff in marketing before you get all crazy with your next campaign. So even if you're an experienced marketer, going back to thinking about that attitude of gratitude towards your business, towards your customers, towards the quality of work that you put out, that you're always trying to perform at a world-class level, that will get you everything you need in business. And marketing and business, again, will go hand in hand. And another reason why I take you on this journey into the marketing mirror is because everything you do reflects your business and brand.
Step inside the marketing mirror to uncover marketing secrets, discover gems, tactics, lessons, and campaigns you can use. Next gen or fundamentals. Grab the marketing magic to improve your marketing and win more business. Only on 100 TV. Only on 100 TV.
I know you don't have to do production and things like I'm playing around with to do a really top quality video. I can share with you to help you use marketing in tandem with your business to do better. And so I hope to deliver some world-class information. And I apologize for my start in the video, but we'll get there. We'll keep practicing. And thank you for being here. And let's see what's going on inside of the marketing mirror. What's up today? Oh my, something's going on. Oh my.
What's all this crap about marketing? It's not that darn hard. Come on, girls. Put on your big girl panties and just do it. Okay, whatever.
Well, thank you for that, Miss Grumpy Pants, my biggest marketing fan, I think. I'm not afraid to pull up those pants and jump into marketing, and I know you're not either. But I think I'm going to take a little different approach because I'm going to look to not my grumpy friend, but to Ann Handley, who I admire and was the first Chief Content Officer after all. She knows about content marketing and marketing like no one. And well, I'm a groupie, I'm a fan, I admit it. So let's think about what Ann says about marketing and take it into consideration. In fact, I'm taking it into consideration in how I develop out this show. And that's why in these first couple of weeks, I'm giving you some of this like broader topic foundational stuff, which gives me a chance to hone in on and create the content, the valuable content, and really be thoughtful about what I give you over the weeks in the show. And so I am taking Ann's advice. And in the meantime, I'm giving you some really good background stuff that I think that you can use right away or that you can reuse if you haven't thought about it for a minute, and how you can be stronger starting at a foundational level. So Ann says that you should slow down to speed up. She says it's important to slow down our marketing to get the basics right, like developing a documented content strategy, like doing the required research. And this is the part that, we all want to skip. So I think that, again, reminder, slow down to speed up. If you have a thoughtful and purposeful approach, a meaningful approach to your marketing, I can promise you'll do better. Whether it's your social media marketing, your business marketing, or your content marketing, any marketing and advertising, any communications that you do, slow down to speed up because you want to get it right. You want to be accurate with it, and you want to hit the nail on the head. We all know advertising and marketing can go wonky. But she says, to continue the quote, like developing robust, non-one-dimensional flat Stanley buyer personas, like articulating your bigger story, like investing in quality, excellent writing and editing and storytelling. And I am so with Ann. For one thing, I have a saying about even an editor needs an editor. And I know that, after 52 edits or sometimes 500 edits, there's still editing to be done. But the point that she's making is that taking that slower approach, that approach that's thoughtful and meaningful, is going to get you further. So I mentioned last week about this very thing about reconsidering marketing in the digital age and redefining how you view marketing, as I said earlier in the video. Also remembering that there's an ever-changing and evolving environment, and knowing market expectations, the changes in the needs of users and personalizing to their needs, understanding shifts in media, communications, and marketing, really understanding about how content acceleration and content trends like video are affecting everything, and how originality and creativity do matter for your content to stand out, for your content to be uniquely yours and not a replica of something else. And again, that focus on customer care for customization and personalization are huge. Now, I'm going to tell you what Ann Handley says, which really totally agrees with what I'm getting. Changes literally every single day. That agility, that evolution, that way that we've got to be quick on our feet. And then while keeping yourself delighted and engaged with work, you mean you're supposed to have fun at work? Well, thank you, Ann. I agree. But a lot of people don't see that. And I think if you find that delight and engagement with your work and make it fun and exciting, then not only will you be innovative and had a go-to resource for people, but you'll have a lot more goodness for yourself out of it. And she said, and not be burned out by the speed and flattened by the acceleration of change. Again, I think she's talking about right now, currently, the fear of the AI takeover. Not afraid, just saying, better than a bot, just saying. Anyway, what Ann brings us down to, her thought, I couldn't agree more, so I thought I'd throw it at you. People, which is the center of everything. It's why do you do business? Because people need your services. You're not, selling to Google. You're selling to your customers who are people. So again, use your automation, your technology, your marketing to be a people connector. That's really what it's about. And Ann says, though, on her stage of the people part, she says that your colleagues, your gurus, your mentors, your network, and the people you mentee, the people in your marketing and digital marketing and your world of creativity and your content creator pals, your blogger pals, your writer pals, your video pals, all your pals and your people are all part of what will help you be a better marketer and feel good about doing it, because you're sharing ideas with people, you're learning from people, you're sharing with people like I'm sharing today, talking to you. Ideas come from, in part, those connections with people and learning and continuing to learn. Being an idea driver is important. Ideas make you an innovator in your space, and they make you a go-to source for people. I always have clients say, like, wow, you have so many great ideas. And so that means people come to you for your ideas. Great, right? Then they want to connect and work with you more, because you're not just bringing part of the game. You're looking forward for them and helping them see maybe things they didn't know about yet, because this is what you do and love and you know about it. And again, that's all that people, that idea is going to build up that delight. And delight is what you're after. When you delight people, they like to pay you, they want to pay you, they'll give you their money, and they'll tell other people. If you go for delight, you will win the marketing game. If you're able to bring delight into your work, everything is lighter from every end. And I think that it's a really good marketing tactic. So those things also fit into social media marketing. And so I want to give you a little bit of a discussion today about how social is changing, but social is certainly an evolution. So instead of being freaked out about social media right now, I'd like to hold your hand and say, wait a minute, how is social changing and what does that mean to me? How should I be looking at this? What can I do to optimize the situation? We have to be in the digital space. We have to be building our digital reputation, our authority, our trust, and having that exceptional digital footprint that we're creating. I say that social media is in fact more relevant than ever for businesses to connect with their customers, to build a community around their products and brand. More than ever, I think you need to accept that social media is certainly part of marketing in a digital world. It's part of existing in a digital world. It's part of existing in the real world. Social media has changed the face of advertising. It's changed the way that customers expect and do business with businesses and companies and brands, and how we transact business. Your customers are on Google. Your customers are on mobile phones. Your customers are using emails. Your customers are listening to media such as podcasts and, of course, video. Social media is in the digital world. It's part of building that footprint that you want to build. It's part of amplifying and distributing and setting the fire to the fuel of your content marketing. And so you really need to think about social media for what's in it for you. What can you do with social media to grow your business? And again, make it as painless as possible. Social media marketing is an afterthought for many small businesses like photographers, artists, and other solopreneurs. And when you're busy with clients, who has time to run marketing campaigns anyway? After all, you're busy enough doing what you do. Let's face it, marketing isn't always at the top of the list. It probably won't hit you until you see the white space on your schedule where you want to see paying appointments but don't. Then suddenly you realize you need more customers. Yikes, that sounds like marketing. Keeping the bookings pipeline filled is more crucial than you thought. If the blank white space is scaring you straight, maybe it's time to think about social media marketing to create a bridge to your business. So why social media marketing for your business? There are two ways to use social media marketing for your business. Organically or through paid ads or advertising. So there's paid and non-paid social. I kind of love organic social media marketing, which is non-paid social, but it's huge in spotlighting your business. And so if you're asking yourself why social media for me in particular, you might want to think about the fact that there are, and this was at 2022, this statistic from Hootsuite, and I just recently saw it now that we're in 2023. I think this 4.2 billion active user number is now 4.6 billion active users on social media. So there might be someone who might want to do business with you on social media. When you do social, you get to meet people where they are. And then you get to think about how to hijack the power of e-commerce. Yes. Why social media? Well, people are buying and shopping on social media. It's called social shopping. And social shopping is so popular today that nearly 60% of internet users buy something, what? Every week? What? Yes, every week online. So there's a market out there. And 30.6, almost 31%, and this may have increased already, but 31% are purchasing from a mobile device. So there is a lot of purchasing going on. The main reason that a lot of people start social media, and something that happens the entire time that you involve yourself in social media, you embrace it and learn about it and commit to it and interact with social, you will build brand awareness and interest. That is one of the key things that happen. I know that that's top of the funnel or high level social. You know, that's not conversion social quite yet. But that is a key. If people don't become aware of you, if they don't gain interest in you, they're not going to be business ever. Why social media for you? Well, if you sell to an American, a U.S. audience, 74% of Americans are active social media marketing users. Thanks, Adam, at Blogging Wizard. So, social media in a digital world takes you to people where they are. It lets you hijack the power of e-commerce, build your brand awareness and interest in your brand, and really importantly, you can grow your reputation, you can grow trust, and you can grow sales. Woo! And why social media? Well, 98% of consumers plan to make at least one purchase through social shop. Pretty much everybody is going to purchase something through social shopping. So if you have something to sell, a business that has a product or service, you may want to hit up social media. And Hootsuite says social media has become a top channel for online brand research, second only to search engines.
Are you seeing how social media marketing can be an effective way to enhance your digital footprint and find people where they are, doing what they do daily? And if she hasn't proven it yet, Sue-Ann will show you how social media ignites the fuel of your digital and content marketing strategies in a cohesive and meaningful way for your business. Remember, organic social media marketing allows you to create awareness, grow an audience, reach new people, build your brand, expand your reputation and authority, find new business, and gain sales. And just like marketing, Sue-Ann urges you to reframe how you think about social to elevate your business while developing your online presence. But what she's learned along the way is there is no single solution, so understanding how to use and leverage social media means taking a more strategic approach to where, how, and why you are using social media marketing for your business. So again, starting at a foundational level, Sue Ann dives into the marketing mirror to give you a closer look at social media marketing, starting with these 3 high-level perspectives. Principles of social media marketing, social platforms, and audiences' social media marketing strategy. Stay tuned.
Is you have to find out what will serve both your audience and what will serve you. When you reach the sweet spot that serves both, that's where the electric comes from, and that's when you are giving customer care through your content and content marketing. I look at social media from 3 broad buckets to help you understand what it is you're trying to do with social. Social is a way to share what you have going on. So it's about the things you create. It's about your products, your services, your thought leadership. It's things that you create. Also want to share things that you curate, because you want to not just be a me, I, all about me kind of social media channel. You actually want to share things that you're learning, how you're learning them, where you're learning them, other articles that are of interest, things that support and are related to the topics that you cover. It's not just an amplification and distribution channel of old. It's not just about putting your information out on a microphone for everybody to listen like traditional media. That's not what social media is. So if you're not curating and creating and sharing those things that are helpful to your audience, then there's no point. The 3rd C is conversation, and that's what you communicate, and that's where you engage with people. You ask and answer questions, you get to know people, you actually create relationships through conversation on social media platforms that turn into customers, and it does work. That's exactly how it works. One thing that a lot of people don't talk about when you're first starting social media, or even don't know after they've been doing social media for a long time, are things that I call kind of foundational, really. So you've already figured out that you're working on creating the sweet spot of taking care of your audience and taking care of your business, so that your content marketing that comes out as social media marketing is already doing some things purposefully in terms of your audience and in terms of your business. But I want you to keep in the back of your mind 2 things. And one is the digital customer journey, or the customer journey. The other is the marketing funnel. And what I've done here is I've combined the 2. So attention, interest, desire, and action are what you're trying to do when you bring people on board. You know, you've caught their attention and now they know about you. And now you have to take that attention further and actually stimulate interest so that they become more aware of you, check back, and start to engage with you. So after you catch their attention, the more customer journey says that you then want to create interest in them. And then that interest becomes an understanding that you can solve a problem for them, which gives them a desire for your product, and that turns into action. But you also want to keep in mind that that really is the same kind of funnel as the marketing funnel. So that's about awareness, consideration, and decision. So I'm bringing you in, I want you to consider my product, and I want you to make a decision to buy it. So if you think about the customer journey and you put it on top of the marketing funnel like I have, then you have in the back of your mind what you need to know in order to reach a customer and interact and engage with the customer on an emotional level. Track them through attention and awareness. You have to gain their interest and give them more to be interested in, to stick with you to the point where they have a feeling of, I need you and I would be considering you. You'd be in the consideration phase. I've created desire enough for you to make the decision and take the action. If you kind of condense the digital customer journey with a marketing funnel, you get a better, thicker understanding of bringing people in closer to your business. So even if you're brand new, keep this in the back of your mind. If that's all too much, I'm going to introduce Brian ATM thinking, which has to do with the same thing as that more difficult funnel, customer journey and marketing funnel. It would be A for awareness, attraction, attention. The T part of engaging a customer is about teaching. So when you are teaching people through your content and you are really dropping value bombs all over them because what you give them is educational, it's making them aware maybe of their problem, a problem they may or may not even known they had, and making them aware of how your solution is perfect for that problem, and teaching them about that industry and giving them some thought leadership around that, and you're handing out free, valuable information. That's what Brian would call the teaching phase. He would call the monetization phase. Grab their attention, teach them, and then monetize. Because they'll be happy to be monetized because they already value so much that you've given them by teaching them, and T is also in gaining their trust, so they're ready for your product when you introduce that. Brooke Sellis is another person who I love her method of talking about the customer journey, because she talks about attracting people and bringing that awareness and that attention stage as talking to strangers. So you have to bring them in with customer care. And customer care is at the core of everything for Brooke, because what she teaches even big brands to do is to use social listening and to turn social listening into a unique value proposition because of how you listen and respond to clients in real time, and how you are on the pulse of understanding what's going on among your community and people who use your services. It's just fantastic. So make sure you check out Brooke Sellis and B Squared Media and learn about social listening. Get her book. So then she brings you in her funnel in what she calls the engage stage, which is when you're bringing people past that attraction and you're trying to get that interest built, and you're trying to teach in Brian's method, and you're actually causing people to become more aware and interested and possibly even engage and interact with you, give you their email maybe. As they become a customer, you want to delight them. So they've made the decision to buy. But what Brooke says, and what I 150 million% agree with, is that when you make the sale is when your marketing really begins. People want to be heard. They want to have a say. So it gives you an ability to give an immediate response to customer needs and problems. It offers you an avenue for direct feedback. You can have polls and reviews and really get to understand and learn your audience. You can leverage social research to improve and provide solutions to your client, leverage and optimize problems and turn them into wins and not losses within the community. You can also source that valuable user-generated content through social listening. They know you're listening. They're going to be more willing to share and to give information, and that can become another valuable asset, all because you were willing to listen. And then, of course, you gain public-facing testimonials, because a lot of social listening and social interaction, social engagement is done in public view. So when you can turn around a problem and make it something glowing, it becomes known that you've solved it in a public way. You have testimonials and reviews that show up on your social without you doing a thing. People are marketing for you by the responses, and you're letting them market for you because you're handling those responses with the love and care of good customer service, that white glove care that Brooke talks about. It's also a proactive public relations measure. So what can social media marketing do for your business? I think there's quite a few things that it can do for your business, but it's really a lot to do with you bringing value to your audience, viewers, tentative clients and customers, and your community. And so social media marketing can probably do a lot for your business. But again, there's not one answer.
Thanks for joining Sue Ann and friends for some mind twisting today in the Marketing Mirror around how you think about marketing and social media marketing for your business. Next week, we'll get some wisdom about a few social media myths so you can kick butt with your social media marketing and platforms by not buying into what's not working and finding out exactly what is. And then we'll wade deeper into the murky social waters to explore platforms and audiences to help you figure out where to be on social media and why.
It's not enough to randomly pick a social media marketing platform and post stuff. Not only does the platform you select for your social media marketing matter for a myriad of reasons, but your target audience also plays a major role in dictating the channels where you need to show up and participate. It's okay to start with a single social media channel. In fact, it's better to master one than flub up trying to juggle too many and doing none of them well. But one thing to remember is that each platform is a little different. Each has a different core audience who have different preferences for why they're there. Therefore, understanding what your audience wants and needs holds the key to success, not only for everything social, but for finding the perfect platform as well.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell.
My name is Coach Jennie, and I am so freaking excited to tell you that I am one of the original creative partners on the brand new network 100 TV. My show is called Monday Morning Moxie with Coach Jennie, and it's happening on, Monday mornings. Each week, I will be delivering you a quick challenge direct from me to you to help you become more productive, more focused, more decisive, and ultimately more confident. I hope you'll tune into my show, Monday Morning Moxie, exclusively on 100 TV.
Running 4 YouTube channels for a multi-billion-dollar tech company has given me so much experience with what it takes to be successful on YouTube. And in addition, I have my own YouTube channel, so I know what it's like to be a solo creator doing everything on your own with no resources. I want to share with you all of my best practices, tips, and tricks, so make sure to tune into my show on 100 TV.
Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzz It Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV. Hi, I'm Jodi Krangle, and I'll be the voiceover artist that you hear throughout the day on 100 TV. The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Becoming an author can open up incredible doors and opportunities for you. But what if things don't quite work out as planned? Today we're going to be joined by the incredible Mary Elizabeth Jackson. She's a passionate author and a certified special needs and disability advocate. Now, her journey as an author has been marked by some incredible forms of resilience and determination. She's overcome many obstacles as an author. So join us for some inspiration in this episode of Books with Bridgetti. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Introducing Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors. Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV.
Can everybody see that? Coinbase
Hey, it's Christoph Trapp. Thanks for having me on your live show. It was really my pleasure. Your production is just fantastic. Unbelievable how you guys are pulling that off. So organized with segments and transitions and all those different things. Right in line with what I'm talking about in my new book, Going Live. Live stream your podcast to reach more people. Hopefully people tune in for our conversation. It's definitely worth the on-demand version, in my opinion, if I may say so myself. You guys are awesome.
I
Talk
think
soon.
this might be, I've been on over 24 different podcasts and radio shows in the last couple of months, and this has to be one of the most sophisticated, what the kids that I used to teach call bomb.com shows and presentations that I've ever been on. It looks fantastic. Thank
I
you.
love
for
your
having me.
introduction. How professional. That sounds, I feel like I'm on a beautiful show here. Folks, welcome.
Available wherever great books are sold near you.
Oh my goodness, Ross, thank you so much.
Thanks.
And,
This is one of the most fun interviews that I've ever done. So thank you, Bridgetti.
Big pleasure. Ross, take care.
Thank you.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Books with Bridgetti. I'm your host, Bridgetti Lim Banda from Cape Town in South Africa. Join us as we delve into the world of books and writing, where publishers and authors share their insights and behind-the-scenes secrets. Our live stream is made possible by StreamYard, BeLive Media, only on 100 TV. And today we're going to be talking to the amazing Mary Elizabeth Jackson. She is a passionate author and certified special needs and disabilities advocate who draws on her own experience as a mother of 3, including 2 on the spectrum. As the owner of Enel Publishing and manager of Sisters J Music, she's committed to amplifying underrepresented voices. Mary's also a podcaster, live streamer, speaker, educator, ghostwriter, and songwriter. So without any further ado, let's give her a warm welcome onto our show, Books with Bridgetti, only on 100 TV. Mary, welcome to the show. It is always great to be able to talk to you, and so nice to be able to sit on the other side of the desk and have you as a guest on Books with Bridgetti today. Now, I always say to people, you know, to be able to become an author is one of the best things out there because it becomes your business card. And it just opens up so many doors for people. So I'm going to start right at the beginning. You've got a lot to share. What inspired you to get started as an author in the first place?
Hey, Bridgetti, thank you so much for having me on. I love the intro and seeing so many familiar faces and folks that I've never seen before, but it's wonderful. So my journey began about 2013, and it was after the birth of my late in life son. And it was a hard end of the birth, coming to the world, not sure if he was going to make it. And then my recovery was very challenging. So about 5 months after he was born, I was sitting there and I was nursing him, and I was sitting in just kind of prayer and gratitude for him being alive and me being alive. And in that moment, and this is really how it happened, in that moment, there was a download, you know, of this beautiful little story for babies. And I was like, wow, that's really cute. Now I've written poets, one of my main loves, and wanted to be a published author, but wasn't even in the place in that moment in my life actually to do anything, right? I'm 45 years old, a newborn baby that has challenges and trying to recover at that age from a C-section. So you can imagine it was the furthest thing from my mind. And so that story came to me and I wrote it down immediately, and I thought, oh, that's so precious. Maybe the words came to me, poolicious, right? And perfectly and precious and perfectly made. And all these words came along with the story. And I thought, well, I'll keep this for my children. And so I sat on it for about 2 years, and I kept feeling like this somebody was doing this on my shoulder. You got to do something with this. You lady, you need to do something with this. And so one day I just kind of said, fine. I didn't know what to do. And so really my son for being one of the big inspirations, and my daughters as well, and for God for that download that came, because as a writer and an author, or really as a creator of any kind, we're kind of these channels for that expression to flow through. And so that's how it showed up. And I finally surrendered to that nudging that kept happening. And I went to someone, but I was very naive at that time, and he was academically published. So I just assumed that he would know what I needed to do, because I really had no idea. And when you're on the outside of the writing author world, it feels like publishers, publications, writing in that world is kind of, it's behind the scenes. It's really hard to get into. Like, how do you get in there, And so I went to the gentleman, asked him, can you look at what I wrote? And he was like, huh? It's because he was an academically published person, not a children's author. But he said, I want to introduce you to somebody who I think you guys would really connect. And I really had no idea what was going to happen in that moment. But I do know what happens when you surrender to God or the universe or the higher power or whatever's in your life to do what you are intended to do. And I was introduced to Thornton Klein, who is a being and friend. And he's a friend to both you and I. And he looked at all the things I had written at that time. And it's funny because once that download happened when I was nursing, I couldn't stop writing. Like, they just kept coming and coming and coming. And so I used my audio recorder on my phone, because you remember, he's my baby's newborn. And so I'm trying to get sleep. You remember those days, right? In a fog. And so I had a notebook, and I still use these things to this day. But everything I wrote at that time came in rhyming for some reason. It was really weird. I was like, what is happening to me? And I showed everything that I had to Thornton, and he hyper fixated on Perfectly Precious Poodlicious. And that's what I wrote that day with Carson nursing. And then just doors started opening from there. And, he said, can I write 10 songs? And I was like, sure. I'd never even considered that. And he wrote them in like 3 days. And I remember the day he brought them over to the house and jumped on my keyboard. And actually, my little guy at that time was about 18 months old. So we were having in-home services at that time for him. And the therapist was here. And we were sitting in the living room, and Thornton was on the keyboard just playing these 10 gorgeous songs that I began crying. And I'm gonna cry right now because they matched what I was going for: the innocence, the sweetness, the perfection of a baby, And then the art teacher at my daughter's school, I said, hey, Alice, what do you think about drawing some pictures for me? And she was like, sure. And then I think that was 2016. And I think by August we had a contract. It took us about 4 months to get a contract for in Texas. And then we released February 9th of 2017. And then 3 months later, won a Gold Maxi Literary Award for the combination of the music and the story and the illustrations, which was such an honor to win that. And then it's kind of been, it's been moving on since then. So it's beautiful the way it started. It hasn't always been beautiful, though.
Wow, that is such an amazing story. I think a lot of mothers out there can relate to that. And the fact that you mulled over this for 2 years, how you met Thornton, how you met Alice, and it was almost as if things just aligned at the right time for you, because sometimes people sit on a story for years and years and years and years. But things worked out for you in a period of almost 2 years, you said, and things just aligned in the right way, and you got published and you got an award for that book. That is huge. That absolutely huge. There are very few authors who, right in the beginning of their career, get that kind of acknowledgement. Tell us a little bit about the actual award.
very special because the Gold Literary Maxi Award, now they do have gold, silver, and bronze like most awards do, you know, but it was created by a couple and their child, the award itself has a child in a wheelchair. So since I'm a disabilities advocate, that even made it more special, you know, to me it did. But their child never lived past the age of 6. If I remember correctly, not able to read and write. So they made this award in honor of her, of their child. And so it just made it so special. And so from that award, BookBub picked it up and did a giveaway with it, which, you know, that doesn't happen always for authors. And so they gave away 10,000 copies, I think, in like a day or two, which was super exciting as well. And plans for these to kind of follow my little guy, but the way the publishing world works, any of you out there know, you know, it can take a long time for books to get published and to find someone to publish if you want to go the traditional route. So it kind of, the last one we did ends about 2nd grade. It's like kindergarten, 1st, 2nd grade. And so now my little guy's getting ready to go into 5th. So there's, you know, always material. There's never a lack of material that I'm provided with kind of on a daily basis, but it's really fun to be in the world of a child. I think some days I think it's more fun than the adult world because of the wonder that's still there and the innocence and the beauty that revolves in that world that exists. Our world is a little too serious as a grown-up most days.
Absolutely. So at what point did you decide that Prolicious wouldn't be a standalone book and that it would be a series? Did you plan it that way initially?
Yes, we did. That it would follow kind of his growth. You know, we were looking from a marketing standpoint. You know, I learned early on, and some of that was instinctive from being a business and an entrepreneur before being an author, thinking about, you know, nobody really said that presentable and an appetite for a publisher would be to have a series that's planned, because at the end of the day, we are a dollar sign. And kind of when you go into the writing world as an author, you know, you need to just realize that it's more than just about your creative work. If you are going to be partnering up and working with other individuals, collaborating, or, you know, getting with a traditional publisher, how are you getting them money? That's what they want to know. And, you know, I hate to put it like that, but it really is sort of the bare bones of what it's like. And so if you can kind of go into things knowing that, then how do you make yourself look that marketable? You know, if you're a life coach, how do you make yourself look, you know, appeasing to people who will want to work with you? So it just kind of all follows that same line of thinking and everything. We wrote the second one was published the same year as at the end of 2017, and then the third one didn't even come out until 2021 or 2022. No, 2021 or 2022. I can't remember exactly. I need to go back and look at the dates. And that's just because part of my journey. It would have been published a lot sooner, but there were things that happened. I published her for 2 years. And then we parted ways. Part of it was ethical reasons. And there were quite a few other authors that left as well. And then I was looking for a publisher for a while, considering self-publishing. A friend of mine was in the publishing business and said, that was my first publisher.
First bump in the road as an author. So we're going to take a very quick break because I really want to segment this and then focus on the difficulties that an author can, because your entry was fairly easy, but at that point you started on your first hurdle as an author. So we'll take a very quick break and then we'll focus on some of the difficulties. Now, you've experienced difficulties that most authors don't, But I think sharing your story is important because it gives people a heads up of what are some of the things that can go wrong in your journey as an author, and what are the tools that you can use to push through. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. You are watching Books with Bridgetti, a lineup of industry experts, award-winning authors, and talented indie authors, only on 100 TV. Books.
I can't hear you.
We had some technical difficulties there, but we're back online. Welcome back. We're watching Books with Bridgetti, and my amazing guest is Mary Elizabeth Jackson. So today we're talking about not only an amazing author journey, but what are some of the challenges one can experience. So we were talking about the Pulicious series and how you got started as an author, but then you got stuck. So can you tell us, again, what happened there, and how you dealt with it?
Right. That was around June 2019. And, that was really hard because I felt homeless. That's probably, but it was a decision that was made, and it was the right decision to make for myself in the direction I was going, the integrity of what I'm trying to do in this world or in my life. And so I walked away from that, and series. And so then I was like, okay, now what do I do? Because there had been the okay from the publisher. Yes, I'm going to do this 8-book series. And then, just like I said, I walked away from just unethical. Anyways, so then there was that long period of time. What am I going to do? And talking to people and trying to figure things out. And then before, I guess it wasn't several months later that a friend of mine was in the publishing business and said, you know what, let me publish these books for you. Well, I was like, okay, that's exciting, because I knew that I needed to get them back out there. And I didn't know that if I wanted to go self-publishing, but she was like, no, let me just do this. Let's just do this. So we did. And so, and of course you have to get the files back. You have to get copyrights back. And then the files had to work through all of that, because she has to redo everything, because one thing is you have to have a new ISBN number issued, which, if anyone out there doesn't know what that is, that's sort of like the driver's license, the self-identity of a book, the registration number for your book. And then, they also have to put their logo on the book, put their layout, whatever they have to change, quite a bit of a process. Well, then we're jumping into 2020, and all of us, the creative world, business world, life period, we know how crazy all of that got. So right about the early part of March was launching. We had put up the Pulicious books, and they had just come out. And it was right at the time when we had a tornado come through Nashville that did a lot of damage. Everything shut down. And so she had gotten into, had some trouble with Amazon, and she decided to quit. She couldn't do this. And I was like, what? Because the books were up. And then I had people messaging me, hey, I went to buy the book. I can't get the book. What's happening? And so I was like, I can't even believe this is happening right now. I mean, really just was an unbelievable situation to be in, because not only do we know the world whole, we're going to shut down and lock down, and it was kind of chaos for everyone. And then this happened with this publisher. It was just like, it was very surreal. In the moment, it was like, you've got to be kidding me. I don't understand. You can't quit. People don't quit like this. And so I was very angry, and upset about it, as you can imagine. So everything came down. Normally there's a 90-day with a publisher, a 90 grace period there for pulling things down, for royalties coming in, like that notification kind of thing. But it was immediate. So, and I understand now, it was a very traumatic time for a lot of folks. And so you go through 2020, and a lot of us authors are having to learn how to pivot into a world. And I ended up being in several anthologies. So those were books that I could push during that time. We did a lot of stuff online, and that helped to have that presence continue. So I was in the journey of looking for another publisher. And through the publicist I had at that time, he introduced me to my second publisher. Well, I guess, technically with Tuscany Bay Books, Jim Christina. And that was a really beautiful relationship. And he got all 4 of my books up, because we have a middle grade reader as well. So we got the Poolicious books back up, new ISBN numbers, new launches, new releases, all of that fun stuff. And lots of advertising around it, and things really very exciting.
Sorry, Mary,
and
if I can
I had a great
interrupt you
relationship.
That's what you said was a really important point there, because I think people may not quite understand that when you go to a new publisher or publicist, you have to get new ISBN numbers, and things have to change. So it's not just a matter of you can continue with what you had before. Things have to come down, and there's a whole new process in place. And that's challenging because it interrupts your flow, it interrupts your sales. And I think people need to be aware of that. It's not just sign on the dotted line and we continue as before. That was something new for me that I wasn't aware of myself. That an ISBN number is unique to that relationship with your publicist. And that, and tell me, does that affect your cover design? Do you have to reword things? What else is involved?
Yes, and that is and let's clarify publisher, not publicist, because a publicist doesn't have anything to do with the ISBN number. So yeah, I know those words are so close, aren't they? So if you go from traditional publishing to self-publishing and you do it yourself, you're going to have to get a new ISBN number. Every time a book is published, whether it changes hands or however it changes hands, you do have to get that new ISBN number. Now, if you have the copyright, if you own the copyrights to the font, to the page layouts, to the way the book, then you can carry that on, except for the fact that, they're going to have to take off the logo of the prior publisher and put on their logo and trademark, things like that. But, most of the time the publisher has their own idea of how they want the layout. So they're going to change it. Now, through the journey I've been on, the cover has stayed the same. And I think it's going to stay the same right now with my publisher presently. Complete overhaul, and the jacket will be completely different, and the layout in the book will look different as well. So it is a journey, and it is the right of the publisher, especially if you don't own the copyrights, then you do have to change everything about it. So there's a lot that goes into all this that, like you said, a lot of people don't really realize, and unless you have to go through it, you just.
Now, there definitely are a lot of challenges that people are not aware of, and obviously costs, because you've incurred an expense to have that publisher, and now when you're switching publishers, it's a whole new expense and new contracts.
Right. And it depends on how that works that stuff.
And every publisher would be different, you know. And talking about switching publishers, are there any loopholes that people need to be aware of? You know, because you've learned a lot of lessons. Are there any loopholes in the contract that you would now look out for, that you would like to tell people about?
Well, that conversation would pertain to my middle daughter, who we are in the process of shopping her book right now, and there are a lot of different kinds of publishing houses out there now. You have more just traditional. So what I would say is, when you're shopping, if you are going to pay money up front for a vanity press publishing house to publish your book, then that's not a traditional publisher. And in my journey of looking for a publisher, I have met all kinds of publishers, some that I didn't even realize that this niche existed. And it was very interesting to learn about a publishing company calling themselves traditional, but they were asking for money up front. Calling themselves traditional because they were actually on the back end were connected to a traditional publishing house. So some of the bigger, four have a lot of presses underneath them. And there are some of these presses that do this, it's $2,000 up front, or $5,000 or $10,000. And that covers the book cover and the layout and the editing and all of those things. So it's very important to do your research and know exactly about the company. You can go, and I wish I could remember right now, and I'm so sorry. I didn't know we would talk about this exactly, but you can Google these companies and then look at the reviews. When you're looking to be published with someone, look and see what other authors are saying about their experience with that publishing house. Now, if people have a bad experience with a publishing company, or you can find those reviews out there. And sometimes you can even contact that person, through social media and say, hey, can I ask you a couple of questions about your experience? So you really do have to look out for yourself. My daughter was offered a contract under a larger publishing company. And by the time the contract came, it was a different publishing house that's underneath, or press underneath that house. And they were wanting money up front. And I was out and did some deeper research to information that was very just not really flattering. So we declined the offer for her. And people want to get published, and sometimes they feel desperate and think, once I get my book published, it's gonna make me somebody, or like you said, it's a business card, and it is. But and I've talked to people who spent $10,000 with someone and they didn't get what they needed, and their book looks terrible, And so you really do have to watch everything and look out for yourself, and don't take things at face value. And a good thing to do is, if you know somebody who's in the business, in the writing world, do they know somebody who's reputable? You and I both know, and he is a really good literary agent, and I trust him. And so I've now connected him with somebody who is going to be writing, the history of their life in the music world. And this literary agent is very interested in this. So that's going to be a really great relationship, and I know that what needs to be done will get done, and it'll all be great. And the book's going to be fantastic. So you have to do your research and look for those red flags of, does somebody say they are somebody and then they want money up front? So, and if you're going to pay the money, then just know what you're getting into. I ghost wrote on a book last year, and she decided to take a contract with TBN, which is Trinity Broadcast Network. Now, part of the book had folks in the book of that foundation, of that network. So it was in her best interest to go with that publishing company, knowing she was paying X amount of dollars up front. And part of that was a marketing package of commercials and things like that. So I helped her by reading over her contract and knowing she went into that fully knowing what she was doing. And that's good. You need to know what you're doing. But, when you're looking at a contract like you own the rights to the book, that if the contract ends with the publisher, those rights go back to you. You own the rights for the film and anything like that. If a book gets turned into a film, you want to own those rights. You don't want to be doing all the work and then the publisher that you've signed with gets a percentage of all the work you've done and they've done nothing. That too.
There's definitely a lot of loopholes that one needs to be aware of. I often tell people, for example, if you're going to find a new doctor, don't find a doctor in the yellow pages.
Or on the street.
You've got to ask for references. So with the publishers, in your experience, do they take offense if you ask them for references? Is it okay to do that?
I've never asked them for references, but I've done my own research and talked to other authors who were published, with them. Like we did that with my daughter in that research. And I had, in some of the communication, I had said, that I'm old enough, but I wanted her to be protected because she's new in this business, and I know that you can be taken for granted in any kind of business, at times. And so even putting that in there, I'm her representative, and I've been with a traditional publisher for X amount of years. There was still some skirting around that this person did in questions that I asked. This is what's included. This is what we're going to do for you before we ever even saw there was a fee. So, that's a red flag for folks. You want to, if you're like me, you want to know exactly what it is that you're getting yourself into. I don't want all the fluff. I don't want all the things on the outside. I want you to get straight to the point with me. And so I can make a decision right now because this is wasting my time.
Absolutely. And you've now had experience with more than one publisher. You've seen different kinds of contracts. You know which loopholes to look for. And the one thing that I've pulled out of your the conversation now is the importance of doing your homework. Go and research the publisher before you sign on the dotted line. And I think especially for a brand new author who's excited, and I mean, it is a very exciting thing to get published for the first time. And you may be tempted to go by just one recommendation. And so what I'm pulling out from what you're saying is try and get a couple of different references about the publisher. And it's not because all publishers are bad, because you've had some good experiences as well. You were talking about Jim Christina and how fabulously that worked out. But that was also something that became a roadblock for you. So we'll take a very quick break and what happened with Jim Christina. Welcome back. If you've just joined us, you're watching Books with Bridgetti, and my amazing guest for today is Mary Elizabeth Jackson. She has had some incredible experiences on her publishing journey, and we've talked about some of those difficulties, and especially with getting published. And Mary, you were pointing out some of the things that you need to look out for when choosing a publisher, reading over contracts, doing your homework, etc. But even when you've done that and you've met a fantastic publisher, which you found in Jim Christina, tell us what happened there.
Well, that one's a hard one. So we had a great friendship. Thornton Klein and I did, because he's my co-writer and buddy. Jim was like a father figure. He was somebody who I could bounce ideas off. I could pretty much catch him on the phone anytime I needed to. We text. He was very encouraging and always very, he was very honest about things. And if I came up with an idea, he'd go, "Yeah, let's do it," or "No, let's don't do it," But Father's Day last year, he died suddenly. And so that was so devastating because he was a friend, and I cared very much for him as a friend. He was just, like I said, a father figure. And it was really, that was hard because I was trying to celebrate Father's Day with my husband and I couldn't stop crying. And it just felt like this huge void in my. And so here we are, homeless again. And I say homeless because that's how it felt, And so then I took a break for a little while because it was just too much, and I needed to just go, okay, do I even want to be in this world again? Do I even want to be published? Do I even want to be an author anymore? I mean, this has not been an easy road. Place for a little while, and I turned my attention toward other things. I do have a friend publisher here in town. I actually, he was very encouraging, and he said, you don't need to sit out on this very long. You have these books that have been out for a while. People know who the books. You need to get them right back up as soon as you can. And I know that would have been the best thing to do, but I needed a break. It's not been an easy road out. So I took a break for a while and needed to focus on other things. And so I started interviewing publishers again, started talking to friends, started talking to people in the writing world. Hey, do you know anyone? So I had so many meetings in like a 4 or 5 month period that I almost couldn't even keep up with all the ones that I spoke to. And they were all very gracious to talk to me about the situation. It was not an easy. And you've got these 4 books that are now going to have to be republished again, and so who wants to take that on? There are bigger publishers who will take on things like that. But now we're getting into some really murky waters here. Okay. Because most publishers want a brand new book, something new, something fresh, and so I happened to be talking.
Sorry, Mary, I just wanted to interrupt you there for a minute. You were saying, because that's a very important point, and I just wanted to make sure we catch all those points there. You were saying that publishers generally want brand new books, because here you were and you had 4 books that had been through more than one publisher, and now you were homeless and you needed to find someone. How did you sell yourself as someone that was now not a brand new, you didn't have brand new books? How difficult was it to convince the publisher to take on your work?
I'd like to say I could give them the little sad kitty face or the puppy face. But, now our middle grade reader had actually been published for the first time with Jim Christina. So it had, so that one was still technically brand new. The other 3 were not. But there were a lot of publishers I spoke to that were willing to take me on just from my my history from being in the business that long, from, doing live streaming with authors and having that experience, not being a newbie person. They were willing to do all this. It was going to cost a fee, to do all this. And I thought, well, do I want to spend my money with them, or do I want to just do it myself and just say, forget this, right? That would have been the easiest thing to do. But I was on the phone with a friend of mine who's a publisher, and we were talking about the whole situation. And she said, let's set up a meeting with my partner and let's bring Thornton in and let's talk. And this was back last year when we began the conversations, but we didn't sign a contract with them until December, before Christmas. And I was very nervous about it because I thought, gosh, I don't know if I want to go through this again. I just can't take any more heartache and heartbreak and disappointment and just hurt, because your books are, for me at least, they're an extension of who I am. I mean, I gave birth to these, they're not as valuable as your children, of course, but they're a part of you because your heart and soul is there, so I really prayed hard about it, and we met with Norns Triad Publications, and they were very, very excited about all the possibilities, and they really wanted to do this. And even as signing, I still had hesitation, not because of them, because they're absolutely amazing, but it was just the history of these books. It's like maybe God and the universe is just saying, you're not supposed to do this anymore, And I got that sense of peace about it, and am forever grateful for making the decision to sign with Norns Triad. They have been above and beyond what I ever imagined that could happen. Just the support that we have from them. Anytime I'm doing something, my publisher, they actually will put it out on all of their stuff, what they're doing. They include everything that I'm doing in what they're doing. They include our live, any podcast, any articles, any special events, they advertise it as well, which is really kind. Now, with them, we're in the process of revamping everything and redoing. I think we're going to redo the covers. Everything's in process right now. It just takes a little while. And the middle grade reader actually had my daughter, who is been published as an illustrator. She is actually in college right now. She did the original cover for Cheers from Heaven, the middle grade reader. And so that decision was kind of challenging because Julie and Sahara really felt like we needed to come up with a totally different cover to sell that book more to the public, for it to be a bestseller. And so I absolutely love the cover they've come up with. So it went from digital artwork to a photograph. Stuff that are out there, and it says exactly what the book's about, because it has a child sitting there with a sign. I think she's got a sign that says no bullying, don't bully me, something like that, because that's what the story is based about. So when you pick up that cover, exactly what you're getting, and that's a big marketing right there.
Absolutely. We want to switch gears a little bit.
These are not things that I went and said, hey, there aren't really, I didn't go in thinking this is what I'm going to do next. I actually ghostwriting literally, I want to say 3 years ago. So you have to look him up, Ken Abrahams. He's written over 100 autobiographies of famous people. He's an amazing gentleman, and he's a friend of mine. And he called me up one day and said, hey, I'm too busy. And this friend of mine from LA, they need somebody to work on a project. And I said, okay. He said, I think you can do it, because he mentors authors. So I've done some mentoring with him. He's just for so long. So he knows the business, and he works for one of the largest publishers in the world. And he lives the writer's life, very secluded. He makes a lot of money, those successful authors. And he works strictly on stories, true life stories of people. So that's how I fell into ghostwriting. So it went from that project with a gentleman. I think his story will be turned into a movie. So what had happened was been written about his true life story. and he's from North Carolina. It's a great story. And they didn't like the proposal. So they fired the gentleman who had written the original proposal, and then they hired me. And so I rewrote the entire proposal for his book. So for those of you out there, if you are looking, if you're going to go the route of trying to find a literary agent, you're going to have to do what's called a book proposal. And, you know, if you're a traditional publisher, you can do just a query letter or a pitch. You don't have to do an entire proposal. An entire proposal is much lengthier. There's so much that goes into a book proposal. And you have to give a synopsis of each individual chapter of the book. So it takes quite a while to put together all of those things. So I got to learn how to do all that as well by going in. From there, I was hired by a pastor here locally who wanted her story told, but she wasn't sure about it. And because we were friends, she thought she'd ask me about it. And I said, well, I ghostwrite. And so I did her book, and it's turned out to be one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had, because Shanda's husband died before the book was finished, and her mother-in-law died. And her mother-in-law, along with her father-in-law, helped start the TBN and make it famous back in the 80s, which is Trinity Broadcast Network, which is the Christian network, a big one. And so some of these stories have never been told in public before. And so it was a real honor to be able to tell these stories in public. And I was actually at an event at her church recently, and there were several people who came up to ask me questions. I've read the book, and they asked me questions about the stories. And I literally, I never really thought about it until Shanda said something at this event. She said, yes, this is the lady who had to take my mother-in-law's story from text message on my phone and turn it into chapters in a book. And I thought, wow, yeah, I really did have to do that.
Oh my goodness. Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
It's kind of crazy. I just, all I knew was that I was driven to do this book for her. It's like God laid it on my heart and said, these stories have to be told out there. They are unthinkable stories of what women have been through. These women, 3 generations, Edith was born dead. And her grandmother prayed the Holy Ghost of the breath of life in her, and the child started breathing again. Oh my gosh, how many times has that happened to a person? Just stories like that, I just think are amazing. And she and her husband were very famous in the 80s and 90s as evangelists and missionaries. And these stories need to be told because everyone has some sort of a challenge they face in their life at some point. And sometimes it doesn't look like what you think a challenge is going to be. But, we have to know that it helps to know other people have overcome things, because that gives us hope that we can overcome challenges as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So you've gone from author to being a ghostwriter, and you're also a songwriter. Tell us a little bit about that. How did that happen?
Yes, that is super fun. That's a super fun part of my life. And both of my girls have been, and actually one of them's leaving right now to go pick up my little guy. So that's what the noise is, sorry. But the girls have been singing probably for about between 7 to 10 years together. And they, their story starts back when they were 9, 10, 11, 12, and getting into musical theater and instrument playing and all those loves and learning to sing. And so about the time that Poolicious was published, we did the songs. They were in the back of the book. Well, my girls went into Thornton Studio and recorded the songs. And then when we started doing book events, they started singing in public now they'd already been doing a lot of stuff before then, but they started singing the songs in public when we go to book events. So it made our book events at libraries a lot of fun because we would bring the music in, we'd have live music, the kids would sing along with us, and it was a lot of fun. We really did have a good time before the pandemic happened. And, but so from there, they started singing at different churches and different events, and they've been on TV and radio. And like when we would go do a radio interview or a TV interview, the girls would come along and then they would have them sing. And so it kind of just has it's been building up for all these years. And then last summer, and actually 2 summers ago, Elizabeth, my oldest, and Thornton and I sat down and we wrote a song, and it's called Open When, OPENWHEN. And I say that because I'm spelling it because a lot of people think win is wind. But it's Open When. And it's actually based on a true life story in my daughter's life about writing letters to someone that you miss to encourage them to open when, like open when it's your birthday, open at 3 a.m. in the morning, or open when you're missing me, and open, when you've got an A on a test, you can send it to a college student kind of thing. So we wrote that about 2 summers ago in July, and then we didn't get it recorded until like last year in March. We had to wait for a little while to be able to do it because financially there's a lot of money involved in putting music out. And so we finally got that recorded in March. It was launched in June last year, and it went to number 1 and 2 on the world and Euro charts, which is just so amazing. And then we've got a couple other songs that we've written that will be published, as soon as we can get them recorded. The next song the girls did was Clearly, that came out in October, and that's gone straight up the charts as well. And that one was solely written by my oldest. And the one that we just got finished recording last week that is now ready for us to launch, Elizabeth wrote that one as well. And we're just super excited. So we're getting geared up to launch that song. And this song, it's called Breathe In, and it's about remembering who you are. So this song is going to be attached to a lot of different things, like a platform for special needs and disabilities and challenges, and just, helping people to remember no matter how we came into this world, we're still okay. And that was the premise from my very first book that I wrote, Perfectly Precious Foolicious. The premise of it is no matter how a child comes into this world, because my little guy came in with challenges. He couldn't swallow when he was born, as well as other things. No matter how a child comes into this world, we look at them and we see perfection in that child. We see through what the world calls imperfection, right? Most of us do. There are still places in the world that don't, but for a lot of us, that's how we feel. And so this song that's going to be coming out soon, it encompasses that. God tells us to remember who we are, when we're having a bad day, when we feel like a failure, when the world tells us that, we're nothing or you're broken, just remember who you are, who you are inside your heart, and to slow down your life and just take a breath in. And so I'm really excited about it. And we are in the process actually of writing a song right now for Chris Golden, and I'm excited about. We're going to be pitching that to him. So, that this part of the world of my life is a lot of fun. Being creative is a lot of fun, and the rest of all of it is work.
That is amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm sure that some days you must pinch yourself, thinking of how things have worked out in your life, despite those difficulties and challenges that you've had to overcome, and you've certainly had your fair share of that. So it's wonderful that you have this one aspect in your life as a creative where things have worked out really, really well. Congratulations on that. Now, you're also a certified special needs and disabilities advocate. And everything, just listening to your story, everything seems to tie into each other in one form or another. So basically people can reach out to you if they're wanting, can they reach out to you if they're wanting advice on getting published, if they're looking for a ghostwriter? And then just briefly tell us about your role as a certified special needs and disabilities advocate, and can people reach out to you for advice on that as well?
Yes, absolutely. I would love for people to reach out, on my author journey and my journey as an advocate, as a parent. There were times I felt very alone, didn't know where to go, didn't know what to do, who to turn to. And so it's, I feel like it's important to give back to people and to be there for information and resources for folks so they don't feel so lost in the world. I do get a lot of those questions from parents who have just had a child diagnosed. What do I do? Where do I go? Those kind of things. And I remember what that feels like, especially when you've never been exposed to the world of a child with needs. It can be very daunting. Parents go through a grieving process of feeling like it's their fault, or they feel like a failure, or their child is a failure. I mean, some people do look at their child like that, and so my journey for that began when, our journey as an advocate begins when we get pregnant with our child, because we have to feed ourselves well and take care of ourselves, and then take care of that baby inside us. And then once our baby comes out, we're the voice for our child. And then when you have a child with challenges, then it takes that up a notch for you. It's you have to learn a whole lot of stuff and information. And
very unfortunately, we're out of time.
Okay.
I would love to talk some more about this, but I think what we can do is in the comment section, we'll leave a note where people can reach out to you if they'd like someone to give them advice on ghostwriting, becoming a published author, and also on special needs and disabilities. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. This was amazing. You were watching Books with Bridgetti, and we look forward to seeing you on the next episode. Thank you for joining us on Books with Bridgetti. Join us next time for industry experts and award-winning authors only on 100 TV.
All about it.
You're watching 100 TV.
I'm content creator and the founder of Joie G113, Joie Gharrity. I worked in the Hollywood entertainment industry for 15 plus years at top companies in film, television, original web content, and brand entertainment. Every episode, I start by sharing a Hollywood story along with a superstar branding and marketing strategy and tip that you can implement quickly and easily so you can take your biz to superstar status on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live. I'm content creator Joie Gharrity. I am your host here. We're going to be talking about one of my favorite topics, which is social media marketing and how to turn that into a full-blown marketing machine for you and your biz out there in the marketplace. But first, I always start with a Hollywood story. And so today I want to talk about a Hollywood story that is near and dear to my heart. When I first started working in Hollywood, I worked on a blockbuster movie, the first movie I worked on. And what I remember, which I was so curious about, is we were a little over 2 years away from launching the movie, and yet the marketing department was already promoting the movie in terms of shares out there in the marketplace. And I remember thinking that was very odd. If we were so far out, why would we start so early? And so I asked my boss, my mentor at the time, why, and he let me know is because it takes a minimum of 2+ years in order to fill the theater seats to become a blockbuster movie. In other words, just like for you, entrepreneurs and business owners out there, you don't want to wait to start marketing. And we're going to talk about social media marketing today until everything is done with your new product, your new service, your online program. Waiting until a couple weeks before your event's about to launch. You want to actually start as soon as you have the conception of the idea. And while you're working on your product or service, the event down the road that you're going to be launching in the marketplace, you want to start sharing about it right away. Why? Because you want to grow the buzz. It takes a minute to grow the buzz out there and for people to really start to hook into what you're sharing. And I read an article recently that it said that it's something crazy now, like 26 points of consumption before someone actually really fully blown buys into what you're sharing out there, selling, etc. And I was like, wow, that is a lot. But the reason I share this with you all too is because I want you guys to be thinking about your business as if it's going to be a blockbuster movie. And how are you going to fill your theater seats out there? And when I mean theater seats, how are you going to fill your theater seats with customers that are going to buy your products, your services, come to your event, hook into what you're selling out there in the marketplace? And so today we are going to be talking about how to turn social media into a full-blown marketing machine. And it's fun and it's really possible. I break this down into steps because I want to make it easy breezy for all of you. You can find out more about this, my unique point of view, my signature strategies, my techniques, my tools, and my journey in Hollywood on Amazon with the Red Carpet Guide to Visibility and Influence. And I'll make sure to put the link in the comment section. So let's talk about marketing machines. So the theory around this is that in order to gain greater visibility and influence, which by the way is directly linked to your earning power, right? That you want to be out there and you want to be communicating with the marketplace and you want to be consistent with the experience. People, they think about yourself as a walking billboard or as be your own superstar, right? And so people that are famous out there, for instance, they didn't just, come out of nowhere and all of a sudden they're famous, right? They've been working at it for a minute, right? They started, and let's just talk about the movie stars. They started maybe a little indie film, and then they got a music video, and then they got a B part of another movie, and then a co-star, and they work their way up, right? They start as a C-level agency, and then they go to a B, and then they go to an A, and it's very unusual for people to start an A-level agency unless you're born into a really famous last name, right? And if you are, then typically those doors are open for you right away. However, if you aren't born into a famous last name, then you're definitely going to want to gain greater visibility and influence out there because it's directly, again, linked to your earning power. So, in other words, right, a clear brand strategy, marketing campaign, right, tells your customer what they can count on from your product and services. And that's the thing too. This is an awesome way of you to be sharing your unique point of view around your why. Why did you start your business? Why are you selling these products and services? And it's another way to look at the social media marketing campaigns is it's like the ultimate funnel, right? You're gathering the troops, right? You're gathering brand evangelists, people that are, seeing you and hearing you, and they're starting to really, hook into your unique point of view. And then you're gaining the buzz and you're putting one foot in front of the other. You're sharing on a layer component. I'm going to be talking about layering your social media marketing campaigns in just a moment. And you're going to do this step by step until you hit a crescendo, right? And that's while you're running towards the launch. So in other words, remember with the movie, we had a little over 2 years, and we were already starting to run with our marketing towards the premiere 2.5 years later, because we wanted to guarantee people knew what we were selling, bought into the movie, and then we were able to fill those theater seats. So it's just a great way of really building a loyal fan base that turns into brand evangelists, and that does a lot of work for you. When you first start out in your own biz, you might find that it can be quite exhausting because you're just starting to spread the word about you and your business out there in the marketplace. But with time, you start gaining a fan base, you start gaining a network, a community out there that knows, like, and trusts you, right? And so with that, they can start what I call singing your song, or doing the heavy lifting, in other words. So they start doing the lifting with you. They start singing your brand song out there, right? Through referrals and testimonials and shares and likes and comments and all of that good stuff with your social media marketing campaign. And it's just a way where you'll start seeing after a while, well, yeah, you're still doing a lot of lifting, but it won't feel quite as heavy, right? Because when you have multiple people out there lifting with you, it's so much more fun. Oh, yes, it is. You can learn more about me, my products, and my services at joieg113.com. I am going to be doing an entire episode on building in the story around your business, your company brand name, for instance, and I'll be sharing why my company brand name is Joieg113. Yes, the Joie makes sense, but where'd the 113 come from, right? Because you want to make the audience, you want to make the marketplace curious, and also too, there's a lot of symbolism that you can build into your brand. And just a little hint of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about, it has to do with me giving respect and homage to a couple of major superstars, one of them being Coco Chanel. All right, so here is a red carpet strategy. Create your own social media marketing machine. Okay, so you can create your own, right? After a while, absolutely, you can hire an entire company to create it for you. But I do suggest that you do some of this on your own, so that you can have a deeper understanding of what's working, what's not, what feels comfortable to you out there in the marketplace. So a social media marketing campaign should have multiple layers. All right. Make sure to include your unique brand point of view. That's what sets you apart from everyone else in the marketplace, right? Your unique point of view is that's your story. That's who you are. That's your essence. I have a quote that I share out in the marketplace, and it's, you are the brand. Everything else is just an accessory, right? So you're just an extension of your brand. So make sure that your unique point of view is part of your layering component in your social media marketing machine. All right, red carpet strategy. The easiest way to accomplish this is to create a 4-week social media marketing calendar. Now, you can build into a 3-month. That's where I've built into a 3-month, but 4 weeks is where I just want you to start, right? Because it is a lot of lifting on the front end. There are some strategies and some steps that you're going to want to take, and I'm going to be sharing those with you here shortly. But you want to keep it kind of easy breezy for yourself too. And a 4-week turnaround is great. Also too, you can be watching those 4 weeks and seeing what's working, what's not, what's landing, what did you dig doing, what did you not enjoy doing. So the next 4-week cycle, you take out what you didn't dig doing, you take out what's not working, and you can implement more what you saw was working out there. So 4 weeks is a good calendar for you. I always start on a Monday and then end on the last Friday of the week. And the way I do my 4-week calendar is I use a calendar system where I put for Mondays into a PowerPoint, then for Tuesdays, for Wednesdays, for Thursdays, for Fridays. I only post Monday through Friday. And then from there, then I start with Monday 1, Monday 2, Monday 3, Monday 4. Tuesday 1, Tuesday 2, Tuesday 3, Tuesday 4, you get it, ... But the reason I do that too is because it's easier on my eye. And as I move through that Monday, I cross it off. I do not delete it. Do not delete the content, okay, that you put all this work into creating. And I'm going to tell you, that's going to be our third step. First, though, I do like the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday scenario inside of my social media marketing deck. That way I know every Monday where I'm heading. I know it's first Monday, second Monday, third Monday, fourth Monday, and then Tuesday. And then that's how I rock and roll that. Okay, you want to you want to think layering. Okay, so you want to be layering a blog, your books, right? What else? Webinars, right? Anything like that is really great because it keeps you super interesting, right? And it gives you a lot of content to work with. So again, part of my system that I teach and I train out there is that I have my clients gather all of their blogs and they organize them and they put them into one place, right? So they'll do it under like business blog, personal journey blog, it goes on and on and on, right? And then all their webinars, and then all their media, all the shows they've been on. So it's like the live shows they've been on, their podcasts they've been on, the articles have been written on them, the blogs that have been done on them, radio, ... Okay. And so you want to organize everything, and it's going to behoove you not just for the first 4 weeks, but for the next 4 weeks and the next 4 weeks and the next 4 weeks. And so really take the time to do this. And as you are accumulating more content, more shows you are on, more blogs that you've created, your next book, you want to be adding that into your categories that you've organized already. I use Trello. I love Trello. But there's a lot of different organization platforms out there. But that way you're staying consistent. And again, the way to think about it is if you took out your entire closet, because you were going to like everything out of your closet, and then you're going to put everything back in, but you're going to categorize it so it's all organized. Do the same thing with your content. And sisters and brothers, I think you're going to be very, very surprised at how much content you have. It's crazy how much content we're standing on. I remind my clients and my groups that I train that they're standing on top of their empire of content, because something that you even a tip sheet that you even used, let's say 2 years ago, you want to dust that off. You want to put that into your tip sheet category, right? Because you're going to want to, again, take everything that you've worked on, right? Organize it just like a closet. Like you're going to put all of your blogs together, right? That's all your t-shirts, right? All your dresses together. That's all your articles, right? All your, your webinars together, right? That's all your tennis shoes, let's say, okay? Your heels. So you want to organize it. And that way, as time goes on, you continuously keep putting it in there. So what else could you be using in this 4-week component, right? You could be pulling, quotes from you. I'm a huge believer. I mean, I love other people's quotes, like God bless them, but they already have influence and fame. A lot of times they're already filling the theater seats. Instead, I like my clients to use their own quotes and share those out in the marketplace, right? Try it. It's really interesting. How about testimonials, right? How about events that you've thrown already? How about retreats that you've already thrown, right? And don't forget about your personal journey, right? Because people want to get to know you and emotionally connect with you on a different level. I predicted in Ross Brand's third book of a series that we are the new real reality stars, right? And so So treat yourself accordingly. You are a superstar and own it. Just stand in your spotlight, sisters and brothers. Okay. So you get it. You want to find as much of your content and get it organized so that you can do a layering component. All right. So you want to lay out your layering component. And for me, again, it's Monday through Friday. And the way I do it is I do it in categories. So every Monday, I know that I'm going to do a marketing share, but one from an emotional connection point of view. In other words, a spotlight. A spotlight is something that's going to be happening, a collaboration, someone in my network, for instance, someone that I'm doing a business collaboration with, for instance, or upcoming show. I like to kickstart the Monday with a spotlight and a marketing influence share, in other words. Tuesday is a pre-marketing for me for one of my shows. So I love to do pre-marketing. I do an interview show as well, and I tag that person and I start spotlighting them and then driving the marketplace back to my website or back to the show page, right? And then Wednesday is my actual show. And so that actually we go live on Wednesdays. But again, I'm layering, right? So Monday, and this is all, and I do it very organized. So I stay super organized. I'll do the spotlight in the morning, and then later on, I'll do a share around, something that's my personal journey, like a little blog snippet or a quote from me, right? And then Tuesday, right, with the pre-marketing, then I'll also do another share, and it might be something along the lines of, something that I'm excited about that's coming up, right? Or a blog, right? Or maybe a little snippet from an article, or I was on someone else's show, right? And then I make sure I tag them. You get it, right? You don't have to just do one post a day, but if you want to, just do one post a day too. Like just start there, right? But with time, right, you're going to be having so much fun with all this that you're going to want to share more, right? And but you just want to stagger it a little bit so it's not stacking up on top of each other. So just give it a little time in between, right? So you want to be sharing this across all of your social media marketing channels, right? And you want to, don't be afraid of oversaturating the marketplace. Remember, you are the new reality real star. People are very interested in each other. People want to know what you're up to, what's next, what's happening in your world. Even when you go to dinner that night, right? And let's say it's for a Friday, maybe every Friday, you and your sweetie or you and your partner go out to dinner. Maybe that's the final post, and you post like this beautiful plate of food and like, how in gratitude you are for a Friday evening. Okay. So there's lots of ways that you can be layering this and cut the cake. You just want to make it your own, be your unique self. There isn't one way. There's not one way to cut a cake either, right? That's the same thing with your social media marketing campaigns. You want to be consistent and you want to be fresh for the next 4 weeks. So again, you'll look at the 4 weeks, your first 4 weeks that you just did, or a couple 4 weeks into it, and you'll be like, oh, you know what? This really worked. People are really interested in my journey. They like to hear about my ups and downs. Okay. And I want others to know they're not alone. Well, that's me. That's why I like to share my journey. And so why don't I go ahead and share that, and make that a consistent piece of my 4 weeks, no matter what. So you can start solidifying your 4 weeks. I mean, you probably want to give it about 3 months, so you can be 3 months into it, so you can really see what's working, what's not working, what you love, what you don't like doing, right? And you want to throw the stuff you don't like out, because I'm going to tell you right now, a happy entrepreneur makes for a happy business, right? And then you want to keep what is working and what you do enjoy, and then you want to keep it fresh. Remember the categories I told you about, where you're going to put everything in a category? Well, I'm going to bet that you've got lots of content in there. So you're not going to run out. right away. It won't happen. You've got plenty of content. But even so, right, you can go back into a piece of content or pieces of content that you shared in the first 4-week round and just make it fresh. Change the title a little bit, right? Maybe switch up the image, maybe switch up your unique point of view on it a little bit. Just keep it a little bit fresh, right? But then repurpose it, right? And then you have more content. Don't forget to put that refresh piece back into its category with this new title, because you're going to use that again. Make sense? All right. You want to be checking your analytics too, sisters and brothers. Turn your electronic signature into a mini billboard. Okay, if you didn't catch my first episode, please do. I talk about leveraging your unique style, and I talk about one of my favorite Hollywood stories, and I'm going to share it with you here too, is that when I would drive from Hollywood, Highland, down Sunset towards Beverly Hills Hotel to go meet friends, you would see endless billboards, endless. Los Angeles is just like littered with billboards everywhere. And so I would look to the right and I'd be like, oh, Avatar. And then I look to the left, oh, Avatar. And then by the time I got to the Beverly Hills Hotel, guess what we were all talking about, right? The movie Avatar, right? It just makes sense. So I want you to do the same. I want you to be looking at your electronic signature as its own personal mini billboard and leverage it. Leverage it. Think about it as your mini billboard, but also think about it as how your potential customers can contact you out there in the marketplace, right? How are they going to find you out there in the marketplace? So make sure you have your direct social media links in there. Make sure that you have your signature, your how to find you in there. Also, too, you could also add something that you're potentially about to launch, drive people back to the sales page and learn about it and sign up for a waiting list, let's say. Or you could add your book, one of your books, or a webinar that you already did, or a blog, or that you can send them back to your blog on your website. Or maybe you have your own store on your website, which I'm about to have, can't wait. So anything like that, be creative, be interesting. People love interesting. Also, too, if you have a whole set of articles, right? And again, add a quote no matter what. Not someone else's quote, add your quote, right? They already have the influence, right? I want you to have the influence. So remember, your visibility and influence is directly linked to your earning power, right? So I want you to be your own blockbuster. So add your own quote. And people, my clients will say, well, I don't have any quotes. I'm like, of course you do. Start listening to the way you have certain ways that you speak, right? Start writing those down and creating them into quotes. One of my favorite quotes is, uncomfortable is my new comfortable, right? I was so uncomfortable about launching a significant component to my company, to my biz. And I was so uncomfortable that I was like, well, let's make it my new comfortable. And so I turned that into a quote. Another one of my quotes is, there's enough spotlight to go around, right? That's my reminder of the marketplace is, don't be in lack. There's plenty. There's plenty to go around. There's plenty of clients. There's plenty of opportunities, right? So come up with your own quote. All right. Turn up the spotlight on your past, current, and potential clients. Okay. Why? Spotlight your clients. They love it, right? Share testimonials. Spotlight them. Talk about them as they're on their journey. Share wins with them. Get behind them. People support those that support them. That is for sure. So, let's see. Once they're part of it, you definitely want them in your fold. So spotlight them, right? And if they have an event coming up, share it for them. If they have a blog that just came out, share their blog, right? Again, people support those that support them. You can hear more about my signature strategies, tools, tips in my book, The Red Carpet Guide to Visibility and Influence. You can catch it on Amazon. I'll make sure to put it in the shout out section. So as you are creating your own personal social media full-blown marketing machine, keep in mind, sisters and brothers, that you can have fun with it. There are no rules, but again, you got to like it. Have a good time with it. But do first get organized, right? And do it in a 4-week cycle just to keep you on track, right? And then you can be training the marketplace to know that you're showing up. Again, try the technique of just going in and grabbing all your content, just like your closet, taking everything out, dumping it in the middle of the room, and then organizing it so that it's an easy breezy. You grab it and then you throw it into your Monday. You grab it, you throw it into your Tuesday. You grab it, you throw it into your Wednesday. You get it, right? So, and while you're doing this too, make sure that you're reminding yourself that you are your own blockbuster. Don't wait until an event is about to launch, or an online program, or your next product, or your next service, or even your store. Like, start marketing it and using your social media marketing as your campaign right now, right this second. All right. So listen, I thank you. Please join me for another episode of the Red Carpet to Branding and Marketing next week. And Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing next week live. And I send you with love. I love you. I love you. I love you. And remember, you are a superstar. Have fun with it all, by the way. Have a good time. That's what this is all about. Ciao.
Thank you for joining me today. You can learn more about me, my products and services at joeyg113.com. Make sure to join me for another episode every week on the Red Carpet Guide to Branding and Marketing Live.
Hi, Trust Factor is a new video series and coming audio podcast show hosted by me, Rob Greenlee, that focuses on all aspects related to building trust in human-to-human and business-to-human relationships. I've dedicated my past year or so helping online content creators to create content that reaches other humans at a much deeper level. And this exploration for me, and hopefully for you too, in joining me each week to bring a more positive experience to people in our lives. So look for me here on TV 100 on Mondays at 11 a.m. to noon Eastern Daylight Time, or 9:30 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, right here on YouTube.
The views and opinions expressed in the following programs are those of the individual hosts and guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of 100 TV Network. It's been a long Monday, but guess what? Now it's happy hour. Sit back, relax, and unwind with a rewind. Drink with Rick Rewine, only on 100 TV.
Hi, and welcome to the Drink with Rick Rewine. I'm Rick, and this is a showcase of clips and highlights from classic episodes of the Saturday Night Wine Stream, featuring wine reviews and general off-the-cuff entertainment. In this episode of the Rewind, I open, taste, and review a red blend that I purchased during a wine tasting at a restaurant in Orlando, Florida. Did it meet my expectations? We'll find out. I'll also reminisce about some of my favorite wines in the past and why I saved the empty bottles. So sit back, relax with your favorite libation, and drink with me as we rewind the review of the Cooper's Hawk Super Tuscan 2018. I don't know if I'm just doubling what I'm doing here, but here I am. All right. Well, we're here for our second live stream, the Drink with Rick live stream. That's pretty much what I'm tentatively calling it now. And let me turn that down a little bit. A few technical difficulties. Originally, I had two cameras set up here so I could take shots of the cheese and the wine and everything going on here, but unfortunately, at the very last minute, I had a few technical difficulties and the camera went down. Camera 2 did. So I'm only on one camera this evening, but I will be able to switch off to get a couple angles with this camera. Hopefully we can get some good shots of the wine and the cheese and everything else. In spite of that, I have actually the wine glass. It's empty right now. I have the cheese. It is already open because the family wanted to have it for dinner. So I had what was left over and the wine. Now, originally, it was suggested that I try a Barolo. And I thought, well, that would be interesting. However, after my trip to Orlando last week for PodFest 2019, I was a little short on that because some of these Barolos can be very expensive. And the cheapest one I could find was around $30, $40, except for Trader Joe's. And that was the one that, of course, my sister Gina said, don't try that one. So I had already purchased one before I got the news that she said, don't try that one. And so I still have it sitting here, as a matter of fact, but I'm not going to open that one up tonight just because she said, don't try that one. So, and so what I am going to do is I'm going to try, because I had to I've got it right here, as a matter of fact. What I did was I went to Orlando for PodFest 2019. It was a podcast convention for podcasters and YouTubers, that sort of thing. And while I was there, we stayed at the Wyndham Resort in Orlando. And one of the amenities they have there is the Cooper's Hawk Winery and Restaurant. We've been there before. We've eaten in the restaurant before. It's a very nice restaurant because they make all their food from scratch, including their pastas. They make their pastas right there from scratch, fresh. It's unbelievable, the pasta is. So we had that the first night we were there. We had to have that. And the winery is part of that. Now, they don't actually have an actual winery there. Their winery is actually up in Illinois, I believe, and they also have some international wines that they bring in, but they're all owned by Cooper's Hawk. And while I was there, I had the wine tasting, as I like to do, and brought back a couple of bottles. The one that we're going to try tonight is the Super Tuscan. Now, like I said, I only have one camera working tonight, so I'm going to hold this one up. This is the Super Tuscan. In fact, actually, I did a little prep here before I started. Let me get, here we go. This is the Italian Super Tuscan. It's an Italian wine, but it is owned by Cooper's Hawk. They do this themselves. I did try it, actually, already as part of the let me get back on here. I did try this as part of the wine tasting just a little bit. It's this one runs about between $25, $35 a bottle, kind of depends. But I got this one for about $25.99. It's a nice bottle, but once again, I don't always trust the tastings they do at the location at the winery, because sometimes, yeah, it's actually it is purported to be earthy. It has some leather and tobacco kind of tones to it. Now, I wanted to try a whole bottle here because sometimes in these wine tastings, it's a sort of thing where you're tasting a lot of different wines. So your palate's had a workout, by the time you get done. I want to try a bottle here. And yes, I know everyone wants me to watch me drink a bottle. By the way, on our last one, when we tried the Target wine, yes, I'm not opening this just yet. When we did the last one, and I tried that Target premium wine, the collection, the cab, and yes, I did finish the bottle. And when I was done, I thought, wow, this is great. I really enjoyed the live stream. Everybody seemed to have a good time. And then the next morning, I woke up, and it really hit me. And the first thing that crossed my mind when I got up Sunday morning was, I am never doing that again. And fortunately, though, that wore off during the next day or two, and I felt much better about doing it again. So that's why we're here tonight. Yeah, I do get talkative, don't I? Well, I get talkative even if I haven't had a bottle of wine, and that's why I do podcasting and that sort of thing, because it's just sort of my nature. Our grandparents, on our father's side, they always thought I was going to grow up to be an attorney, a lawyer, because I was so talkative. That's what they always said. Oh, Ricky's going to be a lawyer someday because he talks so much. I like to watch lawyers on TV, but I don't want to play one myself. So, yeah, and yet here I am. Well, that was a healthy pop. So we're trying the Super Tuscan. And once again, I really enjoyed the tasting of this wine when I had it before. And I thought, I've got to try a whole bottle and see if it's... Because really, honestly, when you have a whole bottle... Okay, when you have more than a glass, you really start to appreciate the wine more, and you really start to understand the wine a little bit better, and you can get a better assessment as to if it's a good wine or a bad wine. Because after, a little tasting, it's not too, unless it's really bad wine. But we're going to try this one, and we're going to drink this one, and this is Drink with Rick. So I'm not going to drink alone, I hope. I hope everyone has a bottle and a glass and will drink with me as well. I'm going to try this, as a matter of fact, in a Cooper's Hawk glass. And you know what? I didn't even wash this glass. Hopefully I bought this at the Cooper's Hawk Winery and Restaurant, and bought a couple of them, and it has the Cooper's Hawk, well, I don't know if you can see this really well, has the Cooper's Hawk logo engraved in it, and this is real crystal. You can hear that, right? Real, there you go. Real crystal glass. I should have washed this glass first. Hopefully no one else has done anything with it before I got it. I trust it was a fresh new glass. Now, I put too much in here to really, as Gina likes to say, oh, you don't have a Super Tuscan in front of you. Well, what do you have in front of you, Gina? What do you have with you tonight? Drink that. Okay, so I filled this too full to really give it a good swirl, but I have another glass somewhere. Oh, what the heck. I'll drink this first, and then we'll check the swirl. Now, yeah, I can pretty much smell the, not really tobacco, but I can smell a hint of the, let me try it. I have to say, this is smooth. This is it's not light. It's a little heavier wine than what we tried last time, but it is definitely, it actually goes down very nicely. Of course, I liked the wine, and I wanted to give it a good swirl to see if it had legs. I did try, but it was easier said than done, because I had poured a lot of wine into a small crystal glass. And of course, it's a smaller glass, but we'll give it a few swirls. Yeah, it does have a nice body to it. Now, having said that, that doesn't necessarily mean it's a great wine. It just means it has a lot of body, and it has a very, very good alcohol content. So let me see what it says for alcohol content. It says alcohol 13.5% by volume in a 750 milliliter bottle. I'm going to drink some more of this just because I can. And it's really good. It is indeed a super Tuscan. When there's too much wine to swirl in the glass, there's only one solution. Empty the glass and add more wine. Up next, we check out some of my favorite wines in the past, and I explain my theory as to why wine typically tastes better when you get down into the bottle. There's more to drink, so stick around. At this point in the wine stream, there was no doubt I really liked the Super Tuscan wine. As I continued the tasting, I also began to reminisce about other wines I've tried in years past that I enjoyed, and began to show off the empty bottles I collected. Why did I keep them? I explained that as well. By the way, I was going to show you some of my favorite wines, some of the favorite wines that I've had in the past that I no longer have. I have quite a few on this list that I like, but here are some of the wines that I've had in the past that I like. This was a Biltmore Reserve wine, and I actually really like this wine. I think this was the Cab. This other one that I have, the Bridgetti Parada. Let's see if I can pull that one up. I guess I got to move this up a little bit. There we go. This is a Malbec, and I'm kind of on Malbec. Sometimes I can drink them. Sometimes I'm not too crazy about them. But this was a 2015. I really, really enjoyed this wine. This was a Bridgetti Parada. This was a River Reserva wine. And this was one that I picked up at the wine store up here in Charlotte. And I really enjoyed this wine. And let's see, what else we got? If the 2015, this was the only one that I tried so far. And the last time I went back to buy another bottle, I don't think they had it. But it was a really nice wine. I really enjoyed it. Then I have, let's see, oh yes, the Premium Reserva. This one I don't remember about. I just remember I really enjoy this wine. I take pictures of wine labels of wines that I really, really liked. If I really liked it, I take a photo of it so I can remember it and maybe try to go pick it up again because my memory isn't exactly what it used to be. But this was one from Argentina that I really, really liked. This was a 2013. This was their Premium Reserve. But, and I like cabs anyway, but this one really stood out for me. I to be honest, I can't remember exactly what it was that I liked best about this wine. I just remembered that I really, really enjoyed this wine. Let's see. Yeah, sometimes Gina says, with you on Malbec, sometimes they're great and earthy. Sometimes they go too fruit. Yeah, they do. But you know what? I do like fruity wines. I think sometimes that they're too earthy. I like earthy, but once again, it kind of depends on the mood I'm in. Okay, these were three of my all-time favorite wines that I tried for the first time and that I will probably never get to try again. The first one is the Caymus 40th anniversary wine. This was, I believe this was 2012. Yeah, it is. That's what it says. It's 2012. And this wine, I'll tell you about this wine. This was a gift given to my boss from one of our distributors. And my boss turned around because he doesn't drink a lot of wine. He really likes beer more, which is good because I like a good beer too. But wine isn't really his thing, so he passed the wine on to me. And I saved it for a long time just for that special occasion because I looked it up. And at the time that I think it was given to me, it was something like $85 or $90 a bottle. And I thought, well, I better save this one. Excuse me, I'm hold on, I've got to stop and take another swig of wine. I hope everyone's drinking with me. I don't like to drink alone. I will if I have to, but I don't like to drink alone. Anyway, so back to the wines. The Caymus, I opened it up on Thanksgiving. We had, I'm trying to remember who we had over. To be honest, I don't remember right offhand, but they were good friends. They had to be because I had to open this bottle of wine. I opened this bottle of wine, and it was just phenomenal. It was just phenomenal. It was a very, very smoothly aged wine. I love this wine. And it went, and believe it or not, this is really more something for, for some meats and stuff, but we had it with a smoked turkey. And believe it or not, it went pretty well with the smoked turkey, I have to admit. And after we finished this bottle, I went back and checked, and I think it was up to it was over $100 for the bottle. And I just realized it was like 100 ton or something like that. And I just realized that I had just I just drunk a wine that I was supposed to keep for a while. This Pinot Noir, this one was one that I picked up also at the wine store up here recently, and it was also a really, really good wine. And it surprised me, and I really liked it. And it's another one of those wines that I got one bottle of it, and after that I couldn't find another one. So, what are you going to do? But I've got it for posterity here. I might be able to find it again somewhere. But anyway, so getting back to the, let's see, we got the third one here. The third one on the list. There you go. The Chateau Perron. This was this is a 2005. To be honest, I don't remember where I got this wine. I want to say I picked it up at a Total Wine, or Total Wino as I call it. I don't remember exactly where I got it, and I was planning to hold on to that one for a while, and it turns out I opened it in a moment of weakness, and probably, as a matter of fact, I think it was a moment where I had run out of all the regular drinking wine, and that was the only bottle I had on hand. I thought, I'll just go ahead and open this, which is a really, really dumb thing to do. If you're collecting wines, it's not something you ever really want to do, but, it's just one of those dumb things. Anyway, I opened this up, and it was just an unbelievably good wine. I really enjoyed it. Unfortunately, all I have left to enjoy now is this empty bottle, or this photo of this empty bottle, because I no longer have the wine. But hey, at least I have a good memory. Well, okay, I have a poor memory, which is why I took the picture, but the memories I have of this wine are good ones. Let me put it that way. Anyway, so those are some of my favorite wines. And you know what? As a matter of fact, there are three others. that I forgot to show. This one is also a favorite of mine. Let's see. If we're looking at wine bottles, the Tenuta del Portal, this thing is, this was the first one that I ever had. And I've purchased it quite a few times since then. This was a 2013. And this one, it was heavy on licorice, and I love licorice. And I was really surprised. I opened up this bottle, and I could really taste the licorice in this wine. And I thought, well, I had to have another bottle of it. So it took me a couple months before I got back. I think I picked this one up, the Total Wine. And yeah, I know that was intentional. But the next bottle I opened, apparently, I don't think there was any more of the 2013. I think I picked one up for the next year, and it didn't have that same, the licorice taste that I really enjoyed from the first bottle wasn't there anymore. It's still a decent wine, but it just wasn't. It just really didn't have the licorice tones to it that I really liked the first time. So there are some of my favorite wines. Look, I have other pictures of wine wine bottles, I should say, that I keep. Once again, it's to help my memory, help me remember a good bottle of wine, something that I've had that I'd like to go out and find or try again. Now, you may be wondering what happened to that bottle of Super Tuscan after I finished the tasting. Since it was only the second wine stream and the Super Tuscan was so good, surely I saved the empty bottle. The answer, of course, is yes. And it's right here. Have you ever wondered why some wines seem to taste better the farther down into the bottle you get? Well, I have, and I have a theory about that. Where was I? I don't know. Oh, yes, I was about to try some more wine. It does get smoother. The farther down into the bottle you get, the smoother this wine. Now, I have a theory on that. My theory, don't want to lose it. My theory is that okay, it's just a theory, all right? My theory on this, why wine tastes better the deeper down in the bottle you go, is because all the good sediment drops down to the bottom of the bottle. And all the watery stuff stays up to the top. And you get the water first, and then you get down to the sediment, and it gets better. That's just a theory. I know, I'm just being funny. I'm just being funny, okay? The reason it tastes better the farther you go down the bottle is because the more of it you drink, the less you care what it tastes like. It's just wine. And that's the truth. So, anyway, it's starting to taste pretty good now. Actually, it was tasting pretty good from the first sip. And that brings us to the final review of the Cooper's Hawk Super Tuscan 2018 Red Blend, and the close of the second Saturday night wine stream. Needless to say, the wine was a lot smoother than the end of the show. Anyway, I think it's probably time to close the string for the night. I think I'm pretty much done. And pretty much finished the bottle. I just have half a glass here. And you can be pretty sure I'll probably finish this half a glass before I go to bed. Hope everyone had a great time. I know I did. I'm having one now. And I'm having one now mostly because you guys are here with me. Because I see everyone here in the chat. And I've really enjoyed it. If you send me your recommendations, your thoughts, your comments, whatever, send them to Rick at SavoiaMedia.com. That's SavoiaMedia.com. Send them to me. I'm going to develop this more as time goes on. So in the meantime, you can send it to me at Rick at SavoiaMedia.com. That's where you can contact me and send me your recommendations on wines to try, wines you like, any other ideas you have to make this to keep this moving, and we'll take it from there. Anyway, so thanks for joining me this evening, and until next week, same time, same channel. This is I don't have a good ending. I don't have a close for this. Okay, but I'm glad you were here to drink with me this evening. Thanks a lot. Y'all have a good evening. And that was the second wine review. I did continue to develop the show as the weeks and months passed, and as I continue to do through each season. Each week, you will see how the wine reviews progress, and how the show itself becomes more sophisticated and highly produced. But not the next episode. In our next episode, we review a Malbec from Argentina and pivot to some unexpected clips and highlights when the Saturday Night Wine Stream runs into a show-stopping issue. I'm Rick. Thanks for watching, and remember, don't drink and drive.
We're so glad you're joining us on 100 TV. If you haven't done so already, please like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Come along on one person's journey to discover their authentic self and bring a bold business vision to fruition. If you're an entrepreneur or just think like one, we invite you to get raw. Muster the courage to express your value without inhibition and transform the way you express yourself. After all, the world is your oyster. This is Business in the Raw.
Running 4 YouTube channels for a multi-billion-dollar tech company has given me so much experience with what it takes to be successful on YouTube. And in addition, I have my own YouTube channel, so I know what it's like to be a solo creator, doing everything on your own with no resources. I want to share with you all of my best practices, tips, and tricks, so make sure to tune into my show on 100 TV.
Are you an entrepreneur wanting to grow your influence but getting overwhelmed by the details? Check out the Resilient Events Show, where co-hosts Marisa, Cali, head of production at Be Present Events, and John Harris, founder of Buzzit Event Sites, talk strategy, technology, and execution for using podcasts, live streams, and events to establish expertise in any industry. Don't miss Resilient Events, only on 100 TV. Thanks for watching 100 TV. Subscribe for daily uploads and join us again next Monday for another full day